What does this mean, Tuna? Hey chat, hey everyone. I'm absolutely starving. I'm actually starving. I've got this nice bowl of like Weetabix minis, which I'm going to eat. How old are you? God, this is terrifying. Is the audio okay? So as you can see, during the Twilight Princess stream, I repaired my headphones. Here's the old ear cups that were on my headphones. They'd like fallen apart and like the foam had fallen out and it was like horrible and bad. Yeah. So I replaced them with them new ones, but because they're brand new, they actually form like a proper seal around my ears, and I can't hear. Like I feel like I'm talking in an echo chamber. It's really strange. Hey Minty, you're gonna say hello to everyone and go back to a lot of uni work. Well, hello, but good luck with your uni work. Good luck. Go to raise the volume a bit. Or is the volume okay? Because I can make it louder if you want. But yeah, now I sound weird to myself. And I can't hear Chris over there when she tries to talk. I can sort of hear Bar. I think she said Bar. He thought this was an echo chamber. Got him. But yeah, chat, how have your days been? Maybe I should have eaten this before starting, but I didn't want to be too late. Hello. Waste Seorge potatoes. Tuna. No Timo for sure. Potatoes. Donut. Cappy Au. Australia. Moon. Strappy Bean. Good name. Aloha Twitch 69. I was going to say Aloe Hat. Aloha would make more sense, I guess. Hello, Stadata Cat. Oh, hang on. Do you want me to build the bean program? Oh, you stayed up all night preparing cinnamon rolls for Mother's Day tomorrow. It's Mother's Day in the Netherlands today, isn't it? Chris? Yeah, I knew that. By the way, I didn't put enough milk in this cereal, so I'm going to be eating dry, crunchy Weetabix, and that's horrible, to be honest. That's horrible. Chris, can you keep chat interested? I need to go put milk in this. I don't really want to eat dry, crunchy Weetabix. Thanks, lad.
Hello, Chad. Invited. Hello. How are you doing? Hey, animal. I swear not. Also very hungry, so I should probably make breakfast. Now it's you. I'm gonna make a list. I'm being very quiet. Ah! Back. Streamer is back. Hide your crabs.
Hey crap friends, how's it going? Sorry I had to leave for a minute. I wanted to actually eat the cereal outside of the stream.
Wait, did you eat it?
I ate the entire cereal.
Did
yeah.
you?
I
Did you
just
go
downed it.
up? I
Yeah.
thought you were just gonna get the milk.
Yeah, so did I.
You just went up and you downed the syrup. Madman.
I did, yeah. Got him. Hey chat. Hey everyone. Welcome back. How were you enjoying Chris's company? What was she talking
I
about?
was very quiet.
You were very quiet. Well, I appreciate you trying your best. Wait, when is Mother's Day UK? 14th of March. Yeah, that was a while ago. Okay. Oh, you haven't seen all 17 of the previous streams. What have you done so far? What you see on screen? Pretty much. Try going without food for 3 days and you won't be complaining about the dryness then. Monk ass. I'm not trying to make progress quickly, Timo, though. Yeah, what are these wool-hee-hees discussing there? I sure hope I could understand what they were saying. Anyway. Hang on. There's a GameCube controller here. Gotta get him out of the way. They're being weebs. What's he saying? As far as I know in weebs, there's only one word that people use with like a question mark and a single word. Anyway, what were we gonna do today? Let's check the action plan. Yeah, I thought it might be Nani. Yeah. I didn't know what the second one was though. Are you sure the volume's okay, chat? Like, can you hear everything okay? Do you want me to like point this elsewhere? Honestly, I should definitely have the microphone like here. But then I'd have to relearn how to use a microphone from a different direction. It's kind of weird how like my I'll get really quiet just because I'm looking at the left monitor. Anyway, action plan for today. What are we gonna do? What have we done? We've got the physics being done on a proper like tick rate, interpolated. Oh god, it's really weird hearing myself talk, but like in an echo. We got ourselves some nice like movement in the exact way that I want it. By the way, I didn't notice, but oh, we need to do basic like don't go outside the screen detection. That shouldn't be too bad. I don't know if anyone else noticed, but this looks like the Overdrive meme. You know what I mean? Some of you know what I mean. The like Toho Overdrive meme when they're moving. I don't know. Anyway. Make every 40-second beam grayscale. It's actually getting cold in here. Hang on just a moment. Do you feel that, Chris? Fixed it. There's another window open behind me, but hopefully that one's okay. But that's surprising. It's been like scorching today, so I opened up like every window. How's it where you are, chat? The Spectre command still says I have a 970. Well, the Spectre command sucks. It also doesn't say I have an M2 drive. And it still says I use my SteelSeries keyboard. And my 480. It doesn't also have my 240Hz on it. Yeah, that's just horribly out of date. I don't know if it's updated on the webcam either. What a weird sheet. Well, it's graze. In bullet hell games, when you're just about miss a bullet, it counts as a graze. Anyway, let's do some basic, like, physics, right? Oh, look at this bean here. Follow and watch this one carefully. It knows what it's doing. Hello. Same as where you are. Just scorching, eh? You've been lurking since playing D&D for the first time. Ooh, did you enjoy yourself? Anyway. Nice cough. We need to do the basic thing to make sure you can't just move off the screen as the player. Unless we want them to do that. Let them wrap around. No, let's not do that. Let me try and bring back in. It's been like a week. We have over here. We're handling events. So in the game loop, we're polling for keyboard presses, right? And for every event, if the player exists, we're also setting that event to the player. In the player's handle event code, it deals with setting its own movement to up, down, left, right, or whatever. The only thing from SA. I was thinking of the, I mean, yeah, the Yukari one. I was thinking of well, not shoot the bullet. What's the one with Hang on, I don't have it on my hotbar anymore. What's the one where you use the cheating one? Touhou. I'm not gonna Google Touhou cheat. You know what I mean, right? Violet detector? No, I can't remember what it's called. You know what I mean? The one where you're meant to be like impossible spell. It might just be called impossible spell card. In that one, you get the Yukari thing as well. That's what I was thinking of. Anyway, here we're handling all the events, and that's fine. Tick. Oh, every time the player ticks, which I think is ran in the game update code, which should absolutely be like above draw, just for like the sake of my brain, because it goes poll for events, which is this whole thing, update, and maybe tick, and then finally draw. So in the update code, it might tick, and then during a tick, it'll let the player move. It will let the player do anything physics related. It's like here is a moment to calculate in. While the player is ticking, the last position is now. It's checking out the velocity, and then it's setting its position to the new one based on the velocity. So all we need to do here is go, like literally just under here, just go like, you know, if... Let me try and remember what we're doing. Is M position now, is that the one that has an X and Y? Can I do that? I don't remember what M position now is, honestly. Vector 2F. Vector 2F is always X and Y, is it? So if I just do dot X is less than 0, M position now dot X equals 0. This is sort of a bad thing to do though, isn't it? Or does it not matter because it's not, it doesn't happen, like the draw phase won't occur between these two, so I guess it doesn't matter. You've recovered from your 2-day hangover? Hell yeah. Well, let's see what it looks like. Maybe it will be bad. Maybe you should try and sort it out before setting the position. That's the right way to do it, I think. This is an easy way to do it, at least. I'm sure the best way to do it is actually just to do it here, just to calculate quickly. Like, if valid position, then set the position. You know? Else, make it valid, set it. You know? You can always refer to the beam phase. It'll be fine. I was more wondering if it would make it look like you're doing this off screen. But honestly, it should be okay because of the whole, you know, draw update happening later. I've got to imagine. Also, just for consistency, I'm going to put update above tick here. Now, I think your first solution is more correct. Okay. I mean, it's easier to understand at the very least. If Y position is better, and then X, and then how do we calculate the size of the screen? Do I need to pass that into the player and store it for them? Or do I already have that somewhere? Player direction. I don't think I have a reference to the size of the screen, do I? You can pass in the bounds just like you did for Bean. Yeah, I was thinking so. You can make a woo-hee-hee copy pasta. Hell yeah. So do you think I should just, like, when I'm creating the player, appear somewhere? Initial position, yeah. Yeah, it's just passing the bounds of the screen. Just, like, chuck it in there. How are we storing the game bounds again? Is it just a vector 2F? Let's have a look. Is it setup main window? Oh, it's create main window. That should absolutely be setup main window if we're going with setup, alright? Well, we'll leave it for now. M bounds equal. Oh, it's a float rectangle with an offset and a width. Is that true? I guess it is. It's a that bounds is a rectangle on the screen of some size, offset right and down. All right, so I just need to store a float rect somewhere. SF float rect. Where's M bounds? So we just grab this, go into player, pop that in there. I'd also like to pass this in here and here. And I love being efficient. Now I've like learned what some of these things are for. Oops, put the keyboard in the middle. Bounds. Oh, that shouldn't be M bounds. That should just be bounds. Maybe not in the public section. Why not? I guess you don't want. Why would I not want the bounds of the screen to be public? Surely, if the bounds of the screen are public, I could then just instead store a reference to game, and then just grab everything through there. You love the chat in these streams, it's half insane rambling and half donut teaching. This is more of a convo, isn't it? Conversation. What's it in here? You put M bounds as private. I'll just follow what you've done over there, just to keep stuff consistent, I guess. Although I do think I'll be passing around bounds quite a lot. That's fine. Why do you need them to be public? Private should be the default. Sure thing. I heard that in uni as well. Improves encapsulation. Yeah, I guess if I want to pass in separate bounds, like if maybe there's a sort of spell card move that a boss uses where the bullets actually have internally a different bounds, like they actually bounce around like an internal circle. And maybe there I'd want to use M bounds again, but based off the original one, but different or something. You walk and walk. Oh, news! I forgot something. Better go back. I walk. This is pretty low. Need crouch. Oh, yes, got it. I walk again. I like that. I like the use of the squished one as well. What up, fam? Hello, Firehawk. Not a ton. What's up with you? Maybe I should get a coaster into this. I've already got data structures and algorithm analysis using as a coaster for my water for today. Let's put game design on that. Data structures and algorithm analysis by Mark Allen Weiss. Weiss? White? I don't know. You can go here. Coffee goes on him. Do y'all not have books from the library as your coasters? Use a coaster. Oh, my IKEA desk. Have you seen my IKEA desk? This thing has years of blue tack from like Osu tablets on it. I don't think another ring will matter. Hang on. I'm gonna move my mouse pad in a little bit. Like that. If you'd want to make it a public member, you would have skipped the M prefix, because public facing stuff should be clean as possible. Yeah, because M underscore is just like an extra bit of info that isn't needed, I guess, if you want to constantly be accessing it from every other class. Maybe. Anyway. Whatever for now. Let's go bounds. M bounds even. Less, if it's, we want to do larger than... M bounds dot. Is it? Can I just do M bounds dot? How is this stored? It's a rectangle, isn't it? There's a beam dot C++ that should do it. Hello. L underscore. Hey wave. M bounds dot left plus dot width. Oh, thank you. I'll go have a look just so I can see that myself before copying it. Right. Right is bounds.left plus bounds.width. I see. And top and height. I see. That's very sensible. Let's just put them with brackets. I know you don't need to put brackets here, but for my own brain, it's nice to have, right? I think it was top and height, wasn't it? Oh well, I want to set that. Just set it to the bounds. I can't imagine there's too much issue with that. Interesting to see where this is based off the position, right? Like based off the offset of the sprite. Oh, sorry. Illegal number and list. Oh, did I forget to add it? I forgot to pass it in. Oops. Daisy May. Hello, doggo. Would you like food in chompers? Where that? I'll show. Here's these. Wait, Mr. Waiter. Doggo, you dropped something under table. Yoink, I got this. Here, thank. I love that. I love the wool hee hee conversations. Wooly, what are the specs? I have 8 1080 Ti's. All piled on top of each other. Turnip lady. Oh no. Hang on, where am I creating the player? Oh. Can I just pass that in? Oh. Oh. That's odd. Yeah, not even plugged in. Yeah, exactly. I've just got them piled up. Well, he's such a good emote. Please continue to post more. Bounds. Oh. M bounds. This house is built on the ashes of past GPUs. Exactly. Oh. God, that is quite a mess. Alright, let's try debug and see if that just works. Yo, Toho music. Of course it's Toho music. We're listening to Toho. Well, that's clearly not working, is it? Hang on. X is larger than left plus width. Y, top plus height. That can't be right. Does it not include the offset, maybe? Hang on. Y is top plus height. X equals left plus width. Did you pass it in? Yeah. I should be setting it up here, see? Bounds. My bounds equals bounds. This doesn't look like it's outside. I'm gonna maybe want to print out what its X and Y is. Because maybe it's off the bottom of the screen or something. I'm gonna try, just as a test that's really simple, I'm just gonna try spawning the player in like the middle of the screen. Because that would be a really simple test, just to see what's going on. You found the bugger but only doing 104 per turnip. That's a shame. No more Animal Crossing today, I suppose. Yeah, it doesn't even work in the middle of the screen. It's kind of nice to see them moving, though. When's emotes are the best when it comes to Twitch emotes? Thank you, Wave. I appreciate that. Oh, that just means something's going wrong in here, then. Oh, this IDE doesn't auto-fill your brackets for you. Let's just separate it like this and see if it's a bit easier to look at. Will this game have interesting lore? It does have interesting lore. The lore so far is that Baker-chan has her bread stolen from her by someone. And depending on which character you play, it's either because she's going to go get it back, or because her friend Waifu-chan is going to go beat up the bread stealer. That seems like pretty interesting lore, right? Obviously it's a sourdough loaf. Oh, you managed to delete the row that actually moves the player. Am I stupid? Oh my god, you're right. Are you sure? Wait, hang on. How? How far does it let me control Z? Oh, M position now plus equals velocity multiplied by delta time. M position now equals... Oh. That should be okay. God, that was a weird mistake to make. Let's just comment it just so we don't lose it. That. I don't want to have unnecessary comments, but I do want to have ones that I will look at and go, you know? So I'm going to actually separate them a bit more. Because I like looking at that, because I can instantly see. Now they're like segmented, so it'll be much harder to delete stuff by accident. That should be good. Diagonally. It has nothing to do with diagonal movement, isn't it? I was pretty sure that this was for diagonal movement, isn't it? That's why we're calculating the hypotenuse, yeah? I was like 1000% sure for that. We'll concentrate. I was concentrating. Oh, you mean like that? Yeah, no need to get too upset. Daylight Photoshop gives you the option to render a tree with custom settings. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of programs literally just for programming trees. Oh, this works. This does not work, by the way. Unless it does, and the center, the left is just here. I absolutely don't think this is including offset. Yeah, okay, so it does work. I'm like holding up, so it should be going off screen, but I'm not. So I think what we need is to include the offset here. Or we include the player's sprite size in here. How far off screen do we want to let them go? Do we want to let them go like this, or do we want to force them to go to the edge like this? How does Toho do it? I think you can just have your foot touching the floor. So what we need to add in is the bounds plus some calculated offset to go here, plus the player sprite size halved. And then for the width, it needs to be minus player sprite size halved, I think. It's not strictly about diagonal movement, just making sure the velocity vector is right. It does work, just use 0 instead of bounds.left. Oh, does bounds.left actually include the offset? Sorry. I guess bounds must then. Well, that makes that easier. Bounds.left is the offset. Oh, terrific. Okay, well that does work then, forgive me. Bounds.left plus... What was the player's sprite? Was that like a hard-coded thing? Hang on, we can go to the start of this. Yeah, I got it. Don't worry, Donut. Where am I storing that? Sprite, maybe? msprite.width, is that a thing? Possibly. Let's try it. Maybe that'll work. To use the player sprite for the edge of the screen limit as well as grazing. Okay. So if it sounds like I'm rushing you to fix it. A little bit, yeah. I would kind of like to just sort of like slowly go through this. Okay, so we're doing X is larger than the width of the screen minus M sprite width divided by 2. Hey, Chris. Do you want a piece of toast? I will have one piece of toast, I suppose. Whatever you're having. Sounds good. Awesome. Ah. My headphones aren't broken anymore, so I can't just like force them to like stay on my head like that weirdly anymore. Pretty doggo. Yeah, the flowers really they fit well on the Winky and the sad doggos. Oh wait, hang on. Thank you, Dennet. No, that's good. That's good info. I could write that as just a reminder. I don't know if that would get silly. Like notes somewhere. You even stopped yourself from talking about the 0 earlier. Thanks. And then we add that in here. Like, obviously you don't need to bracket these things out. I am well aware, don't worry. But I do think it's nice for the... It's nice to understand as a programmer that you're separating them. I think. Width is not a member of Sprite. Does Sprite not have a width? What is M Sprite? A SF Sprite. SF Sprite. What do you have? Get local bounds. Get the local bounding rectangle of the entity. I guess it's get local bounds. Returns a floating rectangle. So it should be local... local bounds. Where am I? M Sprite... M Sprite... Made a playlist, you might be able to link it. No, I'm just using Google. Using Google? I'm just using YouTube. Same sort of thing. Get local bounds. So get local bounds returns a... bound similar to this. So I guess I can just do width, right? Width, this is not width. You're broken. I guess I just need to pop this in somewhere. Oh wait, hang on. Less than 0. That's not right. If it's less than 0 plus, so plus this section here. Okay, I definitely should refactor some of this. Unless, I mean, I can leave it, honestly. It's not too complicated. But maybe I should. If that was like an easier refactor, I might do it. I like it when I could just go like refactor and then it would replace every single section that's identical to that with it. That'd be pretty sick. Use multiply by 0. Okay. Okay, yeah, Donut. This is what I was trying to... This is what I thought might happen when you're trying to calculate it this way. Is that I thought it might, like, screw up like that. Make it like you're being constantly jammed off. It works with the right-hand side, though. Also, kind of funnily, because I think you're moving diagonally, it slows you down when you, like, walk against the right. Completely by coincidence, you can, like, slow yourself down by running against the wall. This isn't happening why you think it is. I'm sure it isn't. Let's go have a look and see why. Well, let's change it to multiply by 0.5, first of all. or you'll have an aneurysm. Hehe. I know I can control F, but again, this also works. Want me to spoil it? Give me like 2 minutes to figure it out. I'm sure it's something really stupid. Because it only happens on half the wall, right? Hmm? Why did you want me to use 0.5 if it doesn't like that? Oh, hang on. It's doing like, is it doing a integer to float conversion? You left off the F again. Oh. So yes, I guess. You think the IDE would tell you about that? Okay, no, that wasn't it. Let's try and think. Oh, look, it actually lets you move closer into the wall. So just not checking correctly. Okay. So when it gets less than 0 plus something, it moves it to this position. So it's happening in here. If the position X is less than 0 plus the bounds multiplied by 0.5. Well, actually, it shouldn't be 0 plus. That's completely pointless. There's 2 pluses in there as well, but I don't know if that does anything. Oh! No, wait, hang on. It's because there's no... It's not checking the bounds, it's just checking 0. Donut just went, ah, really? It's like, oh... Maybe. Let's check that. Fixed it. Hell yeah. Look at that. You got a new Moyo. Hell yeah. Seems pretty good to me. You can actually see if you're trying to slow down by touching the wall, because I made it so that horizontal animations take priority over vertical, because I think they're more important. Like, they're more obvious. So it's nicer to see if you're moving right or left. So if you're moving up and down the left wall, you can try and slow yourself down by, like, grabbing it. You see that? Completely unintentional, still. But a nice side effect, isn't it? Can't say it so much on the bottom of the screen, but it's nice. I like that. There's something really interesting and fun about literally just something as simple as don't go off the screen. Feels a bit more like a game. Alright, cool. Hey, Chris. Oh, a bowl of toast. Oh, no, wait, that's your bowl or something else.
Yogurt.
Ah. Thank you, Christopher. I've got delicious toast now, chat. What do you have? Explain yourselves. Oh. That's so good. It's got honey on it, I think. Hmm. Anyway. Do you want to do shooting, basic shooting physics, chat? That's next, isn't it? I'd also kind of like to replace the background with something that's in black, but that doesn't matter right now. Maybe I will do that. Is there an easy way in OpenGL to do that, or do I just need to do in the draw function here? Do I just need to draw a massive rectangle over the screen that's like some other color? So it clears the window. Is there like an M clear? Is that just like M? Let's Google it. SF. Change window color. Wow, look at these like assholes. How do I change background color of my window? It's default black. And then everyone's being like an arse to him in this thread. Seriously? You should learn C++ before writing a graphical program. Really? I am learning. God, people are assholes on the internet. I guess you can just make a rectangle over the screen. God, people are really mean. You want to change the background color? Yeah, just from being black. Because it will only affect this middle section, won't it? Add a color parameter to window.clear. Oh, thank you. So wait, does window.clear actually just draw a black color over every pixel? Can I just do like what, like to move on it like a gray, I could do like 200, 200, 200. Is that a thing? Is there like SF? Yes, pretty much. Let's Google that. SFML window clear. How's it actually meant to look? Render window clear. Constant color. Oh, it's not SF color, is it just color? Maybe it is color. That looks about right, doesn't it? SF color is a thing. Let's try it and see what happens. Oh, do you want just look at the thread? Hang on, I'll try and find it. Read this thread. It's meant to be like a helpful, like, forum, right? Surely. Help, graphics. People are just being mean. Did you read the document? Like, all they could have done is just written, pass in this to the into the draw function, or the clear function. Yet they chose to spend an entire page on a forum berating him for not reading the documentation. What am I missing? Oh, color is its own thing. He did link the documentation page. That's so helpful. I can't believe they, he asked for how to spell this word and they sent him a dictionary. It's so nice and thoughtful. You know what they could have done is, just told him using their words instead of being pricks. And Donut, if you don't think they're being pricks, I've got an awful thing I need to tell you. Hello, Headcorn. Okay, it's nicer just to have, like, something I can actually see the background on. Plus, this looks like Game Maker now, and I like it. It brings me back home. Also, I can see my trousers again. Anyway, do you want to make? Should we make a bullet class? I'm assuming bullet should be its own thing. Yeah, definitely. They're being pricks, but you shouldn't be surprised. Donut, you spend too much time around these people, or not enough. I'm not sure. You know what else I was like? When you post a hard maths problem to Stack Exchange, and all the replies about how trivial and easy it is, and how stupid you are for not knowing it. Yeah, people can be really elitist about, like, the stuff that they know that you don't on a help forum where they're meant to be telling you the stuff that they know that you don't. Yeah. They are being dopes. Anyway. Dicks aside. I'm gonna make it a little bit darker. Dicks aside, I wanted to make a bullet class, right? So I can just do like... Do I have to make player bullet and enemy bullets different things? Probably not, right? Because even if they follow different physics and ideas, that would be the idea of a bullet, is that it could sort of do anything. I'd want it to either be able to like trace a path, or loosely go between some coordinates, maybe in like a list. And if it's a player sprite, the coordinate could literally just be the player's location to the very top of the screen. Yeah, okay, I can do that. Let's do bullet.cpp. Bullet.header. What did you have? I was going to type in like infdev. Infdev. No, it's in, let's have a look and see what you did here. Oh, it is ifdef. Okay. Bean, player, bullet. Let's just close all of these. Oh, do you have to save them? Well, maybe not. Let's just move them over here. Bullet and bullet. Infdef bean dot bean h. Wait, this isn't the header file. And then define bean. Oh wait, this isn't bean. Bullet header. And then at the bottom, what do you put? Endif. And then what do you put in the C++ file? Nothing, because it's not a header declaration. Namespace. Okay. Just make sure your bullets can't hit you. Well, I'll just pass it in like who the owner of the bullet is, right? If the owner is this thing, make it so it does like ignores it. Otherwise, interact with it. Or we can have it as a class, so enemies can all come down from the enemy class, and the player can just be here. Maybe. Think of it from SFML perspective though, they spent ages writing excellent documentation and people still spam the forums with questions like that anyway. As unfolded as it is, you can see where the attitude comes from. Donut, you should take a break from programming if you're even remotely coming close to trying to defend these people for being pricks to someone trying to learn. It would be like if you were like, Woolen, you should install Linux and then just throw me like a hard book and just go, there's all the info in here. They've spent 8 years writing up this doc. There's so much in here. And just be like, can you just tell me what to do? Like, no, read through this entire book. It has all the info in it. And then start like yelling at me with expletives. That's literally what they're doing to this poor person. They could just ignore the thread if it's spam. You know? They could just ignore it. Or post something in it really quickly and cut it off. Or they're programmers. They could write like a script bot that replies to it. You know? Someone going to their forum, not going to them in person. Why are they on the help section of the forum just to link the documentation? Or if it's the forum owners, they could just make it so you're making a thread in the help to say, have you checked the official, documents? Surely that would cut out all the issues. Hello. This is the second time suggesting this song to people, but it's been ignored. It's relaxing. A drifting lens in other waters. I'm sure it's good, but I'm always worried about listening to music I don't know about on Twitch just in case it meets the VOD. I'm sure other people can check it. Anyway, we're gonna make a bullet class, right? Do we need to have a namespace for it? Namespace wool. And then that encapsulates everything, right? Namespace wool. I might want to include some stuff. Okay. And then we're going to have like, what, public class? Public bullet class. Class? Bullet final. Is there no such thing as a public or private class in C++? Do you not need to specify? Or do you just put everything inside the private in here? Bullet. Nope. Okay. Is the subcall still broken? Oh shit, I don't want to close the stream, no. It says 135, we're on 136 subpoints. Yeah, it's a little broken. You can have inner classes. I guess those are private, aren't they? If it's like, if you have the class here, and then in here you have like a little anonymous inner class. How do you define it? Or do you just do class? I don't know. I guess that would be private. What if you came to me and asked me how to make meatballs? Would you be a dick for giving me the recipe? No, you'd be a dick if you, like, throw me a Google page where you'd typed in recipe and said, do it yourself. Prick. Or something. This is like, Donut, my man, go look at that thread and please tell me that you don't agree with them. You cannot. I cannot understand why anyone would be so mean to someone just trying to learn. They could have just been nice. He linked to the exact function. He spent the time out of his time to look for the documentation. Could he not have just typed in 8 words to describe it? You know? He's just literally doing the equivalent of like, hey, could you walk my dog? And then just throwing the dog out the window at someone and saying, they'll do it. You know? Pepe hands. Same as Outclass, just inside it. Oh, okay. Don't link weird things, brother. Hee. This is strange. Look, use like Discord or something. I'm sure it's like a fine link, but like I don't want to get people in the mindset that they should just click links into chat. Your link was let me Google it for you. Oh, yeah, that's not a good website. Unless class bullet final, and then you just do public private. Okay, it's just a header file, of course. This is a situation of give a man of... No, donut. This is a situation of people on the internet being pricks to show their, like, superiority. Maybe you missed that, but they clearly have, like, big brain issue, you know? They're being an arsehole for being the sake of it. It's not worth it. It's like, it is a little elitism-y. Linking the documentation and saying helpful things, whatever. But being like, do it yourself, it's just... Anyway, can we stop talking about this? People are pricks. It is important to read stuff, but it's not important to be a dick. You know what to eat tonight? What should you eat? You should cook some pasta in some heavily salted water. And then at the end maybe add like a little squeeze of lemon and like a little knob of butter or something. And then another pan, you should get some spicy olive oil or something, and then stir fry like some nice onions for a while, and like some mushrooms and some halloumi, and mix those in together, a bit of paprika and garlic. Slam them together. From your recollection, classes are by default public, so you don't need public there if you're not going to use it. Oh, what? This bit? I was doing it because the other sections had it, honestly, and I wanted to keep consistency. You could, I guess, just do that, and have the private section hidden away. You go to stay with your dad for the first time? Ooh. I think I've never used a barbecue. It's a weird thing to think about. Structure default public. Classes default private. Yes, sure. Anyway. What does Billet need to have? I'm assuming Billet's going to have the same sort of physics as everyone else. Let's not use Bean, actually. So... we're going to need a last position, a current position, probably an owner. So I guess I should make it so player extends from like some class that's like ownable. Or is that a Java-y way to do that? Very cute, Con. Anywho. Let's at least do this. Last and now. That's simple. And then we also want presumably a... we don't need to handle event on the bullets, I'm assuming. Well, we could do handle event if we wanted to make it so pressing the space bar and using a bomb would automatically clear all the bullets. I don't think that's what we want to do though. Anyway. We want to have an update and a tick, I'm assuming. So let's actually put these in the right order here, just so I don't lose myself in this file. So we probably don't need handle event on the bullet, but update, tick, and draw are probably going to be needed. I'm probably also going to want to have a constructor. So I'm just going to put this in here just so I can remember to chuck a constructor in. Do I want a hitbox? It's not. It's probably going to be done more by distance than hitbox, but maybe I do want to store like a floating size, because presumably most hitboxes are going to just want to be circles, right? Where it's a distance. How's one going to do with objects piling up? Give them a lifetime, create errors and speed to destroy things. I'll make it so if they've gone off screen, they'll get destroyed. And then if there's a special exception, like if I want to have bullets waving a bit like this, I can maybe give them a bit more leeway. Or alternatively, I could make it so if things go off screen by like another half a screen, delete them. Because I would still let wavy things go on. Or I could make it so if they go off the bottom of the screen as an enemy or the top of the screen as a player. But that wouldn't work if the enemy shoots like sort of like that, because then the bullets would really pile up. You assume hitbox is a box shape. Well, it's whether or not I want to use a box for a bullet, right? If I remember correctly, some of the earlier Touhou games actually had squares, and now we're using circles or something. There's a Google for it somewhere, isn't there? Touhou bullet hit boxes. Yeah, this is the Reddit thread I was thinking of. Hang on, let me bring up Paint. I have paint on screen? Oh, I do actually have paint on screen. Terrific. Transform set. Alright. I was looking at this. These are the hitboxes in Touhou. So in-game, they've looked pretty much the same always. I don't know if he's ever really updated them much. But like the tiny little circle apparently used to be... Or maybe this is just from Touhou 10 onwards actually. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, but anyway. This is at least starting at Touhou 10, right? Yeah, from Mountain of Faith. So these circles used to actually have a square hitbox. These ones used to have a little square hitbox. These things are a little square hitbox. The square hitbox there makes sense. The star has a square hitbox. This is a square hitbox. This, and that. But then from 13 onwards, it became circle, 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 circle. I guess he moved from using all squares to using all circles. Theoretically, I guess you could have a mix. So you could have circles with a circular shaped or like confusingly shaped. And then squares for these. But honestly, a circle might as well be a square with our player sprite. I don't know how we're going to do hitboxes. But like... You know, unless you're actually really edging against it, it probably won't really matter. Because in the whole scheme of things, this bullet's going to be tiny and the player's actually going to be like this big. Right? So I think it's okay just to use circles for everything. Although I think they double up. Yeah, they show like the difference in sizes. Anyway, that's all I wanted to have a look at. Circles are fine, right? Circle hitboxes are easy to do, just compare the distance. Or the square distance. Yeah, I think I'll just go with circles. Touhou has a margin of size around the player or something. I'm going to do circles because also not only is it easier, but it's more efficient to do. That way we can have like a zillion bullets on screen and not mind too much about it. If you're saying boxy, you could have squares. You would want squares, but on a rounded server you would need multiple squares or a circular shape. Honestly, let's just have a hitbox size as a width. And let's make it public, surely. Unless you want to do get width and set width. Haha. Trapeziums, no. In a game with like 1,000 things on screen, you don't want to overcomplicate the engine. Simple distances should be fine. Wait, do I want it to be a float? How are we storing positions? Vector 2F. What are you made up of? Is Vector 2F made of two floats? What is TXY, the coordinate? What type is that? What type is X coordinate? That's useless. Where is it hidden? I'm assuming it's a float, because they're using F, so yeah. Let's just go float. Float. I could still call it a hitbox. That might be weird. Let's just do size. Float. Hit size. Because I want to maybe separate that mentally from the size of the sprite. Radius? Radius would be the... I guess so. Yeah, how far... The radius from the center, I suppose. Hit radius. I like hit radius. Hit radius. For more complexes ones, triangles are used. I remember when I was doing Unreal Engine, they used basic stuff. You use a single point, which can be extrapolated to be a circle, because you can do a single point and then a distance. You can do a... I forget what it's called, but like sort of the rounded cylinder. Like that shape. Because that's just a line with distances from the lines. Or you can have a rounded square. Or a rounded rectangle, because that's just a series of lines with distances from. So actually, if you've ever wondered why, I don't know if you've ever done any Unreal or anything, but if you've ever wondered why the only options for hitboxes are round, round extended, or round extended that way, it's because you do distances from a dot, a line, or a square. I think it's pretty neat. A capsule. You're right, it's a capsule. Anyway. Hit radius is fine for that. Position, last position now. This stuff is fine. I can't imagine I'm gonna need a ton more than that. Like, I will, but right now I don't know if I need a ton more than that. Current target states, float, whatever. Okay, so I need to import SF, clearly. Let's just quickly do that. Did I put this in the wrong place? Okay. We're gonna want a texture. We're gonna want something else here that isn't character, but position and bounds, I think we do want. This can probably be like path, like an array list path. No, I want this to be the owner. I don't know how I'll store that though, but I'll just put it as owner. Bounds of the screen. We might want that if we want to deal with distance. Owner. Owner seems good, doesn't it? You thought focus was valid here. Focus? Locus. Enemies should enemies be able to hit each other? Well, that's the point I'm thinking. Why not, right? What does owner mean? It's the person who shot the bullet, or, you know, like source. Whatever. But I don't want to say source in case it implies a position. But I want to make it so, for example, your player, obviously your bullets don't care about a collision with yourself. So, means, okay, let's split this back. Like an enemy ID, something like that. I want to make it so there's just one bullet class, right? That's the source point of this. One bullet class keeps stuff simple. I like your idea of team, but let me keep thinking. Team would sort of work, because I could just be team player or team enemy. All enemy bullets hit team, or player bullets. Oh, sorry, all enemy bullets hit player, all player bullets hit enemy. That's, I think, the Touhou-y way of doing it. But if we were to do it via, like, some sort of vague ownership, we could make it so particular enemy bullets might be able to clear some enemies, or particular player bullets might be able to clear particular, like, player entities of some kind. Do you know what I mean? Like an imperishable knight. Yeah. I think that gives us more flexibility, right? If we do want this to be some sort of vague engine where we could sort of take it wherever we want, because we're not planning too much. I feel like having a owner or an ID versus anything else would be more important. And we could sort of scuff it a bit. We could make an enum that's like, or not an enum. We could make like a structure that's like, what team are they on, and which particular entity created it. So it's an enemy, it's enemy number 42. Or we could scuff it even more and literally just make it like a string where the first character defines if it's an enemy or a player or another team, and the others define some random hash or something. Does that sound dumb? Because that sounds really cool. Why not a string or not an int? For readability. As honestly for readability. Because then I could do that. Or I could just make it an integer, and if it's like a 0, it's the player. If it's an enemy, it's a 1. And then we could have up to 9 teams, I suppose. So if we want to have, like, general mobs that hit each other. Enums exist. Yeah, I know, but I want to keep this simple. So, like, I don't have to pass around anything. I can just sort of innately know it, you know? Enum backwards is snoonim. Enums smoonin. I think there's a lot of ways to do this. What's the fastest way to do it? Without doing bit manipulation too much. Is a string simpler to an enum than you? Yes. Because, Donut, if you want to be dumb, what I mean by simple is dumb, you can be like, owner equals, so say this has just been shot from, like, a boss. You could just do, like, enemy, followed by, like, like, my ID, you know? And then later in the bullet thing, I can be like, if owner.firstCar equals E, enemy. Else, you know? Doesn't that seem super simple? Like, dumb, sure. But it seems very simple, right? Maybe that's easy. Maybe that's good for simplicity. Don't you think? Circle bounding boxes are fastest and avoid inheritance if you're going to have a lot of bullets. Yeah, we're doing that, don't worry. We're doing that. Hey, Chris. He's taking the chocolate. N equals Oma info. Yeah, but you've missed out on the point where I said simple, right? Here you go. But yeah, that's also another way to do it. So, one thought was that I could combine that into one thing, like a single class, and then pass that around. Team enemy would work as an enum, but then also I'd have to be passing that enum around, right? So I'd have to be including one more thing in the file. Sure, I could just, I guess, have a single file that's just the enum, but like, is an enum necessary? You just want to pass around a single character, you know? Are you going to have a secondary larger hitbox for the greys? Chat said that greys is actually based off the sprite, so I might just do that. Instead of having 2 hitboxes, I might just make it so there's the actual hitbox that you're touching, and then a graze would count as you just intersecting with the player sprite at all. Maybe? Or is that stupid, because the player sprite would be a rectangle and not a distance, and that would require more calculation. In which case, graze could just be twice the hitbox in size. It's simpler because there's a fixed set of values. No, you misunderstand simple, Donut. You're talking about good. Right? You're talking about proper. Simple to me is doing this. That's pretty simple. Nothing. That's just it. It's just an E, right? You know what I mean? Are you following me? Are you not following me at all? No, you're talking about simpler. You're talking about less typing. Which is simpler? We're on different grounds here, Donut. We're on different grounds. We cannot fight each other today. Oh, anyway, do we need to do this? We need to namespace wool in here. Namespace wool and then have everything else within it. Include bullet.h. Yeah. Donut tries to follow the idea of making it impossible to represent invalid state. Yes, but if I'm only going to use this in 2 places, does it really matter? Maybe like a 3rd place. I feel like the moment you try to do anything more than just pass someone a sheet of paper with a letter on it, you're making it better? Sure. I could give you my mobile phone where I've typed E on it and then locked the screen so you can't touch it, so it's clearly like the letter E. Or I could just pass you a sheet of paper that I scribbled E on with like my fingernail. That's what I'm doing here. I'm getting my fingernail and just writing E on like a dirty mouse pad and just handing it to you. You know? You just have a boolean is player now and worry about complicated logic teams later. I could do that. He is the best number to fight me. Wow. I'm trying to think, are there ever going to be teams other than player and enemy? It might be if I want to separate bosses from regular enemies as well. I like the idea of making it an integer, but then if I make it an integer at that point I might as well make it an enum. So I'm like, oh, maybe I can just make it a character. Well, if it's a character I might have to memorize what the thing is. So maybe enum is definitely the right way to do it. Remind me the Horizio mousepad. Hey, the new one's clean and nice now. It matters for performance because strings are like 24 bytes to copy. Sure. How would I be storing an ID though, as an integer? They need to bigger, they need to be dynamically allocated and copied. Okay, sure. Hey, Silky. That's a better way to get me to change my mind, Donut. It's slightly more optimized. I appreciate that. Is it dumb to just have a header file that's literally just enums in it? Like, game enums. You're starting to load Golang. Now you have a free time. You thought it was the most obvious downside. Yeah, it is. Go is cool. It's Go, like, it's one of the more, it's like the newer one that people really like, isn't it? Abstract strategy board game for 2 players. Yeah, that's it. Almost as cool as Rust. Hey, BK. Maybe I should make like a utilities.header. Just anyway, you know? For good measure. Oh wait, hang on. String doesn't have a capital S. Does that actually print anything within this IDE? No. If you care about performance, you should have said earlier. Alright then. Let's be extremely efficient, Donut. Let's say I want to spawn in 8 million bullets on screen. I want to make this class as simple as possible, right? Position last position now. Hit radius draw tick update bullet. What is the least amount of space I need to store some unique string? Maybe it can be based on the time that it was made in multiplied by its position or something. But then it wouldn't work if you make a bunch of bullets explode from one point. Based on the clock cycle of the CPU. The go for whatever doesn't look stupid. Are they having the Game Maker issue where they accidentally made it look really cartoony and Pac-Man-y? And then they realized that no one took it seriously, so they redesigned it to be cold and industrial. They to make it look unassuming. Alright, I'm gonna ban Donut from chat. Data-oriented design. I ignored that module on purpose. Why not write directly in Vulkan? Because I'm doing this in OpenGL. So writing it in Vulkan would make it very difficult. Just kidding. Unless. Anyway. I'm gonna make a... I'm gonna include utilities. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had a module on data-oriented design. Did I not do it? Would we not have? Their website's changed. I tried to Google for my uni to see if they did it, but their website's changed completely from like 4 years ago when I applied. 4? I don't remember. 2016? 2015? I guess 2015? I don't know. Most universities care about OOP. Yeah. Yeah, we had an object. We had, I think I did 3 object-oriented. We had like object-oriented, further object-oriented, and like advanced object-oriented. I got a first in all of them, brother. Aced it. Anyway. Does up tie. Let's go to our utilities.header. Look at that! I remembered it from scratch, chat. I remembered the header format that you wanted me to use, I think. Define... Anyway, I'm going to make this super simple, so I think I'm just going to keep it as a header and not a header plus C++. Because I want it literally just to be a tiny just a tiny file that I can just throw around if I want to share some like tiny enum or something. That ladder building doesn't work on my screen, I'm afraid, Tuna. Unless? Got him. Oh shit, I accidentally scrolled up in the Twitch page. I'm gonna have to reset. Sorry if you said anything in the last ever. That still doesn't work. Chat, I hate the new Twitch dashboard. It does not work in my browser. I have to reset so many times until it fixes itself and actually renders. It's a real pain in the bum. Alright, hello. Alright, I can see that. Anyway, let's have, honestly, team is a really easy way to think about it. Let's do namespace wall. There shouldn't be anything private, I think. Surely. Unless? So could I just make it a struct? Could I just do that? Best practice for avoiding file names for header guards because you have many other utilities.h in another module. You had a prefix, maybe. Don't you want an enum? Well, I want a struct just to store all the utilities in it. And this is efficient because it's already public. Wool utilities header. I could do that. Yeah. Wool makes sense, actually. Actually, hang on. This will take like 1 second. Let's close it all. Save, whatever. Let's change them all to like wool underscore. That makes more sense to me. Anyway, I want to speedrun it. 4 months would it be downloadable and playable? Hell yeah. If files have a matching comment at the bottom too. So? What do you want me to do with that? You don't want me to go through all these... Why? What's the point of the comment? Does it change the readout or something? What's the comment for? Yeah, no, I didn't add wool to it. Does it matter though? I can just get rid of it if it upsets you. What do they do, Donut? Why don't I have pickup as its own class? To show what the endif is. Oh, I know what the endif is though, because I can just look there. I guess if some people have a different IDE and they're very confused about it. I think this won't confuse anyone though. Whatever. Fixed it. Yeah, this is just a comment, so this is just English. Or whatever. It doesn't do anything. If it's huge, they send you an endif at the end. Well, I mean, if the file's huge, you can still see that. The file should never get huge, though, Donut. Surely, through encapsulation, you would make sure that files never get too large and that you always encapsulate off into other files. Keep things readable. Exactly, Donut. Hey, you. Yes, you. What? Watch out. Whoosh. Wow, it almost hit me. Wow. Dude. I was like, maybe there'll be an interesting idea for like an enemy. Maybe there's a particular enemy type that might be able to shoot the pickups out of the sky. So maybe you want to go for that like big health pack that's dropping. And like some sneaky enemy just like shoots it with like a little smoke bomb and it disappears. Have you seen a header only library before? I want to say no, but I must have, working with Unreal, right? I must have come across something. I've definitely seen header files that only seem to include stuff in them. That's a way to do it. Just have like 1,000 includes in one header file, and then just include that one file to get all those other includes. Efficient. Anyway, in a player.header, I also probably want to include utilities. I sneeze. If you right-click one of the includes for format.header and click open file, you'll get to witness it. Do I just want to type this in? Thank you. Well. I need to sneeze. Oh, is that here? Is that like clanged up? No. Whatever. I need to sneeze again, but I can't. Let's chuck utilities into... Beam actually doesn't really do anything. IntelliSense doesn't seem to have figured out the includes for that yet. Do it, Woolen sneeze. Wow. So let's include... Wait, hang on. What did I call the enum? Did I not give the enum a name? Shouldn't it be team? Hang on. Enum team. Because I feel like I want to specify that, right? Hang on, this shouldn't be called mbounds. Do enum class, it will force you to specify it. Okay. Do I need to make this a little reference boy? Or not? Can you explain that to me? Oh, you should be like, Wallen, you should know this by now. My brain isn't set enough in the C++ to remember. No reference, just value. Okay. Damn, Ray, you got me. It's funny. Okay. Let's also chuck in an how would I create an ID? References are for when you have huge objects you don't want to copy. Oh, right. So if I don't want to have to copy around the entire texture. Maybe. No? I just want to have a reference to it. Whereas the team is just a little tiny thing, so I can chuck that around. It's not like I'm going to really change it anyway. But I guess I could. I could have like a mirror that chucks the bullets back and can change the team, but doesn't actually wipe the bullet and replace it with a new one. The team is just an int. Yeah. Enums are the same size as references. Okay. Does bowl last? Hey, lazy. Enum is an int in disguise by default. Is it just 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, unless you do equals something? So if I went to utilities and did player equals... It would also be the equivalent of that string, maybe. Or maybe you're not allowed to do that, but... Whatever. Signed. Programming streams are getting traction. I'm enjoying them. Hi, Baron. As well, sorry. Anyway, sorry. What do you reckon the most efficient way is to generate an ID? In C++, is there a way literally just to get, like, the initial space and memory that they're made or something? So if, for example, I spawn in 5 enemies at the top of the screen that all shoot bullets from this exact point, it means I can't use that point of reference to give the bullet an ID. If it spawns like 1,000 things at the same time. I don't know if I want to be constantly checking the exact current time anyway. Is there a way to just get, like, this was the first one made, this was the second one, this was the third one, this was the fourth one? You typed this earlier when you disconnected from chat. Depends on what your requirements are. If you want to have the most efficient bullets, you should just have a struct with the things you need and make a bullet system class instead of that handles a bunch of bullets in a vector. Oh, well, that just individually scrolls through the vector and updates them one by one. ID can just be a random number. That doesn't sound very safe, though. Just giving it a random number. What if 2 accidentally have the same one? Have a structure of the things you need and then make a bullet system class. Should I do that then? Because I do want to be efficient. A uint64T counter is the best for your use case. Just literally having a counter that goes up +1 every single time an enemy is spawned in. Perpetually, up 1. And then resets when the game restarts. And then just apply that. That's the data-oriented design way of doing it. What is... Donut, say I wanted this to run on someone's laptop from 20 years ago. If that would even compile. I want it to be able to play the game at the stable frame rate of whatever, regardless of what I throw at it, right? Do you think this bullet design is going to have any more of an issue than anything else? Because I guess I could just have... Well, like a bullet structure. So this is a class right now. If this was instead a structure minus all these methods that contained the bullet's texture, team, position, path, hitbox, or hit size. So I just have that as a structure, and then I have a class that can contain a couple vectors of these, like player bullets, enemy bullets, whatever, and then iterates through them every update to move them a bit. We're playing Woho. We're programming a Touhou clone. We're trying to think of the most efficient way to have bullets on screen. The minimum bay machine you're targeting will mostly be designed what OpenGL version you're using, which will be based on whatever SFML version we're using. Surely. Already run well regardless, and we can have thousands of beans with physics, so you could squeeze out a bit more performance. That's what I want, because especially with stuff like bullets, right? You want to be efficient, because maybe I want to have some cool boss that just shoots like a massive tower of them like this, and I want it to look cool and not slow down. Efficiency is cool. Wait for the Doom clone I'm planning. Ooh. Anyway, regardless of minimum base machine that I'm targeting, I want it to run nicely. How much worse is this current method of doing it, where I have a bunch of individual bullets? I'm actually starting to like that idea. It's what I described correct, Donut, where you have a class that literally just iterates through a vector every single update. Iterates through the entire vector of bullets. Updates them, if they're off screen or whatever, chucks them away. Is that... Will bullets be sprites or from SML shapes? Sprites, presumably, because then I can have different designs. I'm sure I could mess around with shapes, but I like the idea of sprites more, honestly. Not a snack, did you miss anything? We're just discussing. I kind of like that more, actually. That sounds like a new way of thinking compared to how I usually do this sort of thing. Instead of just spawning 100 individual objects, I have like an object factory. Haha, donut. Got him. Baited. Baited into doing factories. No. I have like one controller that handles all of them. Maybe I'll try that. Is that actually right? It's the same except you don't see the bullets as individual objects. You see them as data that needs to be transformed in a bigger system. Yeah. So instead of me individually controlling and looking after each human on Earth, I just have a human machine that has a massive list of all the humans, and every time it does something, it individually checks them one at a time as quickly as possible. And because it's a computer, it can just do like 1 billion in a second. If Elden Ring comes out in June, will you play it? Was that the one by Dark Souls? Or am I thinking of something else? FromSoft. Absolutely. I still haven't played Sekiro yet. If it's any good, I don't think I've seen the trailer, but you know how much I like Dark Souls. Let's do that. Let's call it, let's actually rename it, just so we actually have to go through and look at all the files. Bullet... What do you want to call it? Bullet Controller? Let's just call it Bullet Controller, because that makes it long, and it makes it look like there's only going to be one of them. I mean, I watched Northernlion play it. It looked really good, but I don't want to play it until I've forgotten about it. And I've sort of forgotten about a lot of it, so at some point I'm sure it'll go on sale and I want to play it. Bullet System would be the canonical name. But Controller looks like really long and stupid, so it looks like I'm only going to write it like twice. So it makes it look like it's a unique object, if you know what I mean. You've 100%ed it. Oh yeah. You beat the whatever demon, the like big evil one that's an optional boss that's really tough. Is that close to coming out? Isn't Terraria update out like in like 4 days or something? Demon of Hatred, yeah, that's it. Anyway, bullet controller it is, as I have decided. Bullet controller. Oh, this IDE. Yeah, the Terraria update. We've got some good games coming out. We have to figure out if we've got space to fit Cake in. Yeah, 1.1.4. I think we might even be able to get a Saj. I asked him when he was streaming GTA if he wanted to play with us, and he said he might be able to. If any of you remember the last Terraria playthrough, we've done like 2 on the channel. The last one was done with me, Cake, and Asajj, who, if you don't remember him, is the nice German guy who used to play Medic on the Weeb Highlander team in like 2015. You'll remember him, because he always used to scream spy in German and swear. Anyway, bullet controller.header. So instead of this, I want to have... Can I just like hide this stuff for now? I just need to think. Bullet controller final. Hide that. So I'm still going to have an update. I'm maybe still going to have tick. Am I going to have tick? Maybe I'll just have tick. Hang on, what does Bean have? Bean. Do you have update and tick or just tick? You have update physics, which happens on a tick. I think. How can anyone forget Asajj? Some people haven't been around too long. If people have only been around the last like 2 years, I don't think they'll know him. Unfortunately. I really like Asajj. So hopefully he'll be able to play with us. Bean.c++. So if I go into game.c++, I should see... Oh. Can I multi-thread it, or is that dumb? Can I like separate off the bullet controller into its own thread so it's constantly checking its own things? Or does that not work with this system? We have German guy. It's not Menti, it's the other one. Silksong is in soon. Ooh. You don't think it's a good idea to go down the multi-thread? Why not? I coded a multi-threaded Android application for a year. How different is it? You started Hades, and is it good for an early access game? I know Northern Line did a really long series on it, but I never actually watched it. I thought you really liked it. You thought he still dropped by frequently, that was probably a long time ago. I don't think Asajj has dropped into my stream in the last 4 or 5 years, BK. I've hosted him a couple times. The benefit of having a bullet system, control or whatever, is that you can choose and change how you want to structure the data much more easily than if it were an individual class. For example, if you think about stuff about how tightly the bullets are packed in memory, by packing bullets tightly in memory, the CPU will be able to fit more of them in the cache memory at once, which is magnitude faster. Yeah, I get it, because it's like, I'm basically storing all the bullets as one thing. Well, not even as the bullets, I'm storing the controller as one thing. Like one block that can be dealt with very easily, rather than trying to pick up a bunch of shit that's everywhere around the computer. Presumably, yeah, if they're in like a vector, they're literally basically sitting next to each other, right? So the CPU can probably just go zoom through them. I like that. That sounds efficient. People seem to like Ori. People want me to play it a lot, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I thought CPU prefetch was something you used to disable, but I don't remember on what game or why. Or if that was even a thing you could do. Or was it like a bug? It reminds me of something. It was either TF2 or Osu, probably. There was some issue with it. Or you wanted to make sure you forced it on. Or... No, I'm being dumb. It's Dolphin Emulator, isn't it? Hang on. It's a Dolphin Emulator thing, isn't it? General graphics. It totally is, isn't it? There's security issues with it. Where's prefetch? Skip EFB access. It's somewhere in there, isn't it? CPU prefetch custom textures isn't what I was thinking of, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Dolphin has it in there. Yeah, you're quite mistaken. You're surprised it's been that long. You've been around for a little while, BK, haven't you? And by a little while, I mean quite a damn while. Anyway, speaking of prefetching, let's actually, like, program, I guess. So, bullet controller. I'm going to assume that we're just going to be doing ticks. So, if we go into game, we'll see here. Presumably, we'll just be ticking within the interval here, right? When we're updating the physics. So here we're doing like a sort of array of beans. We'll be doing this, but on a grander scale with bullets over here. So here we want to do bullet controller, update physics, or tick, honestly. Let's cut out update. Draw, target T, that stuff looks the same. Hit radius doesn't need to be there. Let's make an enum for bullets. Does that need to be public? What needs to be public and what needs to be private? How am I going to do hit detection is the real question. Who's going to handle it? Is the bullet factory or the player going to handle it? Because that's a whole thing in of itself. Like, how do you split up hit detection? Especially with a massive vector of bullets. Like, there's the few methods where you, like, just halve the screen constantly until it's around the player to get a general box, and then do finer checks through there. Is this going to have a soundtrack? Maybe. I might do it in like a sort of shitty way, just for a bit of fun. Prefetching is different from a regular caching of resources. Probably want to separate hit detection to its own system instead of any entity managing it. Maybe. Like, how often do I even want to check hit detection? Maybe I don't want to be checking hit detection as fast as possible. Maybe hits only need to be calculated once every 60th of a second or whatever. Rather than as fast as possible. That might be more efficient. Or even less than that. Song. It's just this, sorry. And then, you know, all I could do there is maybe... That is an issue, because if I'm storing the bullets in a vector, I'm not really grouping them by anything in particular beyond when they were created. Unless I want to have different vectors for, like, the quarter of the screen they're in or something. I think that's going a bit far, though, isn't it? Because what you could technically do is, in the bullet controller class, calculate the movement of this bullet. If it's moved into a different sector, move it into that vector. And then later when I'm doing hit detection, I see which vector the player's in, or closest to, or the vectors, and maybe I'll do it by like 4, and then calculate through those vectors. That way I could ignore all the other bullets intuitively. I don't know if that's dumb though. That's an interesting data design decision you will make with the bullet controller is the kind of data structures to keep the bullets in. A vector is the best default, but the problem is when you're to delete objects in the middle of a huge one. When that happens, all the bullets after need to be shuffled down by 1, which is slow. Returns result of their indices change. So you're using index as an ID, that would mess it up. You can't really loop through a hash set, can you? Can you? You could partition the bullets into 8 rectangles, maybe more. It'd be more efficient. Only check the bullets in the player rectangle. For now, but just a second, let's just keep that mulling at the back of the head and just sort out drawing them for now. Because that's always going to be the same, basically. If the thing isn't continuous, it will always be a lot slower. Yeah, exactly. But I was like, that would remove the indexing and shuffling everything issue. There's like so many different data structures we could use though, right? Anyway, let's keep with the problem at hand, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. Let's have a constructor. Bullet controller final. Oh, bullet controller. There's our constructor. We also want to have an enum to control what a bullet is. I'll just put it in public for now and we can decide if we want to move it in a second. Just so it's somewhere, right? So a bullet can just be an individual thing. Wait, is that correct? No, did I want it to be a struct? I wanted it to be a struct, didn't I? Struct bullet. Well, that would be public anyway, wouldn't it? So I want it to have a... Whoop. Maybe all these things. I want it to have a texture. I want it to be on a team. I want it to have an initial position. I don't need to pass around the bounds of the screen, but I might want to store that in here anyway. You can definitely loop through a hash map. But a hash map will do the entire point because they're not contiguous. They allocate all over the place and they're slow to iterate, yeah. For a simple start, performance isn't bad. You've got enough wool he points and you'll be able to acquire wool Hina. Your strength flows, fear me. Good work, Wave. Good work. I mean, one thing we could also do is try and make it easy to change and then just experiment, right? Without having to think about it. We can just try it with like 5 different systems and see if any of them are particularly better than the others. And I'm sure we could just sit down and calculate it, but that seems like a really lazy option, right? Unless? Because I don't know how C++ does it, but in Java at least, everything is like any sort of array or set, it pretty much all extend from the same class. So they all use the same .get syntax and .set, whatever. So you can just sort of mix and match and see what works. Is that a horizontally flipped Hina? I like the horizontally flipped Hina. I think it looks really cute. Look at this. Post that in chat. One way to solve the speed problem is from removing stuff in the vector is to swap and pop, i.e. swap the deleted object with the last one and pop it off the end. That would not change the draw order, that would change over time and somewhat fix the ID problem. I really like that though, Donut. That sounds I hadn't even considered that. So say you have this enormous list, I want to pull something out of here, I pull something out of here, and then to solve the problem of everyone having to shuffle, I pull him out, but actually push the one off the end in, and then all I have to do is chop off the end. The ID problem in the draw order I don't really care about, because they're bullets, right? Surely it shouldn't matter too much if sometimes they mix around each other. Right? Is that what standard delete does? And the ID problem I don't really care about, do I? Because the bullet ID... Actually, hang on. No, the bullet ID does matter, perhaps. It might be visually confusing. Visual confusion over 800 times the frame rate, though. Standard delete is not a thing. Standard remove if will do this internally. Okay. Anyway, stop. We're getting distracted. Is this correct syntax for making a bullet struct? Is that correct? Like a little inner struct. It would have a texture, it would be on a team, it would have an initial position. For now, we can just have just a direction and a velocity. I don't want to have to worry about patterns right now. Direction and velocity. How would direction be stored? Where's bean? Angular velocity is a float. Wait, sorry. Where is angular velocity? Float rotation and velocity is a float. No. Vector. Let's get a vector and a rotation. I don't care enough right now about making them spin faster or slower. This is the rotation simply. So M angle, M velocity, M initial position, M team, M texture. Let's have velocity first. That way I don't have to calculate between 2 points, I just calculate a plus. It's stable, it'll rotate to the M based on the condition. Direction of magnitude. Hell yeah. Hey everyone, hey Glara. How's it going? Texture team. Position. I guess I want to have an owner as well, like a particular ID. Owner ID. I don't know how I'm going to store that though, so let's just make it an int for now, because it doesn't really matter. Is it uint or is it uint64? I'll make it like a massive thing. Let's just make it a regular old int for now. Uint. Oh, it's unsigned in this, isn't it? Just standard rotates. Be very careful with how much data you put in. The bigger it is, the less bullets. Yeah. That's why I was thinking right now about how I'm going to store the ID. But just for this instant, so we can actually make any progress, I'm just going to make it an unsigned. Just for a second. just so we can move. We want to store the initial position, surely. And surely we want to, or just like current position. We don't even need an initial position. We can just use current position. Just end position. And then initially we just set it. I don't really need to know about the source of the bullet. And if I do, I'm sure I can like extend this class and have a special type of like boomerang bullet or something. I don't know. But this can be a basic bullet with a texture, a team. Actually, let's put the team stuff at the bottom just for sensibility. So it's been a team, its owner ID, texture. Honestly, we can store enemies in the same way we're storing bullets, right? Enemy controller and bullet controller. So the enemies can also be in a big vector. So the enemy could just be what ID it was when it was created or something. I don't know. Inheritance. I don't know. And because there's going to be way less enemies than bullets, we could probably just kind of let it float, you know? Just leave it with gaps in a vector. There's going to be not more than, what, like 128 enemies per level, surely? More than that? It wouldn't be that bad in memory, would it? Yeah, we're not doing inheritance right now, but I was thinking if we have a different type of bullet. Having a boomerang class that extends from bullet. Could we not do that, Donut? Could we not have something that extends from this structure? That's still a type of bullet. Can you extend from structures? I've never even considered that. What's the sprite for the player character? It's one I made. It is Waifu-chan, but from behind. Check the other streams. We did drawing and stuff. Look at that. Fully animated movement. You can, but then you can't put them in the same vector. Which is fine. That's fine. That's understandable. Structure just classed in C++, yeah. Okay. We'll see for a second, but again, let's make... What are you going to do with Baker-chan? She'll be player 2. She'll be slower, I'm assuming. But maybe shoot bread that does more damage. Bread-themed things. You can have different vectors with different bullet types. Yeah. Anyway, this will just be the basic bullet, which most things will be. C-style inheritance, but it's hideous. C-style inheritance. Maintains a reference to the base class derived blah 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 blah. Consider a person. I'm not going to read all that now. You can explain why it's so bad. Why is it so hideous? Texture of the bullet. Its position, its velocity, its angles. This is where it is now. This is where it's going. This is the team. This is the bullet. What else do I need? That seems fine, doesn't it? The bullet controller, I guess, would have a reference to the bounds of the screen. And hang on, if I format, does this put the strut? It doesn't, okay. I'll put it at the top anyway. Let's store this in private. M-bounds. I don't need a position, it's a controller. HA, the bounds of the screen. Oh, it needs a hit radius, of course, it's a bullet. Well, let's not make hit radius a float then. Is there a smaller version of float? Perhaps I could just use like an 8-bit integer and just say that bullets are one of a few sizes. Are you trying to do the same sprite for all the bullets? No. Does it matter? Because this is just a bullet. If a bullet can have a particular position, why would a bullet not be able to have its own unique sprite? Because I could do its own texture, and then I'm storing less stuff per bullet. In which case, I could have a bullet type. So instead of storing the texture like that, I could have a struct like yellow bullet. Because then you don't need to store it. Yeah, no, you're right. I want to store as little as possible, don't I? So in which case, can I do the inheritance thing, Donut? I can have the overall bullet, which contains all its, like, physics info. And then I can have, like, actual, like, individual types. I don't know, like... You know how there's, like, the blue knife, which is, like, blue knife texture. Or whatever. That makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. That's a terrible way to format that, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Where it stores data, you can cast it, and it works because the first member is the base structure. Structures like sock adder in. Why not float? Because I want to store as little as possible, right? I want there to be like a zillion bullets on screen, and there's no point in them having this much memory allocated if they're only going to use this much. You know? I want to be as minute as possible. As possible within reason. Like, I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to make my own version of Vector 2F to store velocity in to be efficient. But if it's something like changing the hit radius from being a floating point number, which could be anything in this big old range. Floats are pretty small. I'm thinking about performance too much for fun. I know I could just diddle with this and it would work absolutely fine at a stable like 500 frames. But I just think it's fun. Do you not think so? To try and be just that little bit more efficient? In which case, if I do types, I don't even need to store hit radius either. I can store hit radius within the types. So types can be like texture, hit radius. Honestly, if the player shoots different bullets from the enemy, I could also store that in there. You know? It can just inherently assume it's an enemy bullet based on what type it is. You always go for extra optimization and spend hours on refactoring. This ID doesn't have refactoring in it. Sniffs. Anyway. There are only two sizes of float, float and double. An 8-bit int would work, but you'd have to convert it to float before the hit detection, which isn't free. I was wondering if there was an easier way of... A way of doing it that's more code intensive, but more space easy. So I could have it so... I could even use enums. I could have bullet sizes, something abstract, like tiny, small, medium, large, massive. And then inherently store that in my head as being floating point 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.81. You know? You know what I mean? Or having an enum that is a reference to that float. No? You know what I mean? Yeah, bullet size enum is not a bad idea. Then you could store the actual float size in a separate array and index it with the enum. That seems like a nice idea, doesn't it? Because that way the bullet has to store even less. The program can be so small, I could fit it onto, like, someone's Apple Watch. Not efficiently, you want this going to run at 501 instead of a lame 500. Hell yeah. I want people to be able to run this on their toaster, as long as they can compile a SFML graphics library project. You want SOA instead of AOS. Explain yourself. Don't describe, like, internet connection packages. I don't understand. SOA, AOS. SOA. Service-oriented. AOS. ASOS. Online shopping for the latest clothes and fashion. Animate on scroll library. I think that's what you wanted. Don't worry, I'm not using an oh, structure of arrays versus array of structures. I get you, brother. I get you. Structure of arrays. This be one of the games, one of those fancy fridges. In this type of position, you don't need to know the team or owner. True. Well, hang on for a second. How do you do extension in C++? Do you just do like... No. You don't write extends. Do you just do like that? Like a weird arrow. What is it? C++ inherit. How do I do it? Oh, you do a colon, of course. So if I want to have a struct, what do we just call it? Let's think for a second. Let's just do like basic. This will be the one that you see a million of, right? Extend bullet. Do I just do that? And then there, I don't store my texture or any of these things. In here, I don't even need to store team. Team doesn't even need to be a thing, because I can base it on the basic enemy. This might be dumb, but just for this 1 second. Team is like inherently there. ID isn't really needed. Sorry, ID isn't needed there, but it's needed here. The texture isn't needed either, because I can just draw a particular texture when that bullet shows on the screen. Let's just pop that there for now. This isn't needed. This isn't needed. Hit radius isn't needed either. Whatever I call the, Actually, hit radius isn't needed either. That's stored somewhere else. Yeah, actually, hang on. I'm thinking of this in a strange way. Do you need to put the public in? Might say this nice and you get 100 compile later. Structs need a semicolon at the end. Oh, here. Sure. Will your Samsung fridge run Roho at 244? Hopefully. They don't public because public by default. Okay. Let's think. The very basic bullet, the thing that we'll be updating the physics on, everything will have its physics updated in the same way. It'll have where it is, the angle it's moving in, and the velocity, and that's it. Correct? That should be it. And then if we add in acceleration or whatever, maybe we can have that done separately, or we can overwrite that. Acceleration probably should be in there, actually. I think I do like the idea that bullets can have acceleration. It's just one more float to store, right? Because you're using structs now, everything's public. You don't need the dreaded M prefix. Oh, sure. Get rid of that. Let's have velocity in there. Angle... Wait, what did you call acceleration in Bean? You gave it a different name. You didn't... Did you? Let's just call it acceleration. How do you spell acceleration? Bean doesn't have acceleration. Oh, I spelled it right. Not bad. Let's have... do you want to have angular acceleration instead? As well, sorry. Is it linear? Is it correct? Is it correct to call that linear? Did I spell it right both times? I think I did. It always moves at constant speed. Yeah, that's correct. Angle. Position, velocity, angle. Linear acceleration, angular acceleration. What are you calling linear? I'll be honest, just to make it look pretty. Oops. It looks nice to have these next to each other with linear and angular, and it stops it from getting confused with acceleration later, I guess. I want the acceleration of it going in like, you know, a 1D plane? 2D? It going that way, and the angular acceleration is how fast it's rotating. I don't know what the actual word for it was. I thought Unreal used linear and angular. Does that sound sensible? Or would you call it something else? Directional acceleration. You're very confused. Is it stupid to call it linear acceleration? Because, I mean, that makes it seem like it's the multiplication done to it, right? Like, quadratic acceleration is like it's going much faster. Does linear assume that I'm basically saying it just, you know, goes up by 1 every second? Maybe that's a confusing name, if that's what people think. You shorten linear velocity to just velocity and acceleration. Angular velocity as well. You're not used to all this coding jargon. I'm not, this is just the words I'm giving it. I could call this, you know, big funky hat. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to ask what's the most descriptive name for it. Movement acceleration? Yeah, that might work. Or I could just reuse these words, right? So I could do... The bullets typically have an angle to begin with. Yeah, so I don't mean the sprite angle, like the rotation of the sprite. I mean like the direction that it's facing in. So by default, you know, presumably just move to the right or something. I want it to be able to say, oh, it's moving down. There. You know? So position and velocity and angle makes sense. And then to make it simple, we could just do velo accel and angle accel. Velocity accel and angle accel. No? Circular motion. It's just the maths. You can get the angle from the velocity if you need it. Bullets don't tend to accelerate. I don't think they do, but you get like... Don't Oku's bullets do them at the end of Subterranean Animism? Like, don't some of the big suns go like really quickly and then really slowly at the end? It seems like a nice thing to build in, doesn't it? Because if this is what I'm going to be updating for the physics, all it is just a float. So I can just set this to 0 or 1 or something and ignore it. Accelerating bullet. But then I'd have to screw around with the physics. I was kind of hoping I could just update all of the physics as if it's the same. And then when it comes to drawing, I can draw it differently. No? Or if there's like an enemy that shoots bubbles or something, it would come out like really quickly as a lot of bubbles. And then slow down towards the end and then like... pop. Wait. We can use those sound effects. I want to do that now. Yo, chat, do you want to make it so that when you shoot an enemy and they explode, it makes a popping sound? That sounds pretty fun. If I had a specific accelerating bullet, wouldn't I need to store them differently? For bubbles, you'd need air friction. Well, instead of air friction, I could just use an inverse velocity, couldn't I? Might be annoying if there's too many pops. Or it might be extremely satisfying. You're storing different types of physics for different types of bullets. What do you mean, though? Different types of physics? All I wanted the physics to be was to calculate a new position from an old position, right? Here to there. Some bullets might be, like, heavy, so they'll move a bit slower, or they'll slow down. You know? Well, so yeah, there's a maths to get the angle, actually, isn't there? What is it? You can get it from the... What was it? You all did maths at school, right? You can get angle from the velocity if you need it. Do I not even need to store the angle? Can I just do velocity? Can I Google that? How to get angle from velocity. Is it expensive to have tan inverse velocity y velocity x? Is it an expensive maths calculation to do versus just to have it stored easily? Is a tan just tangent? No, it's not. It's easy. So should I not store the angle at all? No, I should, surely, because it's the initial push, right? What do you mean the velocity already has an angle because it's a vector? Yeah. Don't you usually use a dot product? Let me go back to my maths GCSEs. Dot product. Dot product is the sum of products. I don't remember any of this too well. But sure. Sure. I'm sure I'll remember it now. Hey, Turbo Burner. If you want to store separate angle velocity, the velocity should just be a number, not a vector. Correct. So in which case... Okay. What's better? To store the velocity as an angle... So, sorry, to store the velocity as a float and the angle as a float? Or to just store just the velocity as a vector? Surely it doesn't really matter, because the vector is just two floats anyway. So it's how we're storing two floats, right? We can either do just velocity as a vector, like that, or we can have two floats, right? This or this. They're both surely the same... How often will we use the angle? Well, every frame, you know? Every time you're updating physics, we'll be calculating the new position based off the angle and the velocity. 2 pi divided by t, where t is the period, is angular velocity, and acceleration is just time derivative of that. You don't need angle for that. Okay, in which case, then we could just store velocity and acceleration. Does that need to be a vector as well? Because in there you could give the idea of how far it's moving from itself. I don't quite know how it works, but if you had like an XY position and you'd stored acceleration is over here, every frame would it try to move that far? Or what? How does it work? If you use angles more, it makes sense to separate them. Separating them as pros and cons. Having the angle means that changing the angle is fast, so you just add a number to it, while having a vector means you don't have to recalculate the sine and cosine for every movement. Okay. What are you working on right now? I'm working on a Toho clone as C++ practice. Let's have a little read through chat in case I missed stuff. I always need add friction. If you want a bunch of bullets to move in a sine wave or a cool pattern. Okay, so this is a basic question. When I'm coming down here and I'm doing my tick, so in my tick function I'll be updating every bullet in a vector. Do I... Actually, No, I'm being strange. I totally should have accelerating bullet as its own thing. In the end, you need to make a vector with XY components just so you can add it to the position. Yeah. Excited to lose your house? Hell yeah. Actually, hang on. For now, let's call it accelerating bullet. Let's call it like bubble. Right? A bubble is going to be a bubble sprite. It's going to have some owner ID, whatever. It's going to have negative acceleration until eventually it just hits 0, and for now it will just sit there. That's fine. Bubble sprite, it'll have no negative acceleration, and it will move sort of wobbly, maybe. Future plan. So there you go. That's like a sort of complex bullet, right? If you store angle and magnitude, you need to calculate the components with cosine and sine, which is slow comparatively. You're hung doors for 3 months now, so on the 15th of May, Romania is going to allow for people to go cycling. Oh, that's pretty sweet. All by yourself. Have fun. That's exciting. We're quite lucky in the UK because, like, well, we're not lucky. The country's going to shit. But, we're lucky in the sense that you can just sort of go outside. But the unfortunate side of that is that people completely ignore that and just stand outside in the street smoking with their friends and reading the daily news. If bubble is back acceleration, it will go faster again after stopping. I can just make it so when it hits 0, or when it hits within a certain range, it never goes negative, and it just stays there. And gets deleted from the vector or something. I'd cap the speed. I'd cap the speed, don't worry. Unless... No, I'd want to cap the speed. Anyway, so... Have you helped me decide here? The basic bullet structure... There's going to be no such thing as just a bullet. Is there a way to make this, Oh, what's the word? Abstract. Is there abstract in this? What's C++ abstract? Is it just called abstract? No, you just have to inherently call it abstract, dude. Virtual? Do I call it virtual? You can't make it abstract, it's just a struct. But can I make it abstract just for my own brain? Just so I remember that there is going to be no such thing as a bullet. You'll always spawn in one of its children. You have to tell yourself not to make it. Is there really no way to force it? Don't forget you need to store the last values for interp as well. Yeah. Virtual methods and pure virtual. I've never heard of... Is pure virtual actually a thing? Oh, there is a pure virtual. Oh, it's a new thing. No, pure virtual C++ is a conference. Pure virtual. Virtual void. An abstract class is just test. A pure virtual is one that explicitly says virtual. A pure virtual is implemented by classes that are derived from abstract. Right, so it's not. Okay. You can have a method which is pure virtual, but that introduces the vert table. Just delete the constructor. Oh, well, there is no constructor in there, so I guess it is virtual. You're right. You can give it a protracted constructor. There won't be a constructor, though. The constructor will be inside here, so yeah, that's fine. You saw bingo in the corner. Hell yeah. Well, just a bullet. This doesn't need a constructor. You're never going to make just a loose bullet, are you? Oh, in bubble do you have to do that? Can I not in here extend? Do public inheritance for struct bubble. It's public by default because it's a structure. Anyway, sorry. We want position. We want position last and position now. Simply. Because we have to do that for interpolation. Have we decided how we're storing velocity? Can we do... How are we doing acceleration? Is that a float? Beam doesn't have anything like that, but it has angular velocity, right? Like, they spin faster and slower. Here you're doing angular velocity as a float. And you're storing angle as a... I have no idea. Are you even storing it at all, or are you just adding it to the player? Hang on. Oof. Yeah, so structure is... I don't know the ins and outs, but as far as I know about structure is it's just a public... It's a class, sort of, where everything is public by default. So here I've made utilities a struct, because I'm going to make it so it's just a pure header file that you can include and have a bunch of useful stuff in it. Whether or not that's the right way to do it, whatever. Yeah, public and private is just whether or not you can access it. So if I go over to the game, here, the method to run the game and to quit the game is public, so anyone theoretically could run those commands. Whereas, like, set max FPS can only be done within game. Yeah? So this is private. Set max FPS is a private method. Only game can set its max frame rate. Whereas I think, where is it? Is it main? Yeah, main.c++. This is a completely different file. This is able to use the run command. See? Because it's public. Is the video broken for you? Try pausing and playing. You can think of angle and velocity as different things. Bullets could point in one direction but move in another. Yeah, no, I hadn't considered that the bullet sprite not just be circular. I was thinking about everything as just being circles, but yeah, if I have like a knife or something, the bullet sprite itself... No, I mean, surely I just want it to face the way it's moving for simplicity's sake. Or maybe not. If I want it to like rotate, like if I want the sprite to be like a little swirl, like a little whirlpool or something, I'd want that to be rotating separately to how it looks. Use a namespace instead for utilities. You make different bullet sprites for that as well. I mean, yeah, I could just make it so the rotation is part of the sprite. And make it all pixely. Which might be an easier way to do it, in which case I could just make it so the angle is the only angle it's storing. And draw the sprite at that angle. It's working perfectly fine. If you want stuff in degrees and radians, angular acceleration would be 360 divided by time. Is t time? What is t? 360 f is the frequency. 1 over time. I guess that is time. Maybe? T is time, t is period. Okay, is t just any arbitrary period? As in a single point? Or a length of time? An angle offset. You can make bullet sprites for that. T is 1 over frequency. Okay. There's a lot of maths going on, and that frightens the heck out of me. It's time to chillax for a second. Let's go back to this. We have our bullet. I'm going to name it because I'm a Java person. I'm going to say this is... I'm going to do little things like this so my brain can understand him. Abstract bullet parent stores position and angle. Just so I always look at that and remember. For now, make it 1 or 2 bullets. Yeah, I was just going to make like a bubble and like just a plain old bullet or something that moves in a straight line. Just so I can have something that without acceleration. Stores position and velocity. Yeah, so I'm storing the current position. What is that? Get out of here, that's frightening. I hate that. What is CPP __ C++ hex float? That's terrifying. Anyway, do we just want to make velocity a vector and acceleration a float? Does this work? Feature test macro. What does it do? Anyway, sorry, is this correct or have I missed something? Because I've like flooded my entire brain. We thought too much on this and I've lost it. Acceleration should be a vector as well. Is it so you can add them together? I'll do vector calculations. Velocity acceleration. Oh, sorry, just sorry. That was an old feature. That was an old feature. It's because we thought we might have angle, but we can get angle from here. For now, should we... Hang on, what... Let's just make it by default so that for this moment, You can't rotate the sprites. Acceleration should not be part of the base bullet. You rarely need it. You're correct. You're correct. So let's make it so it's purely where it's moving to and from. So by default, bullets would just move between spots. And then in the acceleration-y types, such as a bubble, that would have acceleration stored in it. How can you think for all the physics instead of writing everything in terms of position and time? What's the song? The song is 5343 into this playlist, which is Shrine at the Foot of the Mountain. That makes it seem like you'd think it would be based on the Hakaret Shrine, if it's at the bottom of the mountain. It's by Xeon. It's this one, I think. Hang on, let's pause this for a second. Here's another version of it. You can listen to some Xeon if you want, lads. Listen to some Xeon music. Hang on. I mean, I have them on rock metal. Hang on. I like Xeon. Hey, Yanix. Yanix? Hey, Janix. That's the original. No, the original would have been from Zune. Or is the original actually the Xeon? Is it an update? Assuming you have an update function within bullet, you can specify a derived accelerating bullet that overrides update to allow for acceleration. Yeah, so I think the plan is to have... Let's just ignore the syntax for now. We have a few vector. We can have a vector of bubbles. We can have a vector of boring normal bullets with no acceleration. Right? It's with a J, not a Y. Hey, Janix. So the bubbles within the vector will do for each bubble, calculate movement with accel. Calculate normal. Yo, Hovertron. My ears confused. Thank you for the 13 months. Hey, Hovertron. Hey, 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 hey. This is an awful way to do it. To describe it. So you get me? So in a update, so we'll be ticking this constantly updating. For each constant update, we'll go through our bubble vector and calculate where they've moved with acceleration, because it's a bubble, and bubbles all move the same way. And for each boring normal bullet with no acceleration, we go through all of them and calculate them normally. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense, right? Oh, I hate how it doesn't put the speech marks at the start. I think that seems sensible, doesn't it? So somewhere I should just have like a document that stores what these are. The basic bubble should have a virtual bubble method. The basic bullet should have a virtual bubble method called update, so each child can put its own code there. Yeah. So I think should this have like an update in there, which everyone extends and does in its own way. In which case, I'd just do for every bullet update. Are we not doing that? The entire point is not to do classes and virtual methods. Sure thing. So wait, Donut, is my idea correct then? I haven't had ramen in like a month. I've had ramen once. It was because Chris made it. It was so good. It was extremely good. Like, dried shiitake mushrooms are so good. Virtual void update equals 0. When each bullet can't be instantiated, only subclasses implement bullet. I'm assuming Donut's going to say no to that, G-Bar. I think we're trying not to do that. Anyway, let's just think for a moment. Let's have a document somewhere. Let's just make it a new document. I know there's a notes.txt. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I store it within the bubble. You really need documentation, actually. Okay, look. This stuff's getting very messy. Let's push this all somewhere else. We have our bullet structure over here. What makes Woho different from Touhou? I made it. We're trying to do this really, really efficiently. Yeah, so we're making one system of bullets and then letting that thing handle all the updates rather than having a bunch of individual bullets do their own thing. We want to be able to spawn 8 million things on screen at once without it lagging out. That's the plan, at least. Also, this is a new way of thinking. I've always done everything object-oriented. So normally I would do inheritance and try and override methods and stuff. So this is sort of going with the trying to learn new things path. This is an interesting way of doing it. Anyway, basic bullet stores its position and its velocity, and that's it. Right? We'll have microtransactions. Oh, you bet. You bet. Structure bullet. And then we can have a bubble, which is a type of bullet. Well, all of them are going to have an owner ID, right? Unless it's the player. We can be slightly more efficient by making it so the player bullet doesn't have an ID. Or is that really dumb? So hang on for a second. We'll have a bubble, and we'll have a boring. I'll just call it boring because it will be, right? It will just be a basic boring bullet. Boring bullet. And not to confuse it. And that means we can use B for everything. We can do a bullet bubble boring. Anyway. Actually, let's have a player bullet. Bubble and boring can both be enemies, and then we can do player shot. And this won't have an owner ID. Unless that's stupid. But I think if it doesn't have an owner ID, we can just assume it's the player. Maybe? Maybe not. Okay, let's move this into the C++ file, because that's what update will be doing. Let's get rid of some of these notes. Bubble sprite. In draw method. No, I'll leave this for a second. Bubbles will be massive, boring will be medium, and players can be tiny. So I need to make an enum of bullet sizes. So let's do that as well. Radius size. No, what would I call it? Hit radius. So we can do small equals 0.1. Oh, this is just for a second. We'll fiddle with the values later, but just to get some stuff. Small, medium, massive, tiny, small, medium, large, massive. Because it's you know, vague. 1.0 F. Oh, wait, why am I putting these in a string? Am I stupid? Sorry, I wasn't thinking. We don't need to do that. So its medium can be 0.5, this can 0.25, this can be 0.75. Yeah? So this way, we can assume how big a bullet is based on a list of predefined sizes, which means we don't have to store a float for every bullet to say how big it is. We can just say if it's tiny, small, medium, or large. And then if, for example, we decide to make a type of bullet that becomes larger or smaller, we can do some maths. And that'll just be for that unique type of bullet. It won't need to be for everything. How many bullet types are they going to be? Touhou only has like 5 or 6, excluding like some special boss types, so we can keep it simple. Well, I mean, in the picture that I showed way earlier, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like 9, with like small circle, the small little red ellipse, a little arrow, a little square spell card, a little green star, big circle, a knife, a large ellipse, and a large unit. So we don't need a ton, but just to keep it simple for this second. We're basically just storing these so we can say this is a bubble, and then we can just assume a bunch of stuff about it because it's a bubble. So we'll assume that we'll draw a bubble, apply slowing, have a large hitbox. So we don't actually need to store that. We can just assume it has all of that because it's a bubble. And maybe if you want to make it sort of wobbly as well. We can just cut all that stuff out for a second. And I know this is dumb. And we could just make the owner ID the player, but like, I kind of like this idea. I'm sure like, maybe we make it so by assuming that if there's no owner ID, it's shot by the player. Maybe if someone's RAM dies and they lose the ID for that bullet, maybe it assumes it's been shot by the player. But honestly, what's wrong with that? That seems okay. It's being efficient by like 1 byte. And I kind of like how dumb it is. Unless I want to start doing calculations with IDs, but I can't imagine I would, right? Because ID might be something else anyway. I might be changing ID to something completely different. We've just made it unsigned for now. The only issue with that is that I just have to mentally assume that every time I make a new bullet, that the owner ID is the exact same type, just so I don't screw with anything. And I don't know any way to fix that outside of making that extend from a bullet ID, which defeats the purpose of it anyway. In which case, I could just make it so the player bullet has an ID. Doesn't matter, honestly. Wait for hats to be added. Oh, don't worry. We'll add something. Do a boring bullet. No accel. Medium hitbox. Draw a player bullet. Apply. We can have the player bullets speed up a bit. Just for fun. We can make it so that's this player's thing. I don't know. Just like some slight speed up. Have a small hitbox. Honestly, we could also make the bullet types be like that one Neopets game where like the screen's scrolling up and it's like pterodactyls and stuff, and you pick up a new bullet type and it changes to like a different shot type. You can't have floats as enums. You have to place the float values in a separate array. Can you not? Oh, I guess it's because enums are like integers usually, maybe. Does that have something to do with that? Hit radius, like, values. Can I do that? Does that work? How do you tie them together? Not being able to have floats in an enum seems kind of annoying, doesn't it? A lookup table. Well, I can just say hit radius is like the 0th enum, so it's the 0th value. Maybe. Does that work? And they can have little notes here just so I don't forget. Static context expr auto hit radius values equals standard array. Can you please explain again what context expr means? If anyone wants to store a floating point value, you wouldn't get the memory benefit anyways. Yeah, I guess so. I think you need to make your bullet structure have a virtual destructor. Probably. Compile time constant. Oh, so it's done like beforehand, like it never changes. Okay. Static. Constant. Is it constant? Expr. Constant expression. It can be known at compile time. Okay. And then we do equals. Like that. I like this song. The enum type can do something smaller than the default and it brings no 0. Can I do... Sorry, how do you specify what type of thing an enum is? Would I just do it in here? Inherit. Enum plus hit radius. Oh, you extend it. Like that. Is 8-bit... That seems fair, actually, doesn't it? Does that mean I have 8 possible values I could use? Ouch. Struct padding might ruin your byte optimizations. That is the coolest thing I've ever heard. What does that mean? It sounds like a... It's like if this was like a zombie apocalypse and you were like my protector and you were sending me out for food, but like it was like the programming apocalypse, you'd be like, be wary of the struct padding might ruin your byte optimizations. I love that. It's the exact sort of like programming thing, but I have no idea what it means, but it makes complete sense. Give line 19 a type, auto, or standard array. Line 19. Oh, okay, just do auto, whatever. If your structure has 5 bytes or data, it might get padded to actually be 8 bytes in size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's okay, because we might end up having more types. Or it needs to go after context. Sure. Oh, I guess these are... Yeah, okay. Yeah. These are the little preliminaries. This is the actual thing. This is what it's worth. Oh, I love this song. They're talking about the enum. I'm... dumb? Wait, hang on. Do you not want to do both of these? No, wait, this is just a... Sorry. I am lost. This song's really cool, yeah. Go to link it. I used to listen to Xeon music a bunch when I used to stream Team Fortress. It was in all those like instrumental rock playlists we used to listen to. You have 5 bytes of data, but it might get padded to 8. That's okay for now, because I think at some point we might just have 8. Might have like 2 more specials, like reserved, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No? Or am I dumb? What do you mean here? You mean here? What's the 255 possible values? Is there something smaller than an 8 I can use? Unsigned 8-bit integer. Objects are usually aligned to their largest member in array. So if your structure has a bunch of 4-byte float pointers... Sorry, hang on. Not pointers. If your structure has a bunch of 4-byte float members and a single byte at the end, it will probably pad it with 3 bytes. Right? No, smallest is 8 bits. You can do bit fields, it's unnecessary because it just pads it out, right? Okay. Let me read through chat again. Specify the enum type to be something smaller than the default int. So that's what we've done there. We've made this a compile time constant value with an array of floats to represent what they are. Struct padding might ruin it. It is scorching. Yeah. I did, sorry, for context type. For the last year, I was working on Android and iOS. So I did a lot of Java and Swift. And I did my degree mostly in Java. I did my dissertation in C++, but it was in the Unreal Engine. So although I was using C++, I didn't have to worry so much about this much. Honestly, I didn't really mind too much about being too memory efficient. I just mostly wanted to get it done. So this is all stuff I'm trying to learn, literally right now. I think it's interesting and useful to be able to know about the memory allocation of your program, but it's something I have to learn, not something I can just remember. It snowed in the US, seriously. It's been really hot. It was like 26, 27 degrees yesterday. Anyway, sorry. Ignoring everything we were doing, is this okay, what we've done here? Is there anything else we need to do? Or is this fine for now? You reckon? Is yours getting owned? The sun's shining so bright it becomes really hot in your room. It's horrid. Right. Last now, velocity, ID, nothing. The person who does not program whatever you say that it is fine. Hell yeah. I'm gonna assume it's completely fine. It's 30 degrees right now in Singapore. It's scorching. Like, it's dark outside. It's overcast. Do you think it would be raining? It's the UK. And it's probably, what, like 23, 24? 25? Ouch. Sorry. Just punched my microphone with my headset. I still can't get used to the fact that if you missed the start of the stream, yesterday I fixed my headphone pads because they've just been falling apart the last few months. And now they actually have a proper seal around my ears, and it's like I'm in like a small box. The music sounds great because it all actually stays in, closed back and everything. But it's kind of weird talking. It snowed over here. Jesus. It's getting so hot, it's almost getting cold, and that's kind of terrifying. Anyway. There's a lot of beans on screen. Let's lower some of this. Spawn in just a few. Oh, a very lazy bean. I'm going to assume it's okay, because no one said anything for a bit. The heat is overflowing to the negatives. Oh no. It's going to snow in the mountain region. Ooh. Anyway. In the construct... Oh, we need to think about how we're storing these. Do we? Are you professionally a game programmer? Are you doing this for fun? I used to be a professional mobile developer. But right now I am a professional streamer. Variety live streamer. We played Twilight Princess yesterday. But I'm doing this for fun, I suppose. I'm doing this for fun. Anyway, make beans everywhere. Do you want to add like a third bean? That's an excited bean. You've never seen snow before. Well, your name is Sunny. Anyway. How are we going to store these beans? For just now, ignoring all collision detection or whatever, do you want to just store a vector of each type of bullet? So a vector of all bullets, of all bubbles, of all borings, and all player shots. We can make those private for now. Because that's the default, as I've been told 1,000 times. Do I need to make these? I can make this bullet private. Does that work? Or is that dumb? Like, to make all these things private. Because really, as like a player, all you're going to be doing is... oh, that's a text. As a player, you're just going to be shooting a bullet. And then the game or the player or something should generate a player's shot regardless. Does the player need to know the position now of like all this crap? All types in C++ have an alignment. You can check with a line of T. That means when you allocate a bunch of them in an array, they would prefer to be a memory address that is a multiple of that number. To satisfy this, containers like vector usually place structs containing objects with big alignments that distance apart from each other. So, if the floats on your structures want to be aligned with a multiple of 4, and you have a single byte at the end, it will skip 3 bytes. I see. Is that as in just the actual general size of the vector in... Wait, hang on, sorry. All types have an alignment. Is it just where they want to be in memory? So say my computer's really shit and there's only 12 memory addresses. Would it want to store... If I make a new vector of floats, it would either want to start it on 0, or start it on 4, or start it on 8. Is that the idea? So if I want to... Or is that not? And if I say start it at 0, but it only has 3 elements, would it pad it out an extra byte to try and make it fill up 4? Or am I misunderstanding? You hope the pandemic ends soon, you need to find a new place as well. I need to find a new house, but like I've got until August. Do you need to start moving like really soon? Get an apartment. Yeah, sort of like that. Okay. Anyway. Let's just make the vectors private for now. Can you share a simple size of example? Go for it. Go for it. I like to learn. How does vector work? Do I need to include vector? C++ vector. Standard, right? Vector. Yeah, okay. Is that right? Do I just do include vector? Hang on, bean has vector, doesn't it? Oh, array. Where am I storing... game? Okay, let's have a look. Bean has array. have a look. Can I bring this onto the screen? That's bright. Okay. Hang on, let's lower this music just a tad. Include. Hang on, actually, I'll pop this into a Chrome window, and then display it on screen so you can all watch it as well. Hang on, just 1 second. Oh, it's in dark mode. Hang on, just a second, please. Add window capture Chrome. Just capture this little window here. I think that's okay. Alright, this is what we've been sent by the nice man in chat. This is a size of example. Did you just make this now? I like how it's in dark mode. Is it because of my browser? I don't use Chrome too often. Or is it just like this, maybe? You can see this? I think you can see this, yeah. Float A, 4 bytes. Standard Uint8TB, 1 byte. So size of data equals 5, because the structure of data contains a float and a 8-bit integer. So you would imagine adding them together would be 5. I get that. No, because it gets padded to be a platform-specific alignment. Static assert equals 8. So assert would crash, or not crash, it would halt the program there if it wasn't equal to 8. So we're saying the size of data is 8. Is there a compile button somewhere that I'm missing? Consent? Sure, you can go for it. Where am I looking? I must have a dark mode extension. Compile Explorer has a dark mode. This looks like Dark Reader. Oh, probably. How? It doesn't even let the program compile if it fails. No assembly. Sorry, is there a button I need to press? I've never used Godot. Godot? Godbolt. Alright. Structure, data 2, float A, int B. So, as a result of data 1 and 2 are the same size, even though we tried to be clever. I see, I understand. Yeah, we don't need to compile. There's no main function. I understand. Okay. So here we were trying to be clever by specifying that we just want a tiny little integer. But, even though we tried to do that, the program pads it out anyway, because I suppose it just likes doing that. No, I'll just leave this for now. And then just doing the lazy way, just using a generic, whatever integer happens to be. What's int by usual? Int 32 by default? I don't quite remember. I should know this probably, but I absolutely do not. It is a 32 int. Nice. As a result, they're the same size even though we tried to be clever. Okay, thank you. That's good info. Get rid of Chrome. Fade back. That's really interesting. Int's usually 4 bytes. Okay. Okay. We go back to this. We got our header. Let's get our vector in. Is vector just like that? I just do standard vector of the type and then what's in it? How do I define a C++ vector again? Standard vector of int vector equals whatever it contains. So let's have in here of... I mean, it'll always be type bullet, won't it? Or no? Or type bubble. Well, by calling it bubble, it's inherently a type bullet, I guess. Can't call it bubbles, can we? What would you name that? Like list bubble? Well, bubbles make sense, but it's annoying, isn't it? I'm sure you hate that. Let's be explicit. It's just all bubbles for now, because I'm sure we'll screw around with how many vectors we actually have later. Can I just do that? And then can I do that with boring and player shot? Oh, I like this song. I think it's Android Studio that lets you like double click inside something and it'll ignore it will use the underscore as if it's a space. Bullet bubbles. Bubble buds. The way to circumvent this is to try to stuff some other useful bytes in the wasted space. Okay, like if you want to have like a little boolean or a couple little bulls just thrown in there. Or like a couple little tiny 8-bit integers just to take up a bit more space. So at least it's not just crap that's being stored in there. It's like a potential place to store something. You can use Pragmapack macro as well. You need to configure count underscore as a word separator. Is that my thing where I just said to double click and ignore the underscores? Add more beans. Sorry, are you looking for more beans? Sure thing. Here's another 3 beans. Alright, let's go back. Go back to what we're doing. We've got our list of hit radius and sizes. Honestly, this could be in bloody... what did we call it? Utilities header, but we'll keep it in here for now. Oh my word, that did a lot of things. Pragmapack will change how the compiler decides to lay out the memory. Oh, sorry, so is that in case I want to make it so float's always stored at 3s or something? Multiples of 3. Maybe. Bullet controller. What would I need to instantiate the bullet controller? I probably want to know the screen bounds. Right? Other than that, I have no idea. Screen bounds? The player object? Donut, here's a strange question. If this is truly the bullet controller, is it stupid to... It might be, actually. I was going to say, is it stupid to make the bullet controller the one that also controls the player's shot and make it so it also reacts to, like, spacebar hits or whatever? And then shoots the bullets just from the player's location. Consistency between... Because that also means if we have multiple players, we could have a vector of players somewhere and just loop through and spawn the shots as required. It's very consistent, but you don't want to rely on it and passing memory around there. Okay. That's an interesting way of doing it. Why not, I guess? Because it's a different way. Because obviously you could just make it so the player assesses the bullet controller and does something. Which also I could do. Instead, I could also make it so the player is past the bullet controller, but it makes more sense to say the bullet controller is like a sort of high up hierarchy machine, and the player is just an object that we can destroy and create as we want. We really don't want to be messing with the controller too much. So passing the player to the controller makes more sense than doing it the other way around. I kind of like that. How would I do that? I would want to make it so the bullet... Do I want to make it so the bullet controller has a reference to the player position? Kind of stupid because it makes 2-player impossible. Not if I have a vector of players. Players just call controller.createBullet then. Yeah, honestly, the first one might make more sense. Yeah, actually, just scrap that. Let's make it so that the bullet controller... Oh, this is like... This is actually in the TF2 like rock playlist I used to listen to. Let's make it so the bullet controller has like a player spawn thing. Like void spawn player bullet or something. And then make it so the player throws its information into there, like from where, and then that creates a player bullet and then deals with it. So I guess we'll just pass in a position. We'll pass in the player position. Velocity, I want to say doesn't matter because it will be the player bullet, but it's not that much more work to pass in the velocity as well, just in case maybe the players picked up a power-up that makes them shoot a bit faster or something. You know? And then I guess that way we can keep using the same spawn bullet function. And then I'll keep using the bullet controller to look after that function. I'll look after that bullet and its lifetime. And that'll be kept in this vector down here. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep this going then. In which case, if we're going to have multiplayer, do you think it matters if we have the owner ID stored? Because we might want to have players have their own ID, just in case you want to make it so there's some really powerful weapon that also makes it so you can shoot your teammate. Bullets need to keep track of how much damage they do. I can just actually, wait, I was going to say I can inherently store that. Bullets should always do the same amount. If a bullet hits the player, it's an instant life off. Like, player, all the bullets to the player just takes a life. All the bullets against enemies can be based off like the only scaling damage is actually the player. So that's defined elsewhere. So in, I guess, the player's class itself, the player has a... Maybe I'm storing it in game for now. I think I'm storing it in game actually. Where is it? We should definitely move this to the player class. But just for now, I guess it's stored in game because it was easier to draw to the HUD. You're gonna make it signed and reserve negative IDs for players. That's a pretty interesting way to do it. Does that affect? That wouldn't affect memory at all, would it? It would just halve the amount of possible IDs we could have. What did you miss? I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Power is here. So if the enemies have a health bar of 1,000, this will be adjusted based off what the power is between 0 and 400. So bullets don't need to keep track of anything, which is nice. Have a UUID system and store the player's ID as a 32-character string. That sounds awful. So in which case, have we decided yet how we're going to store the ID of the bullet? Like how we're going to keep track of it? Because surely when we destroy the bullet, we need to be able to say, destroy that bullet. No? Well, I guess while we're iterating through the vector, we'll just say remove the element that we're currently on. Which is sensible. So do we need to keep track of a bullet ID? Just to stop them from colliding with each other, but maybe to allow them to collide with other types. Like maybe knives always go through bullets and cause them to pop or something. In which case that wouldn't need an ID, because it's the type that matters there. A global counter if Donut doesn't notice. I could just have a counter that every time... Honestly, how bad is it just to have a global counter for every object that's created, and at the end of every level, we restore it? It wouldn't go up beyond a few thousand, right? Just put it in the controller, yeah. I could have a class that I could have a method that just generates an ID and sends it back, so they wouldn't have to worry about the maths behind it. You don't know if this might want to go to make bullets work. It doesn't have to be. We could have just literally fudged something together in 10 minutes, but we're trying to do it like hyper efficiently. You know? Static's fine, but Donut hates static because he never programmed in Java. No, that's not right. That was mean of me to say. He hates static because they had a bad falling out in university. I think static's fun. I think it's kooky. You can only have one controller for no reason. I like the idea of only having one controller, but don't tell him that. Oh, well, what if you have a two-player match where there's two separate controllers per games for split screen? Ah, yes. But then I'd have to make that. Ah, yes. But then you're being lazy. Ah, yes, you know? Sort of back and forth. It's best just to go with him. Just nod politely and say, yes, sir. Pass the controller to the player by reference. Honestly, we'll just put it in the controller. We'll just have, like, create ID. In which case, create ID would just be a... What's a sensible... 32-bit integer stores how many values? A zillion? 16-bit. How many values does 16-bit store? 65,000. That's probably enough IDs, right? 32-bit in stores 21 zillion. What's better then? If we're going into controller and we're going to have something that stores a unique ID that resets at the end of the level, does it matter that much if we use a 16-bit versus 32? Because there's only one of them. Oh no, there's not, because we'll be storing that in each bullet. So actually, we want to use as little as possible. Are we ever going to have more than 65,000 things per level? Probably not. What's 8-bit have a maximum of? 255. That's stupid. There's no, like, 12-bit integer, is there? No. Well, there is, but not properly. The counter is just in the controller, so dice doesn't matter. It does matter when we're storing the ID, though, right? Because each bullet's going to have an ID reference. Remember the padding? Yes. I have no idea what vector 2f. It's 2 floats. Does this take up 8? Or does that require more space? Hi, Woolen. Hey, Tom. It might require more space. I don't know if maybe the vector part of it means that it takes a couple bytes just to define something. How are you doing, Tominator? Let's just put it in here. Let's just chuck in a uint 16 owner ID. No, wait, we want it to be signed, so just an int 32, because then we could do negatives. No! Then we're wasting like half of them for 1 million players. 32 isn't that much more native to the word size for most computers. But this is per bullet. Honestly, we could just reserve... You probably want unsigned because overflow is defined. Yeah, what do you mean overflow is defined, sorry? Does unsigned get a little wobbly towards the back end of it or something? Surely not. So we can cut out the ID here. Just in case we do want to have multiplayer, so you can both fight the bosses and maybe give them like a little bit more health. Signed int's overflow is undefined. Oh. That would be a great name for a sequel game. Woho 2. Signed int's overflow is undefined. RTX graphics. Oh, you bet you. Do you know why I'm actually making all this code as efficient as possible? I'm going to download like a ray tracing library that has perfect, pixel perfect lighting on every single model and texture. It's going to have the shittiest sprites but the best lighting. Well, at least I could, you know? And it wouldn't affect the game too much. If you overflow signed int, your program could explode. Oh heck. You're well, I haven't stopped by for a few weeks. How about you? I'm alive and well, I suppose. Are you've been keeping up? Woho 12, undefined fantastic overflow. Remind that. Put that in the reminder square. Notes. I like that. I like that. This is fun. Okay. Ah. I love this song. I love all these songs. I love this band. Band? Circle. This way the structs are really simple. They're just that. You want to add a new shot type? You just do that. And then like a new vector, I guess. Yeah, this simplifies the program no end. Get a hiccup fit. Hell yeah. Return of the static context explorer. Hey Chris. Risotto? Are you hungry, brother? Sure. I'm not starving myself, but if you're eating, I could join you. Thank you very much, Chris. Window's open, so maybe someone outside's making a barbecue or something. It might smell like toast because you had toast earlier. Oof. Alright. 10 in less than 10 seconds. Oh, heck. Alright, let's keep stuff simple then. Hit radius can be one of these many things. A bullet will have a position, a velocity, and an owner ID, which will be specified somewhere else, will be created somewhere else, but it's unique. Unique ID to who shot this bullet. 2 positions for interpolation, where it is moving to. Bullet parent stores basic physics info. Bullet types. Children of inherently different from one another, defined in update and draw. So I want to pass in the screen width. Hang on, let's just do that quickly, that'll take a second. Where else am I doing that? Player? Bounds. Just passing the screen width, so we also want to store that somewhere. Because that'll be useful to have just in general, I reckon. I don't know what else we'd need, honestly. We probably want a class, if we are going to indeed be shooting player bullets. No, we don't need anything else, do we? It doesn't always work, but cold water can help with hiccups. Is there anything that like shocks the system, right? Is the plan to add additional members to Bubble, Boring, or Player Shot, or are they just tagged versions of Bullet? What do you mean? As in to have like a blue bubble, like a bouncy bubble, or a shitty bubble? Is that what you mean? Or I could make these. Or do you mean should I make these final or whatever it was in C++ to make it so you can't extend them further? Can you just temporarily type 2D? I forgot if VS Code is highlighting for that. Oh yeah, in Android Studio that makes it like yellow and shows up in a special document. Pro tip, make an alias for standard int uint t and call it bullet IDT so you can change it later without changing it everywhere. Just in here. That seems smart, yeah. How do you do alias again? Is it like using this? Bullet ID. What does underscore t mean? I'm so sorry. I remember being explained it once and I don't remember. Or is it just equals? Oh, you just do this. That's a smart way of doing it. Standard uint. Does the standard bit matter? T is for type. Oh, just specifying this is a type. Just in case I get it messed up later in my head, I think it's a specific variable. General type denote. Yeah, okay, understand. You want to kill your performance streams, but multi-threading might be difficult to implement. Go on, then. Would it be that difficult to throw this on a different thread and just have it update by itself? It might be slightly out of sync, but if it runs faster... Or at least have the collision detection run on a different, slower loop. Is there a difference between type def and using? Is that a thing? Type defined is a reserved word. Type def, type definition identifier, int length. It's the same thing, is it? If you didn't add t, the name could conflict with variables named bullet ID. I understand. Using is C++, type def is C. Using is more flexible. For this, it's the same. I see. Multi-threading is fun. Anyway, that means, I guess, yeah, if we decide we want to use like a 32-bit, we could just do that. And every word that's using bullet type doesn't have to be changed. Using T is not POSIX complement. What does this mean? You had fun for watching this programming stream, can't wait for the next one. You can just play OC now. Have fun, Wick. Bye-bye. Just a reminder to myself in case I forget maths. Staying with using 2 underscores of variable names. Hello, hello, hello. Reserved names. POSIX reserved names. The names of blah blah blah. People reading your computer get very confusing with your function named X if you do something different. Names that ended underscore T are reserved for additional type names. You should avoid these names. Oh, it does actually say that. Yeah, it's within this namespace, so it shouldn't get too confusing. But what would you say the standard is to do? Just to call it, like, literally something stupid like type. Just so it never gets confused with C++. Why are you concerned about C rules while using C++? What if someone wants to try and compile this in C and see how much they can break it, you know? How far would it get? Do you think it would get past this? It's been, I think, 3 years since I've looked at a straight C file. So I actually don't remember how it works, even the tiniest bit. The standard is underscore T, but underscore type is just as good. I'll do type just to specify that it's a type and that it's not a standard type. How about that? Compiling this in C is going to fail to the T. Where do you think it would get to? Does C have, C doesn't have header files, does it? C just has singular files, isn't it? Like .c. Does it have, presumably it doesn't have like header guards and stuff, does it? Does it have headers? Oh, okay. It does have headers. Anyway. Anyway. I think this is all we need just for the second, so I think we're good to move on and do a bit more programming. So we can go into the bullet thing here. Radius, type. Let's have that at the top. Just to separate stuff up a bit. These can probably be private for now, actually. Or is that dumb? They can be private, surely. No? You're annoyed because Invaders and DS3 suck, and you haven't eaten that much unhealthy stuff unless you count on ice cream. Ooh, HPP is the classic header. Hey, Chris. Ooh!
There should be one.
Yo, thank you, Chris. Yo, it's scorching. Thank you so much. Are you eating some as well?
Yeah,
Wait, we had that much spare? Or did I have most of it? We had that much left. Oh. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Chris made this a delicious slow-cooked risotto yesterday. We had like double the leftovers, so she's just heated it up in this nice little bowl here. You can't really see because the lighting is blue, which isn't what they use in the industry for food, but ignore that. It smells so good. It's like just rice and butter and peas and green beans and probably some sort of cheese is stuffed in there, I reckon. Hell yeah. .h is a C header, .hpp is the classic C++ header, but both work. I guess everyone just does .h. Wait, does everyone do .h? I was taught to do .h. Is that actually the standard? Bon appetit. Cheers, man. All of you should take like a quick break if you need to. Just like have a little stretch if you've been sitting. It's a good idea to keep on top of things. You always do C++, H++. Okay. SFML does .hpp. Well, now I know what that is. It's just a text file. You can do .cc and .hh if you want to be efficient. Oh, now I know what those file extensions are, because I actually didn't know what those were before. I think I've never wondered about it. Don't worry about the extension, it's not important. Okay, thank you. Well, it's just using. Is it just purely for the back of your head? Like, as long as you make sure you include it. I could call this dot whatever. Would that be okay? Anyway, I'm still being weird. We can just throw this stuff in. Tick, draw, spawn, bullet. Bullet controller. And we want this as well. Wait, hang on. Is that not the correct setup for Why does that look weird? It might just be, Is that just Visual Studio Code? Because that should be yellow as well, shouldn't it? So let's just dump those in. Let's put this down here. Actually, let's put this up here. So this is the constructor. So you're passing in the bounds. What is it? M bounds. Bounds? Just gonna put that for a second. Spawning a player bullet. Oops. Player calls this from their position to... Just for me. Obviously, it's a very obviously named method, but just to keep things nice. Just to do. Tick. This is called during game update. Called during game update. Okay. Alright. We'll just like do some more to-dos in here. It's a straight auto after enum class. Wait, hang on. Enum class. Oh. In your plus power, you need to add bullet control before the method names, including the constructor. What have I done? Oh, I just copied it in, didn't I? That's okay. Yes. My bad. You don't need to do bullet controller, do you? Do you? Oh, hang on. Where's bean.c++? Bean. You totally do. Okay. Huh. Bean. I love bean. Object orientation is painful. This is fantastic. My god. Yeah, the compiler doesn't recognize it. You can say it's a C++ header and stuff. Smurfing around the C++. Smurfing. Ooh. Oh, I guess I extended stuff out. Oops. Is that not right? Do I need to do a little colon there, actually? Hang on. Where's bean.c++? No, I had... Yeah, you do your colon. Totally. Yeah. Was there someone else I made a constructor that was incorrect? Was it bean constructor? No, that's here. Well, I'm sure the compiler will tell me. Unless... Okay, so here, we're making the bounds, but nothing else is going on right now. Time for we can try and compile it and see what happens. Just see if anything works. Syntax error. Okay, okay, I understand. Oh, colon. The semicolon, I guess. No? Oh! Oops. Structs don't need one, do they? Do both structs and enums need... Wait, hang on, am I being stupid? Struct utilities should be namespace utilities. Oh, hang on. Well, that compiled, but go on. What's wrong? Smurfing is where the shortcomings in language design force you to double name things. Smurf, smurf, smurf. Right? Oh, what? When you call, like, instead of calling it utilities, you call it Woolen's utilities header for utilities. Or whatever. Structs need a semicolon, namespaces don't. Struct utilities should be namespace utilities. Struct utilities should be namespace utilities. Oh, right, right, no. I see what you mean, sorry. Yeah, sorry, no, I'm being dumb. Where else was I using team? I don't think team's actually being used anywhere right now. We were going to use it in here, but we didn't. And more like bullet controller, colon, colon, bullet controller. Oh, oh, you mean like in, yeah, I get you, I get you. Wait, what should stay? Wait, you put namespaces within namespaces, yeah. Hang on, what have I done? So you want this? Sure. So this is within Woolen's program, within the utilities namespace. Nested namespaces, everything. That makes sense. And then if I wanted to separate it even further, like if this file was 1,000 lines wrong, and it shouldn't have been, I could have like maths utilities and drawing utilities, or like Euclidean, Zillian maths and non-Euclidean Bidlian maths. Sensible numbers and silly numbers. In 17, you can do namespace wall utilities directly. You like the separation personally. Okay. Oh, well, he. Thank you, Kedron. Anyway, bullet controller. Let's do the tick function. So, we have a vector. Vectors of bullets. In here, we need to loop over them. Loop over all vectors of bullets. Update the positions of each bullet individually. Interpolated. And that's it for now. Let's not worry about them going off screen or anything. Let's just update them. So we have these three vectors. So those are these things. We have all bubbles, all boring. Oh, did I include the header? I did. Okay. Let's just have these for now. Or man's he. There's also fizzy as well if you want to use that one. God, this is great. How do you do this in C++? Can you just do for bubble? Wait, what did I call bubble? Is it a bullet bubble or what? Does that work? Can I just do like for bubble be in all bubbles, or whatever. Oh, auto. Oh yeah, auto works. But hang on, do you need auto reference? Oh yeah, because I guess you're not going to be passing around the actual bubble. Unless, have I messed that up? Auto bubble. Oh, let's call it bubble, yeah. I keep like being very dumb and forgetting the most basic thing in C++, which is the value and referencing. I think, you know what confuses me? It's that you have to specify it and the default is different to the program I normally use. So I want the same definition usually as Java, which is the reference. And for that, I have to add an extra character, and that's probably what's screwing up my brain. Yeah, Java by default is pointer semantics, C++ it's value semantics. Yeah, I think that's it. It's like the inversion there is what confuses my brain. It's like if you were like playing with two different types of Lego in two different alternate universes. In one of them you have to specify that you want any flat board to build on top of, and the other one you have to specify it's a red board. It would be like, it's basically the same thing, but it's inverted. One assumes you already want a board, and the other one assumes that you already want it coloured red, or whatever. Whatever. I don't know if you know what I mean by that, or if that's a very strange example. Epoch time. Oh yeah. Epoch time. Oh, is that built into C++? Like from, what is it, January the 1st, 2070? Or 1970? You love standard format, but it's not implemented yet. Best feature, right. Worst feature, backwards compatibility. What, so you still have to use a bunch of C stuff or what? I wish I understood what any of these things meant. Anyway, for bubble in bubbles, so let's go into bean and see, or player. Where's player? So in the player thing, we can just copy this over actually and have a think about it in just a moment. So for all bubbles, ignore the bound stuff so we can actually collapse some of these. Don't worry about movement direction. Honestly, bean might be a better one to copy over. Where's bean.c++? Find collision. Where have you put it in here? Hitbox velocity. Where do you have it in here? Is it update physics? Actually, this makes more sense. It's just this, isn't it? So for every bubble... Wait, hang on. Is the position public? No, it's private. That needs to be public, right? Or does it? Because... Wait, hang on. Hang on a second. That's confusing me. Bullet controller. I've made, like, within this header file, I've defined it as having a position. It'll be called tick now, yeah. Y38. Is there a Y38? Is it another, like... Oh yeah, everyone used to use 16-bit integers, and that's how far it was from 1970. Context Explorer is a good idea, but Context Explorer standard vector is your favorite in Zoom 2020, just waiting for it to be implemented. 19th of January about 2030 with 32-bit signed integers, maybe unsigned. Okay. Or signed, okay. Anyway, for every bullet, for every bubble, we want to make position last to whatever its position is now. Let's just quickly add bubble behind everything. There's no rotation. Wait, hang on. There is no rotation last and rotation now. Let's think about this. The bubble's last position is where it is now. And we want to calculate its new position based on last and velocity. So its position now is its position last plus velocity multiplied. Wait, is it just that? The bullet doesn't have M prefixes. You're right. Because it's in a struct. Sure. Is it M all bubbles? Position last, position now. Velocity. They do have position last. Position last, position now. Position last is position now. Position now is its last position plus its velocity multiplied by delta time. Plus equals. Oh, what, in here? Wait, hang on, why? Am I missing something? What is this? Get out of here, sideways window. Where is player.c++? What do I do here? M position now is velocity multiplied by delta time. Here, I'm adding in... Okay, so we just do this. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get you. Player... Honestly, that's all we're really doing in here. We don't need to worry about diagonals, do we? Because it's just an angle. It's not like an arbitrary, like, control stick direction. Minus equals minus 1 star RHS for extra ugliness. Right-hand side. Side is now velocity. This was just figuring out which direction was being pressed. This was fixing diagonals. That's that. This is out of bounds. Honestly, let's do that now. Let's update their physics. And let's check. For now, let's define out of screen. Let's define it just here for a second. If out of screen, destroy. Doesn't do anything yet, I think. Out of screen. Out of screen equals 2 times the screen size. Let's do 1.5. No, 2 times is easier maths. No, it doesn't matter. 1.5 is fine. It's better for performance. So let's say if the bubbles position now... That's a lot of shit. This stuff should definitely be fixed. If it's position now... M bounds should be stated in here somewhere. Yep. So... we should definitely be using this somewhere. M sprite. No, let's not worry about the width. Let's just... Okay. Let's not worry about the sprite's width. That's not a thing to worry about. I forgot, the sprite needs to have a... The thing needs to have a sprite somewhere. Sprite.get local bounds. We can just remove that stuff. Because we're making it destroy off screen, so it shouldn't really matter. Efficiently, you should calc top, left, right instead of all the Fs and recalculating them every check. Also, standard clamp would work. You want to do standard clamp? What does that mean? Okay. Sorry, Oh yeah, this stuff should just be defined. There's no reason to do this addition constantly. I should literally just say, in the header file, like hard code it. Or maybe not hard code it, but in the constructor we can define the outer bounds. So we can have M outer bounds. Standard... Wait, hang on. Let me do this for a second. M outer bounds. And then we go into here, and we can define the M outer bounds as being left, right, up, down, whatever. Does that sound right? And then we don't have to worry about that. Or we could just have, like, a list of, like, 4 floats. Top, down, left, right. That sounds even more efficient, doesn't it? Or is float rectangle just 4 floats anyway? There might be more things in there. Then you should calculate the left, right, bottom bounds before all the ifs. So we're calculating standard clamp. A equals standard clamp, A min max, clamps A between min and max. Oh wait, is that just like a built-in thing? Is that just to stop... Yeah, 4 floats sounds like a better idea, just like you did with 4 corners. Okay. Is a clamp there? Does it automatically do like the if below 0 set it to 0 thing for you? In which case, why am I even checking stuff in the player? What's the point of any of this? Can I not just do a standard clamp here? And just say that the position now is, like, in the definition up here, or in the constructor. Can I not just clamp it here? Like, M position now equals standard clamp M... Or do I have to do that every frame? Donut. Can I replace that in the player with a clamp? Every frame, it doesn't add some actual function. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I thought it did some magical thing in the compiler that just forces it to never go below 0 or whatever that we decide. Include algorithm. Yes, okay. Let's do that. Include... Okay, let's move this stuff down here. Format. So, what do you want to do? Should I do that in the player as well, you reckon? Should I just store the player's... Like, this stuff here, why I don't have to do this multiplication every frame, surely. Surely I should instead just store that as player radius. That seems pretty smart, doesn't it? Width and height. That's not radius, that's half height, half width, I guess. Yeah, sounds like a good idea, yeah. Alright, we're getting some good little small optimizations here. You ever play like TF2 and see the update says like, optimized blah. That is radius basically. Do you have radius of a square? Or of a radius of a rectangle? Is it still called radius? Or is it some maths thing? Some secret maths thing. This isn't for animation. Let's do float. Let's just call it vertical and horizontal radius, or is that dumb? Or float half height. Honestly, half height and half width seems very... This seems very explicit, doesn't it? You can just pretend the hitbox is a circle. This is for interacting with the world, though. It's literally just the half of the sprite width and height. So I think we could just store that in here, right? Let's go up here. Let's store that. So, in the constructor... I guess you want me to make that M, eh? Are you programming within an engine like Unreal, or is it your own? I'm not using an engine, no, but I am using the SFML graphics library to sort out drawing tool window. Video of the TF2 echo code, and some of them were like, the code is bad. Hi, Tree Monkey, by the way. Oh, sorry. Width is that. Zoom to the top. And height is that. There you go. That way we'd have to calculate that constantly. Height is half height, width is half height. Seems efficient. So width is... Well, it doesn't... We can just copy and paste it for now. No, we can't. That's stupid. Let's not do that. This is height we're copying, so... So this whole section here is half height. Oh. M half sprite height. Much better. Is there a way to automatically, like, replace all the things that it highlights? Oops. Man, this looks so much neater. Look at that. Bounds at left plus bounds width. We can even have this defined somewhere as well. You're late. Hey, Fortbug. Hey, man. Exclamation mark wink. How about you do that one? Got it. Now clamp and it'll be 100 times neater. Yeah, so what do? Do I do M position now equals standard? Is clamp a method? Oh, sorry, now dot X. equals standard clamp m position now dot x, and then the minimum and the maximum. So the minimum is bounds left minus the plus the width, and the maximum equals that. That's dot z. Okay. Clamp them separately. Yeah. Okay. I figured as much. Y equals y top. Actually, hang on. We'll just do this properly. So the minimum is that, and the maximum is that. And now we can just cut all of that. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Efficient and pretty. Just like all of you, chat, when you clean your bedroom. I don't know. Aaron's missing on 145. What am I missing here? 145. Oh. We can have inner bounds instead of adding subtracting this half sprite size every time. Yeah, I should. I just wanted to start on this. Left plus width. This minus width. So let's do that. Yeah, perfect. Hang on. Why do I even want to store the half size then? This is very neat. Wait, hang on. Inner bounds. Should I just make that a rectangle, you reckon? M bounds left plus width is inner. I could. M bounds left plus width. Yeah, you don't need to store the half size if you have inner bounds. I don't know, I'm kind of looking at this and it looks really pretty already. Is inner bounds going to be a rectangle, you reckon? Where's M bounds? I'll have it down here for a second. No, actually, we'll leave it up there. Inner bounds. 4 floats, left, right, top, and bottom. Oh, is float even more efficient? Float, M, inner, top. Let's do inner bounds, like be extremely explicit. Top, left, bottom. Wait, I've done that in like inversed order. Let's do upright, down, left, just to be nice. Top, right, bottom, left. And then we'll go into the thing up here. And we'll chuck those in here. So you'd have to add lead and left and width to get the right edge. Oh, you want me to do width? But then I'd have to be doing adding, brother. Oh, the float is already those, but you'd have to add them. Okay, sorry. You weren't saying use that. You were saying this is what you would be doing if you were using a rectangle. Okay. Let's say that the top... Let's pull these up here just for a second. So the top is M bounds top plus half sprite height. We'll get rid of this in a second. Right equals that, I guess. No, wait, that. Left plus width minus half sprite height. Bottom equals that. And right equal... Wait, left. Left is this. So now we can cut that out here. Almost all math on x86 is faster on float. Is it because they always have a special... They have like a little special little section just for floating point calculations? Is it called an FPC? Or does it have another name? Is that different on ARM? Or is it just FPU? A floating point unit, maybe. I remember I've been watching a bunch of those videos lately about like how the N64 processor works and stuff. I've got like some of this buried at the back of my head. It was quite interesting to look at. Have you all watched those, chat? I don't remember who it is. It's not LGR. It's Modern Vintage Gamer, I think, maybe. Him and like some other random people were covering videos on these. They were really interesting. Who's the other one? Who's the Sonic the Hedgehog programmer? I forgot his name. Oh, yeah, sorry. Height is this, so we'll just tuck that in here and here. Width equals... It's okay to calculate it twice here, just to stop memory being stored unnecessarily. Biscuit makes some good videos. You like your biscuit, don't you? Limp Biscuit. You just do top, bottom, left, right. Bent Eater as well. Who am I thinking of? You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Donut? Sorry, what are we doing? Movement. Clamp. We actually just do inner bounds top. Wow, that's nice. So the left is left and right, top and bottom. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that really nice? Look at that code, chat. That is perfect. Look. We've gone from like half the page to like 2 lines. Oh, it's actually beautiful. Let's see if it compiles. I don't know if I was screwing with other stuff. Oh, it totally compiles. Wait, hang on. Okay, it doesn't work. I'm misdoing some calculation somewhere. It thinks the inner bounds is massive. Okay, but it does work. It's just it's being very aggressive with inner bounds. Place to faster because that's what hardware manufacturers optimize for. Okay. What am I missing then? Let X is clamped to now inner bounds. Okay, it's where the inner bounds are. Floats are faster than integer mathematics, I suppose. Okay, let's make this a bit louder. What am I missing with the inner bounds? Is it just some simple maths bollocks? Top is the M bounds top. Oh, it's let's just bracket stuff out quickly. Inner bounds top is the regular bounds top plus, so it's half the height of the sprite. Right is the left plus the width minus half the sprite width. Honestly, that should work, and I'm just going to assume it's some bollocks. Let's just bracket those off just in case. You already have the sprite width height with the WH variables up there. Do I? W equals the float of the texture size of width. Oh. So instead of sprite get local bounds dot get height, do I just do H? Instead of this, do I do W? Oh wait, do you want me to do multiply by 0.5? Actually, that's right, isn't it? Yo, that's neater. That's so neat. It's actually beautiful how neat it is. Explain to me this, Donut Viking chap. Why are the inner bounds consistently incorrect around the whole border, right? How does clamp work? Is it clamping incorrectly? You don't know why it's so big? Because it'd still be the same logic, right? It should just be... Is it the right sprite? It is the correct sprite. We haven't changed it. It's not clamp's fault. Okay. It should be the same logic, right? It's because the texture is actually massive. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, no, you're completely right. Yeah. The texture is like this big, surely. You're only rendering part of it. So this is what? It's the texture this wide, you reckon, and this is clamping to the side. The sprite is scaled. Well, it can be. I don't think it's scaled right here. This is actually probably displaying 32 by 32. It's a sprite sheet. Yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which would explain why the height is not correct. So I could theoretically fix it here just by using 32, right? But then that might break if we tried to scale the screen. You could use the sprite's origin instead. Ugh. Wait, hang on, set origin. Can I just do get origin dot width like this? Oh, actually, no, wait. Set origin here is being explicitly defined at 16 by 16. So surely I can just, because I'm actually hard coding it here. Can I not just do that? And then if we decide to change 16 into something real, something more abstract, we can change it there. Const auto sprite half equals 16h. So, okay, explain me this donut. Surely I would want that to be static. Or is there something very bad about making that static? Because I never want that to change, but I want it to be available anywhere regardless of the instance. Surely. I can do it up here though. Public. You sure you can put it in the class header and make it static context expert? In the header, as in like, just up here, like. What do I want to call it? Sprite Center. How about that? Let's just call it Sprite Center. Speaking sounds like a true Englishman. Yeah, guess what? If you live in England, you speak English. Oh wait, no. Do you hate that? No? Oh wait, need auto. Half width and half height. What, in case I want to have it as separate? No, I'm gonna always want to have it as a square. Like, I don't think I want the player to have a rectangular model at any point. I think I'm always gonna want it to be a square, because otherwise it'll screw with the logic I've been using on animation and stuff. Surely. If I make it a square, it's much easier to work out the, like, distance too as well, you know? Yeah, I'm hard coding some stuff, because otherwise we'll be actually here forever, doing some things. Anyway. In that case, I call it a radius. Why? Well, it is literally a radius, but like... it's being calculated as half of a square. Although I guess I will be using it as a rect... I don't know, I'm going to keep it as it is, Donut. I understand calling it a radius, but Sprite Center seems fine, because I think I'm using it for... I will use it for other things as well. And Sprite Center can just be the center point that I'll be using. I could even call it origin, you know? But Sprite Center seems okay. Let's try building that and see if that fixes it. Oh, hello. YouTube just ends there, I guess. Oh, a CMake task is already running, sorry. Alright, that's fixed it. Cool. So we fixed the player, even though we were actually doing the bullet controller. Oh, look at all this crap that we managed to get rid of. Oh. Okay, so in the player, we're actually just using clamp. Bam. Look at this. Shh. You'd be surprised if you benched it. From what you've seen, 64 and 32 bits are almost identical apart from division. You can call it wherever you want. British spelling and programming is a bit iffy though. Donut, I'm actually going to delete that comment. You dare not insult me correctly spelling things. And you bet your ass I'll be spelling it color, like properly. Get out of here, Stinky. If you are going to be working on my program, you're going to be spelling properly. You spelled it color before. Yeah, because isn't that the name of the method? Fill color, yeah. Does SF have a color method? Wait. No, does it? Does it actually have type def for both? I assumed it from all those years of working in Game Maker and Unreal Engine that it would just be base color. I can change it. Are you allowed to? I just assumed there wouldn't be a color for everything. Anyway. Ignore those semantics for now. SSML is color. Yeah, I normally assume that these have been made by Americans. So that's how color is normally spelt when I'm using their things. But when I'm writing my own code, I'll write it properly. Anyway, bubble.position now. Equals bubble.position now .x. And then we need to figure out the inner bounds somewhere else. So we'll define that. In the player, it's defined up here, right? So for the bullet controller, the inner bounds can be decided in here. Or the outer bounds, I guess. Actually, what is all this? Stop this. Just to avoid too much confusion. Oh, Jesus. Prefer Fabra? What is that? Is that color written in a different language? Imagine forcing you to spell a few words when your entire language is incorrect to begin with. Actually, bannable offense, Donut Viking chap. Racism is not tolerated on Twitch.television. So outer bounds top can be M bounds top. Hang on. M bounds top. Hang on. Let's get a width here. I know we don't have these in the header, by the way, don't worry. Let's do the right and bottom first, sorry. This can be M bounds dot left plus M bounds dot width multiplied. Did I decide if I wanted it 1.5? Multiplied by 1.5. Actually, let's do right and bottom first and then just use that to calculate top and left. So right and a height. So that means the right is over here, the bottom is down there. If the inner is like this, it's like that. And then top can be top minus whatever the bottom is. Or is that stupid? Does that make sense to you? It might screw up a little bit with that tiny little offset, but like, that has to be consistent. Oh, it's not even consistent. I don't even think it will compile. That seems okay. I was wondering how I was going to calculate these, but I can just do it in this order. Bullet controller. Float. Don't tell him he can disable it. Barbara's German. Ah. V Gates. Haha. Alright, so we got the outer bounds and stuff defined in here. Here, for every bubble, we're setting its position, we're moving its position, and we're fixing it. Honestly, I could even have a special method that just does all of this, and you pass in what positions you're changing. What is position now? Is that a vector 2f? I'm totally going to do that. What do I want? Do I want to return anything? No. No. Void bullet controller. Update bullet. And I want to pass in the bounds, so... I don't know if I want that to be a reference. Presumably, right? Where do I put that? Here. Do you speak Swedish, Biko?
I forget if you brought this up before because of us being friends with Spirit. So here, you do bullet position actually, just to avoid confusion. Bam. And now what you have to do here is update bullet bubble dot position, right? Actually, is this dot position? What is dot position? Hang on. Position now, position last. I'm being dumb. That would be the bullet. Let's do position last and then position now. Forgive me if this is taking a second. But get out of this bullet position stuff. Bubble dot position. Last. Is it bubble dot position? No, surely not. You studied Swedish because you think it's a nice language and you like the country. A lot of words are similar to German as well. Okay. Pleasant last. Position now. The stream is actually a reenactment of the Vikings invading England. Oh, heck. Position last equals position now. Would that actually work? This is passing by reference. Should I want this to be passed by values so I'm directly affecting it? Or am I being stupid? Because surely I want to actually modify it here. I'm not returning anything. Oh. Good to pass in delta time. If it wasn't reference, you'd manipulate a copy of it. Okay, I'm being stupid then. The semicolon line 26. Thank you. Okay, so let me just get this straight for the 800th time. Passing by reference means that you're taking a copy. And then it's like you're going to the library and you're making a copy of the book and then doing whatever. Passing by value is actually taking the book from the library and fucking around with it. Reference is not a copy. Am I... Other way around. I thought it was the other way around. Reference equals pointer if that helps. Reference passes the actual variable, value is a copy. Okay, so... Reference means I'm literally taking the book from the library to use as a reference. This is how I, like, remember things. I have to, like, have some, like, stupid story in my head so I can remember it for next time. So if I'm going to the library to make, like, a reference, I'd actually take the book out and then modify the book and maybe burn it a little bit before giving it back. If it's passing by value, I'm just going, taking all the value out of the book, but leaving it there secretly, and then doing whatever I want with my own internal stuff that I've learned from it. It doesn't actually affect the book. Like, if I learn stuff from the book and then fuck up how I remember it, I haven't changed what the book says. Just my own memory. I don't know if that needs to make any sense to you, but it needs to make sense to me so I can remember it. So passing by reference here means I'm actually taking the position and screwing around with it. I don't need to pass a reference of delta time, though. What's faster, sorry, passing by reference or passing by value? Presumably passing by reference, because you're not creating anything new in memory. If you pass by value, does it automatically create a new variable? I'd assume so. There's no point in passing... Wait, hang on, in which case, do I want to pass in delta... Wait, hang on. Why are we doing delta time like this? Smaller variables value is better. So I guess delta time is just one float. This is two floats. But I actually want to update it, so regardless. I want to physically update it, so I have to have a reference. Here value is just being passed because it's faster, like just copying into memory. Does C++ have the idea of moving a variable instead of copying it? I'm pretty sure there's like memcopy and then memdel or something. That you could copy it into a space in memory and then delete it. Is it just standard move? Okay. The limit is usually around the size of 2 pointers, i.e. 816 bytes. Oh, is a pointer actually 8 to 16 bytes? You could use that, but you personally think the explanation from Timo is better. If you reference something, you refer to the actual place in memory, aka the address. Yeah, okay. But you could say you're making a reference as in, like, if I'm making a reference to Family Guy, I'm not actually changing what Family Guy did, I'm just pulling something and making a reference. So I thought that's where it sort of falls apart a bit. A reference is a pointer, you need to dereference it when you use it. Okay. Anyway, we've got update bullet. We've got a very efficient looking little loop here, so we can just do this. For all boring, we do... Something just tapped underneath me, that's scary. And for all player shot. Do you like that, chat? That doesn't seem so bad, does it? We just need to have this in the header. This can be a private method. Where do you like to put your methods, up or down? I'm going to put them down. I don't think I've got any other private methods, do I? It's kind of in the name what a reference is. It references the original value instead of making a new one. But that kind of in the name is where I keep getting confused. Because like, as I said, if I like to make a reference to a media product, I'm not changing the media product, I'm just making a reference. So if I make a reference in like my degree to like some scientific paper, I'm not modifying the scientific paper. I'm referencing it, I'm copying it in. But in C++, reference doesn't mean copying, so that's where the confusion is. No need for futures or async here at all. I do want to have it multi-threaded, but whether or not we need to, or if it's even particularly within the bounds of human reality to be possible, maybe not. You're making a reference to the media product. ID, you're not taking the entire media product and copying the video into your own. Pass by value means I copy a book and give it to you. Pass by reference means I tell you where you can find the book in the library so you want it. Yes. You want to multi-thread, but that's literally a single change at this point. You want to parallelize the loop over the bullets. You wouldn't copy a standard for each. Hang on, am I being dumb? What does standard for each do differently to the, what's this called again? The, like, shortened for loop. It has a special name. I don't remember what it's called. What does standard... Standard for each. Unlike the rest of the parallel algorithms, for each is not allowed to make copies of the element anywhere. What does it do, though? Applies a given function by dereferencing every iterator in the thing in order. Applies the given object. Is standard for each obsolete? It only seems to hinder the readability. For each, collection.begin, collection.end, do a thing on it. It lets you pass an execution policy to a automatically multi-threaded. Otherwise it's the same. Does that not just mean basically free... So sorry, I'm doing 4 here, I'm like manually essentially going through. If I do standard... I don't know if I need to... Is it for each? Do I need to import that? Wait, hang on. Do I need to include that, or is it part of the standard? Oh, it's part of algorithm. Does bullet controller not have algorithm? Oh, it doesn't. Hang on, I shouldn't put that in the vector up here, should I? Put it in here, because as far as I know, people might want to pull the bullet controller, and they might not want algorithm. Standard for each. You already have it. I don't see it. Unless I'm missing it. Utilities.header maybe? No. I don't think so. Standard for each. Sorry, does that mean, by the way, when the people writing the SFML library have to be very sure not to include a bunch of standard libraries, just in case people using it don't want them, or they don't want naming conflicts? Vector.begin, vector.end, and a little lambda to do something. C minus minus. Hell yeah. Haha, why don't they call C++ just C1? Ha 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 ha. Wait, unless? Or C2? Oof. Wasn't it called C++ for a funny reason? Because there like was a C++, but it looks like shit or something. Or it's a completely different thing made by a completely different person. C3 and C4. I think C3PO exists. Standard for each. So we want the start of the vector, which is m all bubbles dot begin. Wait, is that a thing in? That's not a Java thing. Does C++ have? Oh, it does. Okay, so I don't know how iterating over in standard C++ works, but does it have the exact same thing where it has an iterator, and it's like an actual? You actually have like an iterator like object go around. We got boundary checking being more efficient. Oh, do you have to add an extra thing? Standard execution par unsequenced. Parallel unsequenced? Does that mean it can just be in any order or what? Like you just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4? Yes, that's an iterator. Okay. Do you need to specify the type of for each that it's using? Do I have to include anything for that, or is that part of algorithm? Wait, execution par unsec. All bubbles dot begin dot end, and then we do a little. Oh, sorry. What did this? This encapsulates everything to be a reference, or something like that. What did that mean again? It means something else. Doing a little lambda. Capture parameters body. This is capturing all the local variables as a reference. I remember there was a reason that you wanted to use this because it was like a lazy way to do it. Usually iterations are just pointers under the hood, yeah. Only if they're used. Okay. Does the compiler, I assume, just know? Like if the little algorithm that I actually have in here. It also captures this pointer so you can call the method. Oh, so I could do, if I named this line, could I call that lambda? Yeah, the compiler will know. Okay. And then I want to update, what have you written? Is it literally just update bubble? Update bullet bubble. Hang on. Hang on. Let's put the lambda in another line. Just for a second for readability. It means you can access the bullet controller you called it from to call update bullet. Oh, I see. So I'm passing in this instance of bullet controller into this. So when I call update bullet, it's as if I called it through here. I see. Add a semicolon up to update bullet. Hang on. Bam. Inside the curly, after the call. Not the curly. Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, because this is a line, technically. You could have other shit in here. This is just a little internal method. Function. Whatever. What does this do exactly? Is there like a TLDR? Execution types. There is sequenced policy, parallel policy, parallel unsequenced policy, unsequenced policy. Since C++ 2017. Well, not, is it 2017? Is that where the 17 comes from? So we've gone for unsequenced parallel. Parallel unsequenced. I'm not going to read all that now. What's the TLDR? I think update bullet should be static because it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't even need to be in the bullet controller header. It could be a free function anonymous headspace at the top. Yeah, it's just like a... It's just a physics calculation function. It doesn't really reference any particular part of the game. It just screws around with a few numbers. Moves them around and then clamps them within a particular space. I agree. GCC Turn 1 got released, took 2 hours to build, but it's nice. 2017 standard, the one using the project. Yeah, okay. So is this a fairly new thing then? Being able to do that? Or specify at least the execution being used. What were we doing this evening on stream? Is it Sunday? I guess we're doing tabletops then. I was wondering about that. Is it programming all tomorrow? That'll be quite exciting. Anyway, sorry. Update bullet can just be what? Like up here? You just put it like there. Wait, hang on, what do you do in Bean? Just within the namespace here. You just have it in an anonymous namespace within the top of the C++ file. So you do this. But what the actual method itself, like update bullet, like this. Bean. This is still not a standard networking sockets header. There is not one. Threading got standardized only in 2011, but newer style like Future and standard async got added in 2017. Okay. Like that, but without the bullet controller. Of course, yeah. Does that mean I can change the... Actually, wait, hang on. Hang on, I'm being dumb. I really wish this was extended, but whatever. Hang on, I didn't put namespace there, did I? Who put that there? I didn't put that there, did I? Need to pass in the actual bullet. Hang on. There's the bounds there. It needs to be a class method. The namespace comment is good. Clang format puts it there. Okay. Oh. I see. You can pass the bounds in too. Hang on. So in here, for example, there's... Why was making it a free function when he's instance data? That's just extra work for nothing. That is a true point. It did sort of work before. Now there's a bit more like scuff on the screen. There wasn't a horrible point. It uses the bounds. It does make sense to be a method after all. Yeah. I think we've unnecessarily experimented with the sake of jerking each other off. That's essentially what this is, right? I thought this was a programming stream. It's a brain stream. Okay, we were here. I think. Update bullet is here. Update bullet is here. That's fine. Big brain stream. Exactly. In January, you need a simple function in C++, there's no reason to add it to the class. Okay, thank you. So I just want to have a little quick one-off thing, I don't have to keep adding it to the header. Doesn't that start making stuff very complicated? Because there's some stuff randomly in the header and not, and if you want to suddenly change it over, you'd have to add it to the header file. But not really the other way around. Like if something's in the header file and it's just a small function, it's not really hurting much. You can just choose not to use it. Anyway, let's just add a little thing so I can remember if I've done it or not. So for each, all boring.begin, all boring.end. For boring, let's do boring.position last. Position now. For all player shot. Sorry, all player shot. Is there a way to take this even further? Is there a way to make it so this is actually just bullet and the lambda is defined somewhere else? Because it just seems sort of weird that we basically have the same lambda over and over again. I'm going to say maybe, but perhaps we don't want that. Because here, if we wanted to do different physics for different things, like for example with the bubble, if we wanted to do something else, we could pass that in here and still separate them. Or we could pass them in here to a different update bullet function. So while I'm aware that you could make the lambda a variable, as I just asked, I'm going to leave it this way because it allows for easier extension. What would be the right word? It allows me to screw with it later a bit easier. You die in the dead ringer. Works for you. Hello, that chicken guy. What does that mean? Is lambda a weapon they added or what? Or variable? You know what you could do though, make it easier. No. Well, I could make it an update bullet. Lambda complex. Anyway. Donut, I think we might all be a bit stupid. Make a lambda variable and pass it all to them. Make different overloads. Update bullet that have different bullet types. I could do that, but for just once. Why the hell are we clamping it? We want the bullets to disappear when they're off the screen. We don't want them to just stop there. Oh. We need this to be like an if statement, don't we? If it's off the left, if it's off the top, if it's off the right, if it's off the bottom, we want it to be destroyed. So this doesn't actually need to be clamped. We want, if... I mean, we can still use mbow to lens, right? But we want this, don't we? Left. Right. Top. Bottom. You finished playing Osu? Did you enjoy yourself? So we're not doing anything here now. How would I destroy that bullet instance? I'd need to remove it from the vector at the very least. Is there anything else I'd need to do to remove it from memory? And like stop it from being drawn and updated? I guess just it not being in the vector. Yeah, you could just chain the checks or with that. Yeah, correct. Sorry, correct. Unless I wanted it to do differently. Like if I wanted to make it, if it went off the left, it would shake the screen to the left or something, but... Or make it red. But yeah, we can do this, like... Chaining seems fine. Have the bullets made any progress? Absolutely. If we're just talking and not programming, it's because we're discussing how something could be done before actually doing it. Oh, it just doesn't want me to do that, does it? Okay. Flag the bullets instance as dead, and have erase after the parallel loops are done. Pop swap like discussed earlier. I think we probably do want to have a flag, don't we, though? Another boolean deleted to each bullet. Yeah, and if deleted, after everything's done... Is it dumb to have a hash... No, it is dumb. I was going to say, is it dumb to have a hash set or a hash map of deleted bullets and where they are in the vector, and then at the end iterate through that and remove them from the vector? And if at the end of each frame. Pop swap will blow up the parallelism. We could do... So to delete the bullet, right? Instance rendering. Hello, boat. What a boat. If something's deleted, right? It just means it's not being drawn, it's not being updated, and it doesn't exist in memory. So it does make sense perhaps just to have the boolean just as like a sort of safety check, right? Is it sanity check? Yeah, I'm not doing OpenGL manually. We're using SFML library, sorry. Although it might be fun to learn how to draw like a triangle in OpenGL straight away. Or like a little 3D project. SFML should have that too, you think? Alright, hang on. Should I, as a sanity check, keep a boolean on each bullet saying if it's alive or dead? Is there... When I'm doing draw, does it automatically not draw stuff off screen? Or if something's... Like, do I have to manually do the... to fix that? And when it goes to, like, drawing... Yeah, deleted ball would be the easiest. Because there's no point in drawing bullets if they're off screen, right? Does OpenGL or does SFML bother? Well, whatever for a second. Let's make this out a deleted one. We look through all the bullets manually. We delete them if they're off screen, to be honest. That's what we're currently doing. We have we have a... It's just to call them automatic, probably doesn't matter. You would lose performance. Sorry, we have a bullet like system or a bullet controller class that has a bunch of vectors of all the bullets and then loops through them on each tick, as you can see here, and updates them. I don't know why it's decided to format these lines differently, honestly. That's kind of strange, but whatever. Like, is this not long enough or what? Let's just do bullet. No, let's keep it bubble for now, just in case we do change around with it. Is it because this isn't here? I don't know. You could move all the bullets first and remove if afterwards without a flag. Better bet than balls. When's the first playable version going to be released? I mean, it's playable now, and it's released on Twitch for an open access visual beta. Yeah, that only works for off-screen. I want to be able to say players used a bomb, like just empty the vectors or whatever, just clear everything except for the player bullets. Component-based architecture. Anyway, we've got our tick, we've got looping, we've got our for eaches. Do you want to start loosely doing some sort of draw function in here? Flagging as dead would be the simplest and fastest one to implement. It does sound very simple, right? We don't have time to do an entire ECS, yeah. I want to make some progress. This is meant to be like a fun little small project. And I'm learning a lot of things. But perhaps like an entire restructuring of the program might not be worth the effort. It might be for like a different project, maybe. Anyway, do you want to try that then? No, not at this time. I'm going to do the Boolean idea, because it seems very simple, right? Is it bool in C++? What do you want? What was the standard? Was it always to have it be positive? So you do bool alive? Or bool destroyed? False. You know? What's the default? I forget. What's the standard? You could install and learn ENTT. The latter. So you want it always to be... You want it to always be angry. So destroyed, not is alive. Yes, okay. Flag. Bool destroyed equals false. Well, let's just do that. Nice and simple. Default, it's false. Don't even have to do any more setting up than that. In update bullet, do I want to do that in for each? You want it to be false in normal cases. Okay, okay. True is meant to be the special case. Dead is dead, and dead A. Here, do I want to actually have an if stack before each thing to see if the bullet is alive? Have 0 be the default value so the compiler can initialize the entire stripe by just mem setting it to 0. I.e. false, not true. What, can you do bool equals 0? Or do you want me to make it an int? Sorry, what do you mean? Does that work? Is that actually a thing you can do? No, keep it at false. Okay. Sure. It just means, I guess, when it's making that object, it doesn't have to add anything. It just knows it's there, leaves it at 0. False and 0 are the same underlying value. Yes, 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 yes. Here, is it very wasteful to have if... Is destroyed public for him? It should be, right? Wait, what did I call it? It should be oh, no, it's just destroyed. Surely. Just remove dead bullet from the lists. Wait, if bubble.destroyed, cut it from the list. Otherwise, update it. And we can have the destruction for going off screen always happen on the next update cycle, I suppose, right? Yeah, you don't have to check if they're destroyed. So if it's destroyed, and then here we could do like leave loop. Just return? You can't remove inside the lambda, it's parallel. Can I do that though? You can just return. It's okay if they live for a half frame too long. I think so. Is that okay? Oh no, I don't have to do an else. I can just do that. Is that okay? Because that simple if check is much faster than having to do the update check. It's an unnecessary check if you remove dead bullets. It should just be an update bullet. Okay. So an update bullet. Now we at least have the flag, right? Get out of here. If it's off screen... Well, let's just have that here. Oh, I need to pass in the bullets. This flag. Pass in delta time and bubble dot. Let's put it at the start. Is that okay? And here we want ball. Pass the implied bullet by reference. Is that a good idea? I guess it would cut out a lot of this, but then it would also... And do one function overload for each bullet type so you can implement them differently. Dog came into your room and fell asleep. Cute. Cute, cute. Do one function overload for each bullet type. Oh, what, for the update bullet? So if I want to have... If I want to have, like, bubbles update differently. You just realize you've done nothing but watch Woollen VODs all day. You've been here for 4.5 hours. Hell yeah. Then your lambdas can be identical. Sorry, Donut. Do one function overload for each bullet type. So in here, do I want to do this? It will even do the templates and the overload resolution for you automatically. Could you kindly explain what you mean a bit more? Void update bullet, bubble bullet. And then what? Within there... In there, what? Do I cast it as a particular type of bullet and check what it is? Or do I just call bullet.update and hope that that bullet, like... No casting. So I just, Oh, what? Do you think I just have, like, a bunch of different update bullet functions, or what? Just overload the function multiple different... Like, I copy and paste this and then have this one accept bubbles, this one accept boring, and this one accept player shot. And if I wanted to, I could theoretically hide this away as, like, a variable or something, or a little tiny method, just so I don't have to retype it. The compiler will automatically choose it, yeah. There's a question then. Is it possible to have it... I'm going back to object-oriented things, but, like, can you have it... Or not object-oriented things, but... Is it possible to have it so... Update bullet always does this, and then it does the subsequent ones? Or is it better just to copy and paste this into each one? Or should I make this, like... You know, step 1. Method 1. And then everything has its own... You know what? I'm gonna stop talking for a second. We're just gonna do this very quickly. I'm gonna stop, and we're just gonna toss in bubble. right? And delta time. Bubble delta time. Const auto bullet updater equals that, and then pass bullet updater into standard for each. Okay. Do I want to put that up here? Do I have a secret namespace? Or can I just put that just above it? No, I want to put that up here, don't I? Like a secret... Like little that. Just above every single tick. Is that smart to have it run that every single tick? In the actual function? Sure. Is that efficient though, to like re-specify that every single time? Surely that's not going to change at any point in the program. We should only create it once, right? You don't actually create a function on the fly. Right, hang on. So what? Inside tick? Like here? Well, I can just pass that in. Under the hood, the lambda is the same as if you define the function at the top of the file in its own class and constructed the captures. So even though this is being done every single tick, this doesn't slow. This is not slow. It's just having this stored at the top, like this or this stored beforehand at some place, and then every time just referencing that same spot instead of creating one every tick and then referencing that. Yeah, lambda is a struct with its operator overloaded and the captures stored as member variables. A lambda's slow. They're harder to understand if you're not familiar with the old way of doing this, structures. No, I have never experimented with structures. The Half-Life symbol. Lambda is like it's a sciencey thing. It's used here to reference being an anonymous. It doesn't always have to be anonymous. It's just like a little method that you don't have to define somewhere else. A little throw a little method in here. Don't worry about it, it's not slow. Okay. It's like a method on one line. What was the actual definition for a lambda? It's the symbol of half-life of a particle. Yes. Anyway, so this works and we actually just do... So in here, instead of this, we just type in bullet updater. Like that. Seeing the game progress is cool, even though you're not seeing any work, it's fun to look at. Yeah, it's not doing anything yet, but it's doing stuff in the head. Oh, that's neat. And then down here in update bullet, I have it expect to take in a bullet. So this can be a bubble. So yeah, just like that, and it automatically call the right version depending on the type. Yeah. I wish there was a neater way to write this, but I really don't think there is. I guess, like, if we redefined everything... If we redefined left to just all... It'd be quick, but... Whatever, honestly. I guess I could try and get rid of the brackets and see if that fixes it. Does that change how it's formatting it? It changes it a little bit, I guess. Did that change? That changed it a little bit. And then if I put the brackets in, it like loses itself. It didn't do anything. What? Strange. Line format's weird. Can I not define this somewhere else and just say if off screen? Oh, I formatted it a bunch, don't I? I kept formatting it. I thought I did at least. If point in rect is false, then it's out of bounds. Point in rectangle. Would that be faster? Anyway. Oh yeah, it does. So wait, instead of storing m bounds, should I be creating a... Should I just be storing a rectangle m outer bounds? And then set all that stuff here? It's probably slower than this. This is just very simple floating point checks, basically. It's just saying, is this larger, is this larger, is this larger, is this larger? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the beans stopped moving. Sorry. In programming, is multiplication sometimes faster than addition? Like with floating points? I don't quite know how it works. Alright, so we just need to have an update bullet for each bullet type. Float multiplication is slower, but for integers, maybe it's a bit faster. Okay. This seems sort of dumb, though. Should I want to, like, refactor that off to be, like, update position and check if out of bounds, and that way I could have, like, still little insertions. The speed of basic operations is a bit mysterious. Don't think about it too hard. Aside from division, square root, and trigonometry functions. Alright. I might actually do that. I think I'm going to do that. So, Donut. If I do this... Can I go up here and make a little... I really want to use your, like, namespace thing. Like, update position. Is that stupid to have? There's no interpolation on that line, so the comment's probably a lie. Well, these both are interpolation, aren't they? No? The word you're looking for is integrate. Is it? Are we not interpolating the positions now and then? No, wait, we're not, are we? We do that in the draw function, don't we? This is just calculating. Yeah, anyway. I do update position, and we do... We don't need to type in bullet dot anything. You're integrating. Okay. Wait, we're going to pass in some vectors here. Wait, hang on. I can just go down here, can't I? No, I can't. Okay. Position last. Wait, is velocity a... Is this really stupid? Let's see. I don't know what to do there. I think that's fine. You make it a template so you can pass in any bullet type. That was the idea. I mean, this doesn't include anything particularly bullety about it. This is just updating position. The idea was that I could just do this, just to save myself a few lines. Template type name bullet at the top. What do you mean at the top, like here? S finale required. S finale before the function. Template, type plain bullet, and then do bullet thing for the parameters. Oh, just to pass in a bullet, just to make it faster. I really like this song. This has now created a function template. Can you explain what the point of that is? How is that any different to that, sorry? I know people love their templates, but I don't actually know what they do. And then here we just pass in the bullet, delta time. So that just saves us a little bit of space. Also, it means if we want to change how position gets updated, it's much easier. Because it's just one thing. We'll check for which types are called and generate the functions field with a different bullet type marker. It stamps out a new function automatically every time we call it with different argument types. Okay. Surely it doesn't really matter, it's just any bullet that gets passed, any type of bullet gets passed in. Does it matter if this is a different bullet type? It's just positions, velocity. Oh, bye, Wave. Have fun. Have fun, have fun, have fun. You have to do template before everything. So if I want to make something else, like for example, check how it bounds. Hello. What's up? Who, sorry? Oh, hello, Chris's mum. Oh, thank you. How are you doing? Oh, chat, Chris is making more lasagna. And a cake. Apollo's... Good use. Ooh. Oh, you're basically just making like a nice vanilla cake sort of thing then. You remember lemon zest, yeah? You know, if you want, I don't know if you've baked, have you baked it already? Yeah. Oh, no worries then. I was going to say you could put some of those Angostura bitters. It makes it sort of citrusy. Absolutely. Have us like smell it and then think, would that work within this food? Okay, bye. Doesn't care about the type as long as the things you're doing compile. It's called duck typings, and if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Duck with bullet in your case. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, sorry, bye, Wave. Bye, Wave. Anyway, I'm sorry, is this correct, friend? Bullet dot position. This is presumably known, right? Because it's still in the bullet. C++. What quack has those members unless you add them and compare them, whatever? Yeah. Do I need to have the template thing twice? Also means we can do this. So if, for example, we wanted it so that the bubble used a different update position method, we could throw that in here. You know? Or we could specify an overload, or maybe not an overload, but like its own method. For every function that uses a template, you need to use them. Okay. In which case, I could have an update position with acceleration. Update accelerated. Perhaps. Well, you know what I mean? Like, I could have an update position, but like a function that's similar to that, that also takes in an acceleration variable. Position, but fast. What would be another word for accelerated? Like a non-linear. That's okay, isn't it? So bubble. If it's a bubble, we'd pass in... There's a few ways to do this probably, but we would pass in... What did I say? Or is acceleration just an arbitrary thing that I decided? It was just this, though. It was just the hitbox that was stored like this. Update second degree polynomial position. I like it. It makes more sense. Wow. What acceleration constant do we want to use? So if it's a bubble, we want it to slow down. So if we use 0.95. Okay, chat, explain the maths, because I'm about to do something very stupid, and I forgive me for doing this incorrectly, but just explain to me what I'm doing. What's wrong with that? Is acceleration fliction here? It might not be the right word, but it's amount that it changes by. So by default it'll be 1. If it's accelerating, it will be 1.1. If it's decelerating, it will be 0.1. Do I need to pass in acceleration actually as its own vector? How would I calculate it? Because I want it to be usable as friction if I send in, like, less than 1, presumably. What integration method do you want to use? What's the fastest one? Dig up some old code you used. Okay. We'll just leave that for now, even though it's incorrect. Just mark it as incorrect. Incorrect. Fastest one is just simple Euler integration, but it's a bit shit. It can be a bit shit, right? What is D? D surely isn't distance. Delta time? Is D time? No. What is D divided by T multiplied by DT to the power of times 2? To the power of 2? The power of 2 is multiplied by 2, right? Or is that just easier to write in a sensible way? Delta calculus. I did all this acceleration crap for the mini golf game, but I'll be honest, I googled so much to try and get it done. I did like so much, what's the word? I did so much trial and error. My eyes just like disappeared for a second. I do still have coffee. Sick. The simplest way to do it would just be to do acceleration multiplied by delta time to the velocity before adding like normal. Maybe you can go from your own engine. Ooh, one day maybe. Sorry, what are you doing? So, when I'm updating the bullets, I have update position that simply, you know, moves it. I want it so you can move it at a different rate, so move it speeding up, or move it slowing down. You know? Acceleration multiplied by delta time. Like energy. Sure. So if I give something 1.1, I want it to continuously speed up until it goes off screen and gets destroyed. If I give it 0.9, I want it to continuously slow down until it reaches 0 and gets destroyed. I guess. Ignore that for now, but that's the idea, I guess. So if it's just 1, just go on forever like you're in a vacuum. 0.1 slow down, 1.1 speed up. That sounds sensible, doesn't it? Because that means we can have a bubble that spawns in really quickly, but then really quickly slows down. Or we could have something that, I guess for that you'd need like a sort of one of those little Photoshop graphs, but whatever. You can make it slow down quickly, or you can have something that speeds up after it gets traction. Somehow. Acceleration is constant. Euler integration might be correct. Yes. To keep things simple, we can just make it so that it doesn't... There's not... The acceleration won't change. Speeding up and slowing down should be separated. Are you sure? I could do accelerated position and decelerated position, I suppose. So I could do accelerated, and then here have some calculation, and then have this copied into another method that's deceleration position, where it slows down over time. Or we could just make it so... You could do it in a simple smooth step function. What does this mean? I like this. There's like... We could do all these things using Euler integration, and then the single comment that just says, use this one-line function. Do bullet velocity plus equals acceleration multiplied by delta time, then position now equals velocity multiplied by delta time. Alright. Because I think I do want it to be simple-ish. Slow down velocity multiplied equals minus 0.9. Speed up velocity plus equals ac multiplied by dt. Is that an OSU? Sorry, no minus. Oh, acceleration multiplied by delta time. Which one is better, chat? Donut's idea or Timo's idea? Is one of those faster or slower than the other necessarily? Or easier than the other? Because Donut's one means I only have one method. He's suggesting linear damping, not acceleration. I will go with yours then, because you used a special word. You win. Albert Berens for velocity. Also, what I don't want is to have the issue where you slowly crawl next to like 0.1 and then like never actually stop. Here's a good talk about smooth stack. It's the most versatile function that you use everywhere. I am using SFML. I am not going to watch a half-an-hour video on stream. But maybe I'll actually put this on my to-watch list. 1D nonlinear transformation. I'll be honest, I only have like a few hours free every day. So maybe I won't actually read through this. But it does look very useful. Smooth step. Composite. Is smooth step a particular function? Is it a style? Is it like something you'd write in the style of a smooth step? Or is it like a library that you include or what? Hey Bilska. If I was in 0.95 or whatever, there's no acceleration in the first place. Yeah. Sorry, hello Woolsoft. Yo, good name. I could steal that if I make a company. Are you working full time? I was. If you want the bullet to decelerate, the acceleration should be negative, not just less than 1. I guess just 0.9 is just not very fast. Yeah, no, you're correct. You're completely correct. Negative would mean that it's applying a negative acceleration. Less than 1 is just a slow acceleration, I suppose. Hey Jimmy as well. Hey everyone. Alright. Let's go with yours then, Donut. Bullet velocity. Oh yeah, because I guess I will be directly modifying the velocity when applying this acceleration. So last now, we do bullet.velocity. Oh. So that means we're directly modifying the bullet's velocity based on delta time. So if the acceleration is minus 0.01, this velocity will eventually reach 0. Plus 0.01, it will eventually reach a zillion, I suppose. And then position now plus equals bullet acceleration multiplied by delta time. Oh, sorry. Bullet velocity, which is what it was before, I suppose. It's just adding this extra line in the middle. So if I want it to slow down, I'd send in minus 0.01. And let's say that the player bullet for now maybe speeds up. It might be regular. I could put plus in. I'm pretty sure plus does literally nothing there, right? Beyond making it more readable. I could do that just to mean that these are always the same width and just make it very explicit in the brain. If you want the bullet to decelerate, the acceleration should be negative. Acceleration float of vector of float. You can change it to a vector later if you want to be able to accelerate in other directions. In terms of mass, you could do terms of force. The number needs to be pretty big if you want this. If you don't want the slowdown to take ages. Hang on, what have I set? What am I setting the velocity to? Am I setting the velocity to 1 or the velocity to like 1,000? We can do it to +2 and -2. Pixels per second squared. Oh, okay. Different horizontal and vertical accelerations. I could do that if I want. I guess you could theoretically make it so it speeds up horizontal while slowing down vertical. That might be interesting. How would we do that though? Position now plus equals. How are we doing it? Acceleration, velocity. Velocity. What is velocity stored as? Sorry. What you want is drag if you want it to slow to a stop, not a constant negative acceleration. But what I could also just do is when its velocity goes less than 0.1, destroy it, right? I don't care about it stopping, just getting very slow and then stopping. Or stop existing. That'd be changing the type. Have we proved anything nice today? I think so. Look at this. It's doing the thing before, but like using a clamp function. So it's slightly nicer to look at. There we go. Do you want to leave it for now? I think we've spent long enough looking at all this crap. We've done like... There's no actual shooting physics. It's 4 o'clock. We've just got these imaginary bullets that never get created or do anything. Yeah, we're doing like a special bullet hell video game bullet. We're not necessarily trying to perfectly recreate how like a car simulates drag on wet tarmac. Although that would be interesting. I would like to keep it fast as well. So, fast and simple for my small brain. So if something as simple as an acceleration float can be sent in, that seems nice, you know? Let's just do that for now. Let's also maybe in update bullet. In check out of bounds, can we change that to check if destroyed? Check for destroy. Because I also want to check to see if it's gone really slow. No, actually, let's make that its own method. Hang on. Can I do this? No, I can just do that in here. Hang on. In here I can do if bullet dot velocity is less than... Hard code it for a second. You know what I mean? Like I can just do that check in here, right? Many libraries come with their own smooth step functions like OpenGL. Well, I'm sure I've got it then. If I'm using FSFML library, which is built on top of OpenGL, right? It probably does have it then. Anyway. Thank you for linking the Wikipedia page. Interpolation and clamping functions used in computer graphics and video game engines. I see. So is this I don't know if you hear it. When I was saying like, oh no, you know in Photoshop there's like the nice lines like that, or in like Sony Vegas where you want to make it so something fades very quickly, and then doesn't fade so quickly, and then fades really quickly just to the end. Like if you want to have sort of that graph, is this the sort of function that you would pass in? So if I want it to like really quickly accelerate, then accelerate at a stable pace, and then really quickly finishing off, is this the sort of function that you pass in? There's a lot of maths. Inverse smooth step is useful for doing stuff like computer graphics when its effect needs to be reversed or compensated for. Yeah, it's called tweening, etc. Yeah. Is that something... Is that the kind of function you use when you're at the end position? We don't know in this case. Yeah, here I'm just purely... Here I purely have a position, a direction, and a velocity, and sometimes an acceleration, like in this case. And all I know is that I'm here, and I want to go somewhere. The simulation where the position needs to be integrated. The exact function is usually not on the CPU. It's typically a GPU shader programming, but you can implement it there. In theory, it's all algebra, yeah. can I also just say perhaps it's just getting a little bit too complicated for what should essentially just be one of 8,000 bullets on the screen moving in some direction that you can dodge, right? You know? Maybe there's a point you want to stop. This seems quite simple and understandable. And sort of intuitive, in a way. Like, it's just, you know, it slows down. It speeds up. So maybe it's okay for now just to leave it like this. I'm sure we can come back later if we want to add in, like, complex position. Like, if we have, like, a special bullet type that's like a car wheel or something. We could give that its own unique function later, but just for now, we can leave it like this. I want to make it so we can shoot a player bullet, honestly. We need to do drawing, though. So let's just say for now we've got everything working then. This is probably fine. Wait, sorry, Donut, what's a good velocity to get it to destroy itself at? What's a very slow velocity? Pixels per second squared. So if it's only doing 5 pixels per second, just say it's destroyed. Or less than 5. No, 1 pixel. Let's just set it to something like that for now. Destroy doesn't really do anything quite yet. Let's ignore the fact that stuff gets destroyed for a second and do drawing, because this is very quick and I want to get it done. Hang on. I guess we could draw them in a particular order. Like, if we wanted to say the player bullet's always on top of the screen, we could just put that at the bottom. Where's bean... bean.c++? Where's your draw function? Sets the position of the sprite, sets the rotation of the sprite, and draws it to the screen. We don't have a sprite for the bullet. Donut, do we need to individually have a sprite for every single bullet stored within the structure? Or can we sort of fudge it in the draw function? Because this is what we're doing. We basically want like 4... Can we do this with a 4 each? Or can I just do it with a 4? Can I just do 4? Oh, Hungry Hippo. Thank you for the prancer. Hey. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Hey, 555. You suggest having a single sprite that you make in the function that's just the texture for each, and then the position for each bullet. A temporary shape. So, can I literally have it? So every single draw cycle, there's one sprite, and I draw it there, 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 I draw it there. And then the next time, wipe it. Punch the mic, sorry. Draw it. Yeah. We can just do a quick circle. How do I define a quick, we'll draw an actual sprite for the bullet at some point. How do I do a quick little... Is it just... I'm gonna Google that. There's one texture but multiple sprites. Hang on, sorry for punching the microphone. SF circle shape class reference. It takes in a radius and point count. So the radius for now can just be, I'll just hard code it to be 5. No, that's very small. Make it 8. What does point count mean? You don't need to worry about that. Set the kill color. Okay. Point count is the number of vertices. So is that if it's not a circle? The circle, sorry. The circle is just a polygon. The point count is 30 by default. Oh, sorry, does that actually draw it like a... Probably the resolution of the geometry it makes. It's not a real circle, it's made of a triangle fan. Ah, I see. I understand. Yeah, there's no perfect circle. Okay. I kind of assumed if you was a circle that it would have had some maths function that just draws it based off the radius as close as it can. But I guess if you want to make it so... If you make a bunch of very easy to draw circles, you can specify you don't mind how resolute it is. What do you mean by smooth stack isn't useful? Of course it is. You even reduce the speed by the value. It's not like you need to know the destination, it's 1D. How would I integrate that though? Right here, the calculation is literally just the velocity, you add on the acceleration multiplied by delta time. How would I implement your thing? Presumably if I'm using SFML I could just do an include. But would it be a simple one-liner, or would it overcomplicate the physics for a single bullet on the screen? So I would ideally like to have as many things on screen as possible with as simple physics as possible. It's much cheaper just to rasterize this blue polycircle. So can I theoretically make this like a really shit circle? If it's 30 by default, can I just make it an 8-sided circle? An octagon, I guess. Let's make... Wait, hang on. How do I instance that? Or do I just do like auto... Let's just call it a sprite for a second. Can I just do that? Set color. SF. Oh, that's very quiet. Set fill color. Let's make it red. Red? What's easiest? Yellow is easiest to see. Oh, there's a grey background. RGB. Make it purple. RGB. Fully translucent. Fully opaque. SF circle shaped circle. So is this stupid? Is there any reason you're not passing constant references? I have no idea. Is there any reason I'm not passing constant references? This is fine, that's alright, okay. Good username, by the way. Target needs to be changed. Target? What do you mean by that, brother? Keep it like this. The rest of the program has been using AAA, almost always auto. Okay. That's how SFML designs it. Float T doesn't. Okay, I'm now getting confused. I thought I was going to do a simple, fun programming exercise. Everyone so good at maths. Zooming in. Red states are small enough that it's not worth it. Zooming in. Functions and functions and functions. Hang on, we need to format this quickly. Oof. For drawing, anyway. We want to create a bullet. And then what do I do? Like 4... What did I call it? Player shot bullet in all player shot. Do I want to do this in a for each? Because we do a for each up here. And then do like drawer. Target.draw your circle name here. Remove the sprite code in draw. Oh yeah, sorry, I just copy and pasted this out. Just because it has interpolation in it. Where do I set the position of the bullet sprite? So do I do in here? Bullet sprite dot... Or do I do here? Do I do... Dot draw? Or what? Sorry, this is copy and pasted in from somewhere else. Ignore this for a second. Just change M sprite to bullet sprite. Like that. And then what do I do? Target.draw bullet sprite. Can I just do that? So that'll draw all the player sprites. Or the player bullet sprites. Exactly. Do I want this to be a 4? Or do I want this to be a 4 each? Because we did a 4 each before. I'm pretty sure we should just standardize the draw function. Like we did with bullet updater here. What do you reckon? Change the circle's position in the loop. So here's our little temporary bullet sprite. Reference in the loop, maybe. As in, sorry, we used a for each here. The bullet should be a constant reference in that case. There you go. Multiply your speed with 1 minus phase. Speed phase. Phase will be a constant timer from 0 to 1. This should give you a speed that slows down. If phase is 0.5, then it's a common loop function. Okay. Do I need to keep track of that 0 to 1 somewhere, though? Does that mean that within the bullet, I need to also keep track of another float? Or within an acceleratable bullet? Because not all of them have acceleration. But with an acceleratable bullet, I also need to keep track of its phase. Does that also work with acceleration as well if it's done in a separate way? If you do it in like the inverted way, would it also accelerate? And is that necessarily any better than this? Because obviously it's better for proper physics, but this is literally just a dot on the screen that's being shot out from some enemy, slowing down or speeding up and going off screen. Like, would it be intuitive for a player to be able to dodge something that has realistic acceleration and deceleration versus something that just linearly gets slower or faster? You know what I mean? This is a game, after all, like a simple sort of arcadey game. So discrete physics simulation with velocity and stuff. For acceleration, it would be 1. Sorry, do you call upstate accelerated physics anywhere? I do. Or do I call it something else? I would call it... Yeah, here. Sorry, Baron. We have 3 bullet types as a test. We have bubbles, which slow down. We have boring ones that just go in a straight line. And we have player bullets that speed up. The boring ones are just update position normally. And the other 2 use acceleration to either speed up or speed down. And I just called it accelerated because I'm boring and I don't want to spend 8 minutes figuring out the proper semantics for this word. Anyway, sorry. We got our draw function here. No one said anything about for each, so I think I don't care. So I'm just going to copy and paste it for now. And then we can sort this out in a second. So we can do bubble, all M, all bubbles. And here we'll do boring. M, all boring. Const references in the for loop. What? Preferably auto as well. I'm so sorry. What are you saying? Const auto bullet M all boring. What have I done? Oh, sorry. Const auto. Oh yeah, because you're doing auto anyway. Of course. So in which case, yes, this absolutely should all just be set. This should all be automated. Can I do this same thing here? Can I just call this like bullet drawer? Bullet drawer. You pass in a drawer and it just does that. And then here I can just do bullet drawer. Bullet. Can I just do that? That makes a template automatically. Does that work? Pass in a bullet, set its position, and draw it. What's the function of the program? We're making a video game based on the Touhou video games, where you move around the screen, you shoot bullets straight up, enemies come down from the top of the screen, shoot bullets straight down, and the goal is to dodge all the bullets and shoot the enemies. It's said to be const auto bullet in the lambda now. Hang on. Const auto bullet. Oh. Hang on, what? Const auto bullet. Oh, const. Like that, brother. Sure thing. Is there a way to be even more anal about this and automate this? Auto will automatically be const if it needs to be. Const just forces it. Okay. Like, is there a way to be super weird about this? Because there's some like copy and pasting going on here that probably doesn't seem very necessary. If I use a for each there, you can make a template if you want to remove the loop. You can make the lambda take in the container by reference, add them to array, lambda, put the vectors in another vector and iterate over them. So have like a vector of bullet vectors, and then say for each bullet vector in the parent vector draw. And that means if I have like 100 types of bullets, I just have to call it once, right? Const auto bullet drawer equals auto bullets. Donut Viking is the best idea. Const auto bullet drawer Oh, shit. No, you're completely right. Yeah. You're right. You're right. So here, instead of having 3 lines for thing, I would call in bullet, draw, and then pass in the vector itself, like that. Right? So I do that. And then in here, I do the for each. Right? Let's call it bullets. Bullet container, just to be explicit, because bullets, it can be a little annoying. For const auto. Oh, I can just put this in here. So for each bullet in the bullet container, draw it to the screen. This seems pretty nice, right? So we're passing in a container. For each bullet in the bullet container. Hang on, I'm even passing in a sprite at this point. I'm not passing in a sprite. Do I also need to chuck that in here somewhere? Like that, brother. Do I also need to pass in the target as well? Or is that not needed because target is there, I suppose, actually. Well, this is all getting a little messy. Gotta do some reformatting quickly. Hang on. Oops. God, I see some aggressive typing. What have I done? It's not called a for each loop, it's called a range-based loop. Okay. I'm still probably going to call it a for each loop, though. But range-based loop is definitely what it's actually called, because it's a range from beginning to end, passing in some lambda. Taking the entire container like that. Make sure the draw code is probably different for each type. No, I mean, the draw code will just be lerping the position of the bullet and drawing something there, right? So here I want to draw a bubble. I want to pass in the bubble sprite. So I guess I could theoretically have a few different sprites. I could call this like bubble sprite. Even better than that, I can just do a bullet sprite and then just pass it in but modify between, you know? So, hang on. Here I'm defining the same circle. If I want to keep using circles, I can just say for bubbles it's going to be blue, RGB. For boring, it can be purple. And for player, it can be whatever, like the opposite. RG, just green, I suppose. Just for now. Yeah, and that way I can reuse the sprite. Pass in bullet sprite. I don't know if I need to do that, actually. Pass in bullet sprite. Yeah? No? If you put a lambda below the sprite is declared, it will capture it thanks to the whatever. Okay, so I don't need to send that in. I see. If you put the lambda below the sprite, so I want to declare the sprite up here. This little thing will capture everything nearby, including bullet sprite, so it'll know what I'm talking about here. And simply just because of the order that I'm drawing them in. Here. Okay, I see. You mix them up. The range-based for loop is the one that uses the for word. There are some presets, probably like color, white, yellow. I mean, I'll just do it like this for now. If you want to have different sprites for different things, it's better to pass it in. I will probably at some point. But at some point isn't now. And I'll, you know, we can change this. Unless we'll leave. Okay, to be proper, because I will definitely have different. I'll actually draw like a picture to use as the bullet. We will create a bunch of bullet sprites as temporary, you know? And we'll just set them as circles for now, but we'll replace them with an extra sprite at some point. So we can have a bubble sprite, boring sprite, player shot sprite. So just ignore that these are all copy and pasted. We're just going to do this properly, so it'll be much easier to change it later. Bubble, boring, player, bubble sprite, boring sprite, player shot sprite. And then here we'll chuck in a const auto bullet sprite. And that should reference this, right? This too will work thanks to it capturing by reference, but it's a bit strange. Yours captured by value, for example. Changing the color between the calls would have done nothing. Having a single sprite change its texture when you draw Funk. I didn't want to have having a single sprite and changing its texture when you do draw Funk. Oh yeah, because the sprite is like an object, an OpenGL, not OpenGL, in SFML. A sprite is like an object, and then the texture applied could just be changed. So let's call it texture then, because that's what we'll be replacing later. Yeah? Does that seem sensible? Bubble texture, boring texture. That's more sensible, yeah. And in which case we don't want to bother passing anything in, because we'll still be drawing the same sprite. So we'll just say sprite const auto bullet sprite. We'll just be putting that in there at some point later. Honestly, I should just draw the bullets now, but we've taken it in a bit too far. So now we don't need to pass it in. We just need to change the texture. Hello. What's up?
I've made the lasagna. Work a little bit now. I'm gonna make it ready to eat like around 6.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. The lasagna is ready. Yeah, Chris is making really good lasagna. I don't remember where the recipe was from. It's extremely good, though. She only made, like, a half portion last time, because we only had, like, a little container. But now I think she's making, like, a double or, like, triple one. It's gonna be so good. But yeah, so ignore the fact that we're using circles and stuff now. In fact, just to make it, like, extremely obvious that it's temporary, we can, put them one after the other like this, which is not normally how I'd want to lay it out. Just to make it obvious. We can do, this is temporary stuff. I'm screwing with my own head, aren't I? I'm screwing with my own head so much. Chat, help. What am I doing now? I know what I'm doing. Don't answer that. I know what I'm doing. I have an idea of what I'm doing. Don't worry. Don't say anything. I'm solving it. So here where I'm setting the fill color is actually where I'd be changing the texture. So this is the bullet sprite. So I change this to a sprite. Change this to a sprite later. Change this to change sprite texture later. That seems sensible. Hey Willem, hey Lindley. Now, if I wanted to also do it, I could have all the textures in an array or in like a list, and then iterate through it every time bullet drawer is called. So I don't even have to have these between. But let's not do that because that's too much. Anyway, this way the player shots always be on top, which seems cool. Yeah. I don't see any issue with this, right? Like a doubly linked list. Exactly. Okay, this seems cool. How are we going to handle destroying bullets now? So we can... No. Let's do creating bullets first, actually. You want to create before you destroy. We want to figure out that first. So, let's say... Let's go back to the start. Game.header. In here, we want to include... bullet controller.header, and we want to have my bullet controller, right? Bullet controller, bullet controller, right? You just have to do the erase remove idiom at the end of each tick to each bullet container. All right, just hang on a moment. Hang on merely a moment. During the game setup phase, during the constructor, I suppose, setup beans, we can do... Oh, in reset, perhaps. How do you construct it again? What was the constructor for bullet controller? Did it take anything? Oh, it needs the bounds. Hang on. Does that work? So like bullets.erase, remove if, deleted. So wait, I was actually iterating through the entire list at the end to remove the destroyed bullet. Is that actually the fastest way to do it? How about having a class bullet that has the texture and color for each single vector? How about having a class bullet that has texture and color for each? There is a bullet class. But to save space, instead of making it so every single bubble bullet stores a reference to it, I'm just drawing it inherently. Like if it's a bubble, it will be drawn in this way. It will be stored in that list. We're trying to use a different method. So normally I would use object-oriented stuff and have like all the different classes, bullet classes, bubbles, player shots, whatever. But I want to make it so you can have like a zillion bullets on screen and have it still work nicely. So we're using a new approach to me. Well, one that I haven't really done much, which is data-oriented, where we basically just have a bullet system that has lists of bullets and draws them and interacts with them and stores it all in one spot. How'd you get Windows to compile and run Vivo using C code? You had a tough time doing it. Yeah, it took a while, but my D drive was broken, so for you it might be easier. But yeah, it's essentially just like installing. The easiest way might just be to install straight up Visual Studio, getting the compiler for that, and screwing around with that. Hey Hugh. You do everything object oriented. I do as well. This is a new thing for me. I'm trying to learn. And it seems to be very interesting, right? The idea of instead of having each bullet control its own movement and direction, having like just a system that has a big list of them and controls everything. Anyway. So, we have it so in the game, when you reset, the bullet controller becomes a new bullet controller called M-Bounce. What do I want that? Do I want that in the... No, I don't want that at all. I want this. I don't want that in reset at all. I want it in, I want there always to be a bullet controller, right? Surely. No, whatever. Actually, let's just do that. That's fine. No, that's not fine, actually, because the player needs a reference to the bullet controller, doesn't it? Or does the player just need a reference to game, which will then tell bullet controller to spawn a player? Or is that too many steps? Because essentially... Oh, actually, wait, hang on. The player doesn't need to do bollocks. Bullet controller can be done... Bullet controller will be constructed when the game is constructed automatically anyway. Yeah. Yeah. The player doesn't need to have anything to do with shooting. This can just be controlled in game because we have handle events in here, right? So if a space is being pressed, we can do shooting. Needs to take any arguments, you need to pass them in the initializer list in the game's constructor. Any arguments, you must pass them in the initializer list in game's controller. Well, this is resets within there. But instead, do you want me to have it so... Where's the bloody thing? Currently it doesn't have one, you'd need to add it. Does it not? Is this not the game's constructor? Would I not do like... It's the constructor, but it doesn't have an initializer list. Well, I can't do that because I don't know the bounds at this point, you know? The bounds would need to be generated, so this would have to happen after creating the main window. You know? Surely. Like this. You need to construct it after creating the main window. Make it a standard optional and use in place like we did before. Like this. For the player. Oh, of course, yes. Yes. So where was the player created? Did we do no discard? I don't remember. Oh, here we go, yeah. So player is here, and then the player is actually created later, and we do dot in place, because it's sort of like having a... Yes, okay. Wait, is that how you do that? Where's the player created? Setup player. Oops. Setup player. Dot in place. Oh no, you don't even have to do that. You just do this. mPlayer dot in place. Yeah, I get it. They take the arguments directly, yeah. You know low-key a sliver about object-oriented, and this is very interesting. Ooh, exactly. What's this? Alright, so... here we're creating the bullet controller. Let's make it down here, so when... we're doing key pressed and key released. If it's key pressed, press space means that the spacebar is being held down. Because I don't want to make... okay, so now we're deciding how we're doing the shooting physics. I think we should just make it so if you're holding the spacebar, it will shoot at a constant rhythm, and if you let go, it will stop. Not so you have to tap it constantly. Have you got the key delay working? What do you mean? Yeah, there's no key delay, don't worry. See? Well, sort of. We've got like our own weird system for it, for player movement. Or should we have shooting be controlled by the player? Because that means we could have 2 players. Ugh. Does that mean player needs a reference to the bullet controller? Which doesn't seem not... that doesn't seem nonsensible. I know what I was saying like hours ago. Where I was like... this is double, it's actually 1 tick behind, but at 60 Hz it's okay. So many spacebars are doing so. Yeah, I'm gonna have it so it's held down. I know ages ago I said maybe the controller should have an idea of the player. But that means the player would need to have its own... key. It would need to have its own handle event, which would mean yet another thing being ran as the events are being handled. So, why don't we just do this? Yeah, I'm just going to write something, and we're just going to let it work out, alright? Do I want this to be a ref? Surely. Because it's big. But hang on. Do I want to directly modify it? Is it an FPS game? No. Reference yes, constant maybe not. Well, in case I want to change up the bullet controllers or what? But sure, we just make it bullet controller. Yeah, because I want to pass the actual bullet controller again. Not that it matters, I'm just doing spacebars. Spacebar inputs, but regardless. Let's do, I don't have an M bullet controller, let's add one. Oh, I need to include that here. So, the player has a reference to a bullet controller. Here. And then during creating the player, we need to have that in here during the initializer list. So we do bullet controller like that. So now the player has a bullet controller. Make sure the member is a reference to, otherwise the player will make its own bullet controller, which I don't want. Correct. This is not an animation thing, so I'll actually put this here. In game, when the player's being created... hang on. Set up player. Here we want to pass in bullet controller. Now the player has a reference to the bullet controller, so we can ignore everything else in game. We come down to handling... actually, player needs to have a boolean saying if the spacebar's being held down or not, right? And then some kind of counter, like a float counter, that specifies how often to shoot. That's one way to do it, right? So if I want it to shoot every time... you already have one, don't you? The shoot bit. I don't think I do I? Oh, I actually do, you're right. I have shoot. If it's being shoot or not. Alright, perfect. I'm being stupid. We already have mpressed shoot. So during tick here. Okay. So there's a few ways to make it so the shooting is at a regular pace. One thing we could do is have a floating number that goes between 0 and 1. Why is it spacebar and not Z? Because I like was space, honestly. But if you want, we can also make it so it works with arrow keys and Z. I can't imagine that would interact too much. You want to have two players sort of like holding hands to play the game. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what keyboard you pressed in. I could just replace... Can I do that? You know? Do you play Touhou with Wasden Space? Honestly, don't know. I didn't really think about it. I just kind of put down Wasden Space because it's the default in my brain. Yeah, we can do Shift and arrow keys, whatever. We'll just use it Wasden Space for now. We can make it so you can rebind the keys. You know? W can just be replaced at some point with... Or this can be replaced with user specified up or something, you know? Anyway. My idea to make it so you shoot at a constant pace is to have a shot speed number that specifies how quickly a number counts between 0 and 1, or 0 and 100, or something. And then every tick we add up based on delta time, and every time it hits 100, we shoot a bullet and set it back to 0. That makes sense, right? So let's have shot speed. Let's just put it in here. We're going to move all the player states out of game at some point. Let's actually mark those so we remember to do that. Move... Let me do this. Move these to player at some point. Just so players can have their own scores and lives and bombs and stuff separate to their friend. If we decide to do that. So, player.header will have player vars. Add a to-do at the beginning, it becomes easier to search for. Yeah, good idea. Just do Control F to do. Anyway, player header. We'll have shot speed. Float shot speed equals 1. Float shot counter. Next shot counter equals 0. I don't know, we're just putting down numbers for now. So this is... Well, actually, let's make shot speed 0.05. So we want it basically so every second it goes up by this. So actually, let's make it 2. 0.5. We'll fiddle with it. It doesn't matter. Let's just make it 0.5 and 0. So every tick, we make it so M... Oh, wait, I didn't make it M, did I? My shot speed, my shot counter. This can be passed in to construct the player later, but we'll just hard code this. To do. Pass this in the constructor. Okay, so M next... Wait, what did I call it? M next shot counter plus equals shot speed, M shot speed multiplied by delta time. Right? 20 seconds later, yes, it moved 1 pixel. This is not shot speed. This isn't the speed of the bullet. This is how often the bullets get created, right? So the shot counter equals speed multiplied by delta time. So if your spot speed is 0.5 and the delta time is 1, this gets added up half. So actually, let's just make this 1. Super simple. So ideally, this would mean hopefully every second a bullet gets shot. Shot rate. Whatever. It doesn't... Shot interval... Chat. Look. Shot, cock, and ball torture. It actually like just does not matter. Shot rate would be 1 over that number. M fire rate. There you go. Are you happy now, lads? M fire. Next. There you go. See here, look, I'm actually mixing up the terminology just to like annoy you even more. Fire interval, X fire rate, aka interval. There you go. We'll just pass that through. And then we'll do a little, just a little simple. We'll shoot before we move. Shoot first, ask questions later. That's the style we're using. If next, if this is larger than 1, set it to 0, and do M bullet controller. Do I have an? I do have an M bullet controller, don't I? M bullet controller dot. What did I call it? Spawn player bullet. Let's do shoot player bullet. Spawn player bullet sounds weird. That's like unreally. Dot shoot player bullet. And what does it want again? Player position and velocity. So it'll be M position and 100. 10. Think of it as the interval gets bigger, the rate gets smaller, and vice versa. Sure. I need a break. Chat, I've been programming for 6 hours. You need to cut us some slack, brothers. I'm sure so have you, but you've also been sipping there in your underpants, eating your chocolate biscuits. You know? Cut me some small slack. 5.5 hours. I rounded, okay? I rounded it. Spawn a player at their position at a shot rate of 1. Awesome. So now we can actually do this. We can do M all player shots dot in place. So I want to replace a new player shot. And at this point, I guess I'd need to have some sort of constructor, right? The attitude never surpassed Germania 985. You don't have any cookies? Oh, heck. Wait, hang on. I need to pour myself some water. I'm getting a little dehydrated. You've been starving. Go have a snack, Lindley. Or are you on fasting? I forget. Okay. Do I need to make a constructor for the bullets? Surely. Surely I need to have, like... What type is M all player shot? If it's a vector, then the function is in place back. I was thinking at the back of my hand if it's in place back. I thought that might be a Java thing, and you said in place before. You're fasting. Oh, fair. I think a bean hit the corner. Hell yeah. You can press F2 to rename variables and all its references. Can I? Thanks, Elmo. Thank you. Decide a constructor to bullet and inherit inside of the subclasses. Yeah. Sorry, my brain. Oh god. Zero plus 20 can initialize aggregates inside in place. Pepe hands. But SFML uses 2017, or at least the version we're using. So what? Do I call it? Do I just do bullet? Like that? Alongside any extras. So I always want to pass in a starting position. Velocity. Owner ID. And that's it. And then in here we can do nothing whatsoever. But we can actually do this. Position... Hang on, do I want to set position now or position last? Position last equals position now. We do position now. Position. Velocity, velocity. Owner ID, owner ID. If you were C++20, you wouldn't need to write a constructor. Didn't hit a corner, but it was close. There are C++ MS compilers. You can probably find a binary on VS's website. This is fine. Okay. Is this okay? And then within the bullet bubble, how do we override the constructor but not change everything? You do standard array equals 1, 2, 3 and understand it's array and 3 ints. Yeah, that's sick. It's making me want to try learning programming even more than you did before. It's fun to have a goal. Using bullet. And then do I just add on? Did Bubble need anything else? Bubble doesn't need anything else, does it? Hang on, do I even need this? Because bullets are only spawned using a position and a velocity, right? I've got the, you know, that you don't decide the acceleration. The acceleration is decided by the controller, like per type. So surely I don't need to do anything, right? The point is to type to use the same constructor. So by default, does this not do anything? Do I do... Is that really necessary? It seems like a lot of extra crap on the screen. By default, it doesn't inherit constructors. Oh, okay. Two colons. Oh, whoops. Compilation time. I haven't compiled in a while. Hey, Rathalos. Hang on, is this not including the header? Standard vector. What's wrong with vector? It's just a lot of issues with vector. Do I just say including standard vector? Oh. No, vector is fine. So what's wrong with all this? Bubble. Oh, is it just the order I'm defining it in? Oh, of course. I need to put this down at the bottom. Try now. Oh god, there's so much broken stuff. Does anyone show us a debugger, a test progressive stable? What? That's this, that's what you're watching. I didn't know the type of this on construction error. Is it because these are named the same thing? Do I just do like underscore? Or I'm about to really upset Donut for doing this. It separates them, you know? You renamed it type. I don't think that matters, does it? You renamed it type. Oh yeah, I didn't call it underscore T, I'd call it type. Correct. Eating a score is reserved by the compiler. Okay. What's wrong with that? Am I not including SFM? Okay, let's go somewhere else maybe. 1.f? Let's try compiling constantly. Production is really amped up since the last song. Critical's new song about a body pillow that's unironically hardcore. It says redefinition. Sorry, I'm like way too tired to read the screen, don't I? I've been staring at this like all day. I am not reading half this text, I'm afraid. Fix the syntax issues first. Syntax, missing colon before close bracket. Am I? Is it just a colon like here somewhere? I want to go into a different file. This one upsets me. God, there's so much crap on the screen. Class on Kana 69. Yeah. What? The class needs a semicolon at the end, just like structs. Really? Oh, of course. So here we've got class bullet controller final. Just pop that in there. Is it because mbounds has been used like a million times, maybe? Class and track the same thing. They're basically the same, I think. One of them, everything's public, everything's private, and the other one. Are you using MingW or MS tools to build? Good question. My brain's too fried. I know we're using CMake. You've just found mbounds twice. Wait, what? Oh, you're right. Fix that. MS build, not through CMake. Okay. Yeah, we're using the Microsoft one, I guess. See reference to template instantiation. Am I not properly creating that? Bullet controller. Player. Am I not passing in a bullet controller to the constructor here? I'm not. So I need to do that here. What is that? Player bullet controller. So I'm going to pass that in here. There's a few less errors now. Oh, that's a pretty simple one. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, I'm so tired. Add params on line 19. Does there need to be another one? For what? What do you mean by params? Why don't I write them correctly in the first place? Good idea. Remember, the actual error message is usually near the end of the row. I'm sorry, I'm just so tired. You added it, message resolved. Please be kind to me. Still at it. Hey, Ray. Standard array. Cannot deduce template arguments. What is wrong with this? Do I have to do a standard array of something? Or what? I see you're doing plus programming all day. Hell yeah. You have to read the entire line, you can't just ignore it because there's much annoying classing. Delete the last comma. Oh! Good, 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 good. Cannot deduce template argument for standard array. Make sure it includes array. Array's not even a default thing, is it? Okay. I guess not everything needs arrays. Still seems kind of strange. Okay, there's way less errors now. See reference to function template instantiation. Tie standard optional in place. The last comma is valid syntax. Chat's good. Chat's good. Anyway. Shoot player bullet. What does player bullet actually want? Shoot player bullet wants a vector velocity. What? Okay, my bad. Why do you want a velocity? What do you want in here? Shoot player bullet. Sorry, why do I need a velocity? Player bullet will be a standard velocity. Unless the player decides to change it. Okay, no, I understand. I'm passing in something stupid here. Need to pass in some velocity. Which would just be up, right? Would it just be like... Is this X and Y? So like... Like that. Does player not have M position? Oh, is it M position now? Oh, sorry. Do I need to do this like this? You started writing C# because your college pulled the Uno reversal in the coding language you have to learn. Oh, heck. What were you going to learn originally? SF vector 2F. Yelling Pascal before Keck W. Keck W sounds like a good Twitch language. Does player take M-bullet controller? Player? Constructor takes a bullet controller. No? You don't need it. Brackets works as well. That's safe because it's no implicit conversions. Okay. C#'s pretty good, especially for proving stuff quickly. You have to trick your brain into the new syntax of the Pascal one. I think it's fine to learn C# instead, isn't it? It's just a bit annoying because you sort of learned something and then didn't finish it. I kind of would like wraparounds, honestly. You're looking at a note message, not the error message. Right. See declaration of wall player. Player? I can't imagine this matters here, does it? Player. OMG. Chat, I'm very tired. Be kind. Okay? We're like finishing the stream in like a minute anyway. So be kind. Message is a note following an error. Okay. Error is an actual error. What's all this bollocks then? Get out of here, brother. No, that's illegal. Let's build again. Maybe it's fixed itself. Yeah. This is actually Twitch Plays Video Studio Code. Yeah. It's right there at the top. Building folder, Woolen SFML v6. I see it. No, oh, it's at 2. What, here? There is C2, whatever. Cannot convert argument 5 from optional bullet controller to bullet controller with a funky little man next to it. Well, why don't you just do that, you know? Wait, okay, I see. Bullet controller. There you go. Maybe turn on word wrap. I want to turn on word wrap, but I have no idea how I do it in this IDE. And when I asked Donut how to do it, he yelled at me and said I don't need it. Got enough times and it will fix itself, don't worry. Why would you choose Java or C#? Because it makes you pick one. I would choose Java, just because, yeah, more people do it. And also because I did it, so I could help. I could help support you against all the people that don't like it. Shows you it was the right one. Alt-X. Wait, Alt-X? I didn't do anything, did it? Oh, view word wrap. View. Yeah, no, I think that might toggle word wrap onto this thing. Take the problems tab instead of output. Oh, that's way nicer to look at. Cannot open source, whatever. Cannot open source, whatever. Include errors detected, whatever. Oh, this is way nicer to look at. Why was I looking at that crap screen before? It was Alt-Z. That's fair. I think word wrap might just be for this screen, though. Python is the most used questions. I don't think it's the most used ones. You can feel conflicted because C# is ASP, so you think that'd be more useful. You're loud, brother. Anywho. It's cool they give you the option. Your college is like, you have to use this random language. Passing an optional something that expects the value inside of it. Where am I? What is this? Where have I found myself? Help. XPow. Get out of here, X memory. Oh. Mbullet controller value. Hang on a second. Wool player player. Wool player. Very readable. Cannot convert. I hate this. Argument 5 is this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sending in a reference. I'm sending in a reference. Donut, I'm too tired for this bollocks. The problem is the screen doesn't show the notes, which are useful clues they can point you to the call site. Hey Jordan, Mbullet value. This is, I'm like giving up. My brain, he melt. Find where you call player. That'll be in game. Here. So in setup player, I'm throwing in Mbullet container. Oh, this is an optional because in here it's an optional. So what do I? What do I do? Do I just do if? Like if the bullet controller exists? Just add a little asterisk to the front. What here? Assume it, because it should exist, right? Toho clone, yeah. But that's dumb. Why would I put that there? Surely I'll put that in the definition over here. Is that right? Oof. Yeah, we were going to make a Toho clone for like a little practicing. No, it's right. Oh, sorry. You're dereferencing the optional. Yes. Unresolved external... Okay, let's try building again. Maybe it just didn't like that one. No, that didn't fix it. Include errors detected. What's wrong with that? That's always been fine. See, make licks.txt. Oh, of course. Of course. This bloody file. What did we add? We added bullet controller. We added utilities. You got a link error because it's missing the definitions from the file you haven't told to compile. Right. Utilities. I think that's it, right? Actually. Just using TUP, a nice build system. Ooh, Dark Souls 4. Hell yeah. Oh my word, what am I looking at? Help. I just want to break. I want to go for like a walk. CMake is rerunning because of the out of state. Utilities.c++ is not a file. Oh no, it's just a header. You can tell it's been a day, right? Identify. Oh, now it's building something else at least. M out of bounds left. Is that because it's up in the template? I want to stop and do this all tomorrow. Yeah, it's private. Well, it shouldn't matter, right? But let's try moving it and see if it fixes it. Magically fix. Ooh. Sometimes it works. You need to pass the bounds to the template. This will not fix it. You know, I tried, alright? Sometimes it just takes like a little magical word. So I need to toss that into check out of bounds. So we'll just do that quickly. We'll do float, left, float. Wait, we'll do top, down, top, right, left, down. Float top, float right, float bottom, float left. And then I'll just copy those in here. Left, right, top, bottom. And now I'll just copy this down wherever the heck out of bounds is being checked. All of these places. Sick. There must be an easier way to pass these in. Like, make these things their own little struct or something. Yeah, probably. But now's not the time to care. Build. The art methods, remember. What the hell am I looking at? Why does this not work? If even if the code works, it just won't. It still won't work. I'm still like, I'm believing in it. I think it'll fix. Make getters and make them public. No, I'll upset everyone. You can make them a bound struct in the future. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll just pass in the bounds. Disbelieve. What's all this? A legal reference to non-static member. Do they want me to make it so this is static? Void. Update bullet. Because this should have its own reference here, right? You haven't included maths for lerp. Oh, you're completely right. Up here. Yeah. I need to do that. So that should work for the interpolation function. Interpolation? The function. Oh god, I hate all this. Set fill color? What do you hate about this? Cannot convert this pointer. Is it constant? I've made it constant. Do I want that? If you make it constant, can you still change the circle color? Remove constant. Correct. Cool. Just keep building. Building. Missing colon... Hang on, have I not made the class... What am I missing? There's a colon... Oh, okay, easy. Do I have to include... Remove constant from the premises. Really close win on steel. That sounds like fun. Do I have to include execution? The symbol to this must be a type. Don't know. I think I copy and pasted this out of your message. Have I done it incorrectly? What is this? Do I need to include standard execution? It says it's an algorithm. Oh, it says to find and header execution. Let's just try that. You think it would just be an algorithm though, wouldn't you? That seems to have gotten that error though, so let's just assume that's okay. Non-static member. Can I just... Ah. Donut is just torn out like every piece of hair and out of his eyebrows. Look. No, what the f- I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I didn't even have chat on screen and I knew it would upset you. Completely pointless. Got him though. Oof. Anyway, check out a bounds, mbullet, void. Where is this being contained within? God, if only this stuff was thrown out. This is as bandaged as the source code. Exactly. He's actually screaming. Yeah. Hang on, does this class not have a thing? It does have a thing at the end. Illegal reference to non-static member. We coded in C++ before. Yeah, I did my dissertation in it. Do I need to pass in the bounds here? Surely not. Shouldn't it just work from this bullet's instance? Like, this isn't a static function. It doesn't know what the name is. It's called outer bounds. It's not going to do anything, is it? We added the declarations update bullet to the header. Oh, I'm an idiot. No, you're completely right. I don't think I have. There was only one update bullet function before. Actually, let's have these at the bottom of the screen. So we're replacing that here. This is bubble. This is boring. Man, header files, right? Player build. Stop moving stuff around randomly. Stop bullying me. Oh god, it's changed color now. Outer bounds top. Can you really not access that? Bullet delta time. Bullet delta time. You accidentally removed those floats. Did I? I did. I did remove those floats. just want to go home, chat. Chat's bullying me. Please. I want to go home and play on my GameCube. What are all of these? Base class undefined. Is there no wibbly wobble? I'm at home. I know, that's what makes it even worse. What's wrong? What's wrong, brother? Syntax error, namespace. Accidentally passed in a struct definition at 32 at the header. 23, struct boring bullet. What is that? Chat, I want to stop. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? How much sleep did you get? Not enough, apparently. Magically work. Less errors than before. More errors. Way more errors than before. You need to sleep. You removed the floats again. Hey, CA2 software. Magically work. Illegal qualified name in member declaration. To start over. Ah. Put the class name before the function. Wait, wait, what? What have I done? The class is here. That's correct, isn't it? Namespace class. You have bullet controller before in the header. Hey, Gabby. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Gabby, for the resubscription. Thanks. How are you doing, my friend? I haven't seen you for a bit. I'm slowly dying. It's been 6 hours. I need sleep. But I don't have sleep. I have to game in an hour and a half. We have another stream later. There are less errors now. Check out of bounds. That needs to exist, I guess. No matching overloaded function found. These shouldn't need to be in the header file, right? Because they're in an anonymous namespace. You sound tired as heck. I am tired. It's been getting really sunny lately, at like around like 9 o'clock. Normally I wake up at 10. Didn't pass in the bounds or something. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. Let's go look. Check out of bounds. I am just calling check out of bounds. I'm calling up, right, bottom, left. What is it expecting? Up, right, bottom, left. Is it not a float? Overloaded function not found. Maybe delta time is missing. Yeah, delta time's missing. Delta time's missing. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Right. Delta time. Delta time. Delta time. It's extremely sunny lately. It's been burning. Yeah. Oh no, these are new errors. I don't like that. That's horrid. Binary less than not. Where am I? What have I done? Don't separate, this is a template. Yeah, sorry, these are templates, so this shouldn't need to be anything to do with the header file, should it? It's been so sunny. There's also been like children screaming outside constantly. Why not just do a shoot bullet? Why make it so complicated? Exactly. More errors than lines of code. Oh no! You haven't coded in C++, so you don't know. Adds 1 line for 15 new errors. SF time. Hang on. Why is there a squiggly line here? Bullet dot position last equals position now. Life of a developer. Hang on, let's build it again. I'm sure that'll fix it. No. Illegal for class. I'm missing something really stupid. You're adding a vector. Bullet, delta time, velocity. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, yeah, hang on. Velocity is a vector 2f. Isn't it? Can you do that? Are you allowed to just add 2 float values together to a vector? Acceleration's a float, yeah. So do I just need to do position dot bullet dot velocity dot x and then bullet dot velocity dot y? Maybe that'll fix it. No. Oh god, he's upset. I did something wrong. There must be like some vector function, right? You can't do that what? I thought that would work. Because velocity is an x and a y, right? And I'm trying to add on... Oh, normalize velocity, acceleration. Velocity plus equals... Normalize. Do I need to include maths for that? What am I looking at? Detler time. He's typing so quickly. What is normalized? Is it maths, presumably? You never made that function. I don't think I did. Why figure out what the errors means when you can just try random stuff? You just use hypot directly when you needed it. Hang on. Player should have that, right? Is that this stuff? This crap here. Copy the code from player and add it to maths. Is this normalize? Like this crap here. If you try random stuff, something's bound to work. I want to sleep, chat. I don't know if I want to keep sitting here solving errors over and over. Over and over and over and over. It's time to, like, go for a walk outside. Go get some lasagna. Chris has made delicious lasagna for me. Standard. Okay. What I'm actually going to do is just copy and paste that last bit. Because I want to go. And this is faster. There we go. Can I just go, Donut? Is this enough for today? We'll be doing this tomorrow. I'm sure you'll remember all of this, right? You think Da Vinci spent any time on Mona Lisa? He just threw paint on a canvas so something nice happened. Maths.h includes... Okay. I'll copy and paste your code. It'll fix everything. It'll fix everything. Maths.header include math. See math. Didn't have to write it at all. Copy, paste. FTW. Big epic. I like that. Fix that normal thing and get food. Yeah, I'm also kind of starving. Big epic. And then what we want to do is velocity plus equals maths. Oh wait, do I need to include maths here? Is that correct? Just check to see if the velocity is 0. Well, we've got that down here, right? So it shouldn't really matter. Right? Or is this just to avoid having to do maths? Oh, I can copy and paste yours. Bam. Otherwise, normalize will explode. Fair dues. build magically work? Oh dear. It's bullet dot velocity. Okay. Just give it I was just giving it a second, you know? Is it called maths normalized? What did I call maths? Wool. I was just writing the code. We're like 23 over. It's just normalized. Okay. Whose suggestion was it to build? Who came up with that idea? Wait, normalized is already a thing in here. Just comment that out, that'll fix it. You're the one you made a maths, yeah. Identifier not found. Did you misspell normalize? Or did I misspell normalize? Maths. Wait, where is that? Wait, did I put it in utilities? Hang on, where did I just put that? I put it in the header. I got maths at a C++ file associated with it for some reason. More efficient, in fact. This is fine. This is fine. No, it's not fine. Potential of being inlined. I honestly think we should remove the maths.c++ file at some point, but let's leave it for now. I also need to pee as well, which makes this even more stressful. Compiler has generated something here. Oh, these are just messages. These aren't errors. Where's the errors then? Normalized not found. Maths? Normalized. Oh, there's a D here. And then the maths header. Normalized doesn't have a D. Oh, if bullet velocity is less than 5. Bullet velocity.x is less than 5. And. Need a coffee as well, I think. Just... Is this Bean? This is Bean, alright? Bean... Good morning, Willen. Are you doing normalizing in here? They can fix that like that. Yeah, Donut, relax, brother. That's just a message. You fix it the wrong way around, but whatever. Chill, man. Alright. Here we go. Now we're just down to here. Right? That's the only real error, right? Maybe. Source file stuff, include error. Yeah, it's just this, isn't it? You have to imagine that I'm screaming at you. Donut, I'm exhausted. It's been 6.5 hours. Jesus wept. Be nice. I appreciate the help, but Christ almighty, I'm tired. I need a headache. I need a coffee. Now is not the time to be bullying. Anyway, when you... Oh, it's nice and quiet now. I need a position, velocity, and an ID. So I can just pass these in, right? ID can just be 1. Whatever. Jesus wept. It compiled! Debug. It doesn't do anything with the spacebar, but that's okay. It compiled. It compiled, chat. It compiled. Why won't it shoot, though? Surely that's all you need to do to be able to shoot, don't you? You're not checking for shoot, are you? I thought I was. Oh wait, I need to hold space, don't I? It feels like you're bullying because you inserted about 100 arrows to look like a really squished face. I thought I was checking for it. Hang on, look. Player, handle event. Space, we're shooting. Down here in update, in tick. If the shot counter is added on. Oh, hang on, I'm just constantly adding, so it should constantly shoot. I'm not even doing if, M pressed. Ben Preston shoot. Anyway, that should be working. Can I do some prints? How do you do prints in this? Can I just do like standard? I don't like just like print ln or something. Print f. I just want to print something. FMT print. All right. Space held. Oh. FMT. Add new line. Chat, I don't care about your writing libraries. How do I write just to the console? It doesn't matter if it's properly formatted. Can I just do print ln? You can use cout. That's all I wanted to do. I'm just gonna do that. Screw this FMT bollocks. Can I just do cout space held? Does that work? Is it standard? Cout is not a member of standard. Include IO stream. Okay, now it is becoming annoying. Chat. Oof. Oh, it's the cout weird one where you're like actually you're like pointing to it getting printed out. I remember. I haven't done this in a while. Christ. Yeah, like you're actually printing to it, right? Like actually how a printer would work. Where would this even be going to? Exec from terminal. Oh my god. What was it again? Where's the file stored? Reveal in File Explorer. Build debug bin. That might be actually. Build. I think we were doing release, weren't we? Oh, that's not it. Build bin debug woolen.exe. What is this ancient version of the program? We should be doing release. Okay, so held space is clearly working, right? That's it. That's all I wanted, was that to be filled with held space. And then we'll do shot. Use debug in the future to get info if it crashes. Sure. Okay, so it's the maths for its shooting that just isn't working. Why? Well, this should be easy, right? If pressed and shoot, I just want to see if the bullets actually work. Shooting logic tomorrow, and you can explain this is wrong. Alright, so instead of that, I'm just going to remove this if statement just so we can spawn a bullet every frame. I just want to see if they draw properly, because that's what we spent literally all day doing. It doesn't do anything. Well, I think that's because I'm not calling the bullet controller's draw function, which should be a very quick fix, right? Right? If we just copy this over, right? I think we were never calling. Oh, it works. Not the way we want, but look. Stuff's getting drawn, chat. Constantly, without asking. Look at that. I have no idea why it's doing that. But it is. They look funky and mathematical. Oh. I have no idea what it's doing. Alright, chat, I'm flipping exhausted. It's been 6.5 hours. I'm taking a bloody break and eating some lasagna. I'll be back in an hour and a half to get a small hammer and bop Donut on the face with it. Ship it. It's perfect, right? Like a little small hammer and just pop. Get out of here, brother. Alright, cool. Thanks for watching. Thanks for helping. Have a good evening. See you all in an hour and a half for some board games. Bye. Actually, hang on. I say bye. Should I host someone? Who's streaming? It's probably the polite thing to do, right? They deserve Monday cat food. Hell yeah. I will host... Myself, don't talk me. Get out of here. I'm gonna host Wolf, alright? Just raid... Wolf. And then I'll go in a minute.
And then this time the ghost just...
Because that's the polite thing to do. Oh, stretch. Alright, cool. Chat. See you in an hour and a half. Have a good break.